As the sun rises over the rugged landscapes of Baja, California, the engines roar to life, signaling the start of a grueling adventure. Riders from around the world have gathered to conquer over 1,300 miles of challenging off-road mayhem, navigating through treacherous deserts, rocky trails, and unpredictable obstacles. Mud and dirt fly as the competitors power through muddy sections, pushing themselves and their machines to the limit. It's a true battle against nature's elements, where only the strongest will prevail. The intense focus on the faces of these riders reveal the mental and physical challenges they face. Each twist and turn demands split-second decisions as they conquer steep inclines and sharp descents with unwavering determination. The vast desert becomes a true battleground. The competitors are not just racing against each other, but also against the unforgiving terrain. It's a testament to their skill and courage as they continue to push forward, undeterred by the challenges. Join us for this awe-inspiring display of skill, courage, and camaraderie, reminding us that in the world of off-road racing, the spirit of adventure knows no bounds. Let's start it. The 2023 SCORE World Desert Championship with the BFGoodrich Tires 56 SCORE Baja 1000, presented by K&N. Good morning and welcome to the BFGoodrich Tires 56 SCORE Baja 1000 presented by K&N Filters, along with this live streams broadcast brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. I'm Brandon Johnson and I'll be your host covering all the exhilarating off-road action from La Paz to Ensenada. And with me today is professional ATV, UTV, five-time SCORE champion and multiple Baja 1000 racer, Wes Miller. Welcome, sir. How are we doing, buddy?
Here, man. Good. Excited to be here. This is going to be an amazing race. You know, there's a lot that's shaping up here. You've got the dirt bike started last night.
Yep.
So they're already out on the course. We're getting ready, 8 a.m. Pacific time, 9 a.m. La Paz.
Yep.
The trucks are off the line. And this is the second longest race ever in Baja 1000 history.
In the history.
This is going to be grueling.
I can't wait. Now, no stranger to the stage. To my left here, Nick Eisenhower, one half of the Eisenhower Brothers Racing. Nick, good to have you back, buddy.
Feels good to be back. I'm excited.
We love having you, pal.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so Wes alluded to it. Second longest race in the history, just shy of over 1,300 miles. This is the most grueling, the most toughest, the most any kind of adjective that you want to add to it, guys. Wes, you've been down this road before. Like, the bikes are already out there doing it, and we got all the four wheels and the two wheels and everybody coming up. But take the viewers through. What's the night before prep? What's going through their brains? What's it like once that green light goes and the flag comes down?
Yeah, well, you know, with a race like this that's this long, it's, some analogies, I think, for people at home to really understand this race. It's kind of similar from racing, say, San Diego to Seattle off-road. Or, I think it's like about New York to Miami off-road for you East Coasters. And just the amount of planning and preparation that has to go into this to be successful is, I mean, it's like a military operation. Yeah, like, literally, and a lot of teams hire ex-military guys to run their logistics.
Wild.
I know the Factory Polaris team is doing that.
Sure.
And so I always like to break up a race like this into almost 2 races. So I've got one crew doing the southern part, one crew doing the northern part. I think some of the larger teams are even breaking into like 3 or 4 groups.
Right.
But yeah, there's a lot of logistics that goes in this and planning, and preparation is king.
Preparation is king. And with the speaking of preparation, the bikes are already out there. And let's take a look at the starting positions for Pro Moto Unlimited. We have Juan Carlos Sabatier in the 1X, Adrian Ortiz 13X bike, Eric Holton third 15X, Karen Nairn 3X bike, Aaron Volle 18X, Mark Samuels 7X, Dustin Davis 71X, and Austin Eddy on the 9X bike. So these guys have been already out there for ripping since 1 a.m. We've had battles going back and forth. Have you been getting any updates from people out there in the field?
Yeah, so it looks to me like this is already starting to shape up into a 2-horse race. And that's basically the 3X of Naran versus the 7X of Samuels.
Yep.
You've got Husky versus Honda, and they're just north of Laredo.
Yeah.
Looks like they're clearing race mile 350. So they're going to be crossing over the mountains, coming from the east side of the peninsula back over to La Purísima and San Juanico, Scorpion Bay area, and then heading up the coast.
And if you guys want to pull up, crew upstairs, if you guys want to pull up my screen, we can give the viewers kind of more of a satellite look on my map as to what's kind of happening right now. There we go.
Yeah, so if you take a look at that, you can see 3X and 7X.
Right here.
From talking to guys that were pre-running earlier in the week, from what I understand, that area got hit pretty hard with the hurricane coming through.
Right.
So there's a lot of washouts.
Oof.
It's pretty rocky and technical, but it's still relatively fast.
Yeah.
And so they're going to have their hands full crossing over to the Pacific. Then once you get to the Pacific, it's pretty wide open, and they're going to be really ringing it out.
It's going to be a
there,
challenge. It's going to be a challenge. Nick, any thoughts quick?
Man, I don't know. Going into something like this, especially on a bike, trying to break this up into a couple different races like I was talking earlier, you got to think at this point in the race at mile marker 350, you've still got 1,000 miles to go. So, in my mind, you're trying to keep track position, you're trying to stay ahead of the guy behind you, but you're also probably just out there trail riding, trying to save that bike, trying to save your equipment, trying to save yourself if you've got more miles to go.
It's all about perseverance.
Yeah, that's it. Something like this. Yeah, everybody's like, oh, this isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. Well, this is like the marathon of marathons, if you will. This is such a long race. So, it's almost like I wouldn't expect any sort of pace at the first 300 miles.
Sure.
Everybody's like, hey, let's all cruise together. Let's get to the halfway point, and then we can all start racing. Just to survive something like this is what I would say. So, yeah, definitely something.
Everybody says that until the first guy takes off and then is just hauling ass.
Exactly, yeah.
And then you got to keep up. And that's kind of, in speaking with a lot of the riders and drivers and strategy for this race, the problem that you have is the level of competition keeps rising.
Yep.
And with the trophy truck teams and some of the pro UTV teams, you've got 10 different teams in those classes that can win.
Yeah. Well, speaking of teams, we got so much race left to go, but let's get to the beginning of this. Let's take a look at when these bikes really kicked off today.
Flag here this morning, ready to go. Second off the line, he hails from Del Zura, California, riding for Best Express Foods. Las Fortunas. Number 13X, Adrian Ortiz. And Ortiz is going green. Our next rider is sponsored by Norman Racing, Fly Racing, Ride, PB Round Contractors, number 15X, out of Panaca, Nevada, Eric Holt. 3, 2, 1. Holt is on course. Our next rider up on the Husqvarna, driving for Deuce X. Alpine Star Bell Helmets 100%. MGI Motorsports and AHM Factory Services. He's out of Huntington Beach, California, number 3, Karen Naran. Teamed up with Forrest Mitchington, Derek Ossenbauer, Nick LaPaglia, Tucker Hopkins, and Clayton Roberts. Is going to be riding for Bubba's Express Car Wash. Boutique Winery. I IMS Products, The Design Lab, Fast Company, AHM Factory Services, Baja Designs Dubai, Works Connection, and FMK. He's riding that KTM number 18X, Aaron Voley. This next bike out, this
all
is
different kinds of teams here launching off the line here. We've got also the Ironman division, which I can't even wrap my head around how you could possibly do this. And we have actually a really interesting story of a particular Ironman. And Wes and I were chatting about this earlier, and Nick, we'll bring you up to speed. There's a gentleman, Walter Jan. He came over from Australia. And and he landed in San Diego, grabbed a bike, and said, I'm going to do the Ironman. Never done this before in his life. You can see here on the screen, you know, you got these guys with these great bikes. They got teams. They got sponsors. Jan's got nothing.
He's just out here.
Yeah.
He's wilding. Yeah, this is the first time hearing about this. Yeah, this is absolutely insane.
You're right. Showed up at contingencies yesterday, duct tape with his numbers, 741 bike, sandals on his shoes. Really quite an interesting character. We'll have to see. And, you know, he's out in front for Ironman right now, which is nuts. But anyways, going back to what we're seeing here, 1 a.m., these guys they haven't slept, right? And what they're about to do and accomplish is by no means a small feat. So, again, how do you mentally prepare, Wes, Nick? How do you guys get yourself in the focus of what you're about to do before the green light goes off?
You know, for me personally, when it comes to racing stuff, like, I feel like when you get to this level and you're these guys and you've spent the months and months preparing, you know, stuff, yeah, sure, you've got your butterflies and your jitters, but I would think you've almost got this down to, like, you know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And at this point, you know, for these top guys, it's probably just going to work. Like, this is my job. I'm going to run these sections. I've been pre-running for weeks. I know exactly what to do. I know how to ride this bike. I've been riding this bike my whole life. And you're just going to go through and just click through and do your job and hope that you can, you know, dot all your I's and cross all your T's properly and hand that bike off to the next guy in your team. And keep moving forward and just follow through with that plan and then, you know, obviously correct as things change.
Sure. And you were speaking earlier, you know, it's the marathon of marathons. Do we blast out? Do we get the lead? Do we want to get out in front or do we want to be a bit more conservative? We don't want the bike to break down. You know, mental fatigue's going to set in. These guys are starting out in the dark. Then they got to come into the light, temperature changes, weather. I mean, there's so many factors out here that we're dealing with.
Yeah, and I would think, you know, if you're breaking, especially for bike guys, I don't have tons of bike experience when it comes to long races like this. You know, I hung up my helmet when I was at a younger age, got tired of the concussions. But, you know, when you have something like this, you break this up into your teams and you have your strong parts and your sections, you know, like, hey, you know, I'm a good night rider or I'm a good, you know, let me run in the morning, I'm going to take a nap, I'll drive later on or ride later on and pass the bike off. So hopefully, you know, you've got that plan set in place already and you can kind of stick to that and work your way through it.
Yeah, that's, you know, when I was racing pro quads for Honda, basically what we would do is say a race like this, you'd probably have 4 riders and you break it up into 4 sections. And each guy is just responsible for that one section. And what I like to do, if I was going to be, like, say, starting this, I would start to get my body in that sleep cycle. And, you know, sleep in late, stay up really late. Usually I would like to pre-run my section once during the day, at least once during the day, so I could kind of see everything. But then if I was going to be riding it at night, I would ride it at night and pre-run it at exactly the same time, so all of your landmarks are the same. Because what happens a lot of times out here during the day, you can see all the valleys and the mountains and all your landmarks.
You can predict, you can anticipate.
You know where you're at.
Right.
But at night, especially if there's not a lot of moonlight, all you see is what your lights are showing you. And you lose all those landmarks. So it makes it totally different, and you read the terrain different. So at the level of the 2 teams that are in the front, you know, these guys, it's a desert race, but they're not far off of like a motocross pace. I mean, they're pushing. And and when you have that many riders, you can break it up. Because if you're only doing, say, 300 miles each, you can hold that pace.
You can sprint that 300 and pass the bike off to the next guy and keep that pace going. That's
Well, when we take a look at this entire course, guys, you know, we talked about how we've all been through the San Felipe 250, the 300, the 400. You finally think you got to the end, and then surprise, you've got to complete the San Felipe 250, which is probably going to have the highest attrition rate on this whole thing.
One of the things that is interesting about running this race backwards from how we normally run it is usually, I feel like the northern part of Baja is a little more technical and rough. We run more races up there. So you end up with it being a lot more kind of tore up, more whoops, a lot of rocks. The southern part, usually when you got to Bay of LA, it's pretty wide open, and other than Laredo and a couple little areas where it's technical. And then all the way into La Paz is pretty fast. This time, you're in all the fast stuff, and then you get to the really rough technical at the end. And then, so that's when your equipment is wore out, your crew's wore out, and you're going into the toughest part of the whole race course.
Wow. Okay, well, speaking of the race course, we'd like to do a little shout out here to our social media, and we've got some great footage. Now, guys, if you have anything you capture today, please go upload it or tag @Score International so we can see what you're doing. But here's some captures that we had earlier. So there's some great shots of what was taking place about 5-6 hours ago. Again, we were commenting about just the incredible turnout at 1 a.m. and how La Paz really shows up, and it's only going to swell as it goes on. But, again, we really do appreciate all of the social media videos you guys keep sending in. We've got hours and hours left to go, so we want to see as much stuff as you can, so please send that into @Score International. What else can we see? I'm going back to the map here, just taking a quick look at the bikes. Things are looking still relatively the same, but they are moving. They're starting to slowly spread out just a little bit. We're getting a little bit of separation now.
I think the last I checked, too, the lead ATV had already worked into about 17th overall out of the bikes, so he's actually starting to work his way through the pack.
Down.
I'd say by the end of the race, the lead ATV will probably work into almost the top 5 out of the bikes.
Impressive.
Those guys are running at a good pace, but yeah, it definitely looks like you've got the two lead bikes that are pulling away.
Yeah, you got Karen Nairn and Mark Samuels right now kind of battling at you, and Samuels is nipping at his heels. And we'll see how the Juan Carlos does as well.
And you got to think, if you're at home looking at the tracker and you see this, you're like, oh, that's not that much space, but that is a lot of racetrack between, you know, the number 2 bike and the number 3 bike. Like, that's a big old gap there for them to be putting on everybody.
25 miles or so, maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Cool.
Especially this early on in the day.
Yeah. And we are getting close to the honor guard and the salute to the flag ceremony. We're going to be going down to that. Let's take a look. Always a great tradition, great way to honor.
Yeah, one of the things that we're talking about too with Baja Sur and La Paz is they don't get to see the races as often. So the turnout that they've had down there has been amazing. And in talking to guys pre-running, even there's been thousands of people lining the course all week while they're pre-running. So the excitement and anticipation that's going on down there is amazing.
Yeah, and these competitors are going to thrive off that adrenaline. It's going to fuel them.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to fuel them.
I mean, as a competitor, especially like towards the end of a race, as you start coming into the finish and you see all the spectators, you know, like you're about to make it, you definitely get an extra boost. You're like, oh man, like, all right, I got to make it. I got to make it.
Yeah.
So it keeps you pushing. So all you fans out there, make sure to cheer these guys on.
For sure. Let's see if we can hear a little bit about what they're saying.
I haven't stopped working to make this possible. We haven't stopped working to make all of this happen. And I want to take this point para presentar al presidente y director de carreras de Score Internacional, mi compañero de aventuras, Abelardo Grijalva Carranza, el genio detrás de todo esto. Abelardo Grijalva Carranza, President and Race Director of Score International, my partner in crime. Thank you. También agradecerles pues todo el apoyo para poder hacer esto posible. Tenemos cobertura de medios, cerca de 300 integrantes de medios nacionales y extranjeros que han sido acreditados, incluyendo las cadenas CNN, CBS, Morning Show, NBC Sports, A&E, e incluyendo inclusive un programa reality más popular de Europa, que todos han venido, señor gobernador, para ser parte de esta historia. We want to tell you that La Paz,
so great to see the support and the camaraderie in the communities and the countries coming together. 56th Score International Baja 1000. I mean, this is just quite a momentous occasion. Let's talk a little bit more about what makes this so historical. I mean, we know it's one of the second longest races, but Wes, maybe if there's anything you want to speak to, what makes this a little extra special?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, this is the very first time that it's run from La Paz back to Ensenada. So that's, to me, is a total game changer.
Yeah.
And then, you know, to make it even tougher on the teams that are in this, Score decided to make it a Baja 1000 plus a San Felipe 300. So, like, we kind of joked about that, where not only are you doing a Baja 1000, let's just throw in an extra 300 miles in there.
Let's see what you got.
Of more grueling terrain, just to kind of, you know, rub your face in it a little bit.
Right.
So they're going to get a good dose of Baja here. There are some new sections that we're running. So one of the things that's really cool is they're starting on the Malecon in La Paz.
Right.
So that's a first. And it's a real start. So they're taking off, going into speed zone, and then heading out.
Yeah.
So we're not doing like any ceremonial starts or anything.
Right,
So that's really cool. Another area that is a first is through Laredo.
Yeah.
They're actually going down the Malecon as well. So I'm a little jealous I'm not racing this because I've never got to do that. That's, you know, pretty cool. So those of you that don't know your Baja history, you've got a lot of missions through here. And this course goes through, like, one of my favorite little towns is called San Javier.
Okay.
And there's an old mission up there. It's from, I think, late 1600s, early 1700s.
Wow.
But like going through Laredo as well, you've got an old mission in town, and then you're running along the beach. So there are some new sections, and you know, I just think course-wise, the Score did an amazing job coming up with a great challenge here, where you have a mix of high speed and technical. Again, in talking to the guys pre-running and watching videos of everyone pre-running, you got a little bit of everything thrown at you. So high speed sections, gnarly silt beds, super rocky sections, big whoops, all of it. So, you know, it's really, this is the ultimate test for man and machine.
This is the gladiators of the desert. You know, these are titans out there going to battle. Nick, any thoughts?
I'm just, you know, something that's always drawn me to Mexico and all that stuff, and Baja races is just like he was, you know, mentioning earlier, just like you're almost on like a history lesson. Like you get to go through all these like historic places and see all these beautiful things, and it's like as you're pre-running, you get to take your time and you get to go look at this and check that out. But like when you're racing, like you're going through there at full tilt and you're like you're talking like flying through Laredo full speed right there on the, you know, on the main drags and all that stuff, and it's just. That's something you don't ever get to do, and like, you know, doing something like this with Score and having the ability to go and, you know, run full tilt through these, you know, amazing historical places is just incredible. It definitely makes me jealous.
I mean, there's areas that you literally are going back in time.
Yeah.
So like,
well, you're going to areas that most people never go. You know what I mean? Like
really, like the area through San Javier that I was talking about.
Yeah.
I can remember. In '95, that was my first Baja 1000, and the town was run off of a generator. That's how they had their electricity.
Yeah.
And at 10 p.m. at night, they shut off the generator, and no more electricity for the town. And you know, you've got the old mission there, and then you have the streets are cobblestone.
Yeah.
There was no paved road. Now it's gotten modernized a little bit, but when you're still up there, like I said, you're going 50 to 100 years back in time. So it's pretty awesome to be able to experience that and race through those conditions.
Well, we've been chatting quite a bit here about this course. Why don't we take a deeper dive, a more granular look at this year's Baja 1000 course map.
Baja Peninsula course and see what the world's best desert racers will be battling. Facing a total distance of just over 1,300 miles of rugged Baja California terrain, for the first time the competitors will start the iconic race on the picturesque Malecón in La Paz, Mexico. The incredibly beautiful and ridiculously rugged race course has 324 total virtual checkpoints, 3 physical full-stop checkpoints, and featured 9 BFGoodrich tires pits. After leaving the Malecón in La Paz along the Sea of Cortez, the course winds its way north through the Mexican state of Baja California Sur. The racers will pass near several legendary Spanish missions on their way north, from race mile 50 across Arroyo Seco. The course hits its first stretch along the Pacific Ocean up to race mile 220. At race mile 277, the racers will pass by Mission de San Javier, on top of the Sierra de la Giganta. And at race mile 300, for the first time in Score history, the course will go through the Malecón in Laredo, again by the Sea of Cortez. At race mile 632, the course crosses from Baja California Sur into the state of Baja California for the final half of the race. The course nears the Pacific Ocean for the final time at race mile 821 near Bahia Blanco. Throughout its path, the race course grinds through numerous Baja washes. At race mile 1014, the racers will begin a treacherous trek through 6 of the most challenging ones around San Felipe: Matomi, Azufre, Boulder Canyon, Guatamote, Chanate, and Amarillas. Once they get through that gauntlet, at race mile 1200, the course passes Valle de Trinidad and climbs the infamous Goat Trail behind Santa Catarina, then by Rancho El Mezcal to Ojos Negros. And then on to the finish line in Ensenada.
I'm not even out there. And I'm watching this map, and I'm already exhausted. I cannot fathom how these guys are doing it. I mean, we've talked a little bit about preparation, but we know that Baja always seems to win, and you're battling the elements, and you know, you can pre-run all you want, but I mean, at the same time, you just, you know, you're kind of up to the fate of the gods sometimes.
Yeah, you know.
How do they do it?
You can, you can prep your vehicle the best, put all the brand new parts, brand new bolts, brand new everything, hope for the best, but you know, at the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to luck and just having that perfect plan. And so, especially like we were just talking while we were watching the course preview, it's like going through Matomi at mile marker 1,000.
Yeah.
Like, think about that. Like, you just did an entire Baja 1000. Now you get to go through some rocky, rough, sandy.
Let's dive into that. Describe a little bit about for our viewers, like, what are these drivers facing once they hit Matomi?
I don't even know, because you think about it, because I've never driven through Matomi personally. Yeah. I've seen all the videos, I've seen all the pictures. Like, I understand like what you're about to go through and what you're about to get into. Yeah. But like going through, at 1,000 miles, your vehicle's rough. You got to think, unless you're having that perfect day, you never touched anything, you never got out once, your vehicle's rough. So then to be able to start putting that vehicle through like a very grueling part of the racetrack, like mentally as a driver, you're literally just hoping and praying the whole time. You're like, stay together. You're hitting the holes, like, don't be flat, don't fall apart. Right. And you're still like, at that point, you've still got, like I said, a whole San Felipe 250 to go after you get through that. Like, that's just incredible.
As if the course isn't rough enough, there's also booby traps that these guys got to watch out for too.
Yeah, well, and to go back to the course in San Felipe, a wild card there is they had a torrential rainstorm last night. Yeah. So Ensenada and San Felipe got flooded. So everyone that pre-ran, some of those areas, you might have new rain ruts. Who knows what exactly happened there. So I was seeing pictures on social media, and it looked like the streets of Ensenada were underwater. So that may change some things up for some guys.
We saw some really deep ruts just like 4 days ago or so when they were out. I mean, they were like 3-4 feet deep. Yeah. They were massive.
So, I mean, there could be mud puddles, there could be washouts, all of that. Now, to go back to the booby traps, so people that aren't really familiar with Baja and racing down there, you've got booby traps, and they're basically what that is the spectators will make obstacles out on the course to kind of make things a little bit more exciting while they're watching.
That's a good way to put it.
So, I've seen ditches, telephone poles across the course, a whole slew of things.
You had a crazy experience with the telephone pole. You want to talk about that real quick?
Yeah, I have. Back, I don't know, it was like 98 or something. We were racing the 1,000, and I was on a quad, and it was near Valle Trinidad. And we're going wide open, fifth gear wide open down a road, and I saw something across the road. I'm like, what is that? And I thought it was just a pile of dirt, so I didn't really let off. And at the last second, I realized it was a pile of dirt piled onto a telephone pole. So,
and you're going how fast?
Probably 85, 90. And I think the thing that saved me was I didn't let off. Yeah. And I did about a 200-yard nose wheelie, but saved it. So those are things, like, when you're out on the course, when I tell people are coming down here and racing for the first time, is when you see a bunch of spectators somewhere, like, think in the back of your mind, they're probably here for a reason. Yeah. And why are they all sitting here? Yeah. So usually whenever I saw a bunch of people around, I would kind of check up a little bit, be on the lookout for something going on. Yeah. That's generally a good rule to follow down here.
Yeah, because I think most of the time a spectator, a media guy, a cameraman, they're not there to watch you go down a graded road or a flat right turn. There's usually something to see at the vehicle or rider be upset. So, yeah, definitely something to look out for.
Now, some of the benefits of having spectators around are when mishaps happen. Absolutely. We've seen spectators come out and help you. If something like that does go sideways, they're out there to either get you back on the course. Maybe they got a spare part. Maybe they can help get you where you need to go. So it's really this incredible immersive family of competition. It's really wild.
Yeah, I think you're never out there alone. I mean, you are out there alone, but in the hills there's usually somebody there to help you out with something.
Sure.
So
yeah, talking about the spectators and them helping. What's funny with this course is you look at it and you're in some extremely desolate areas. Yeah. And it always amazes me how there'll be like some guy with a fire sitting on top of a hill, and you're like, how did you even get out here? Like, where did you come from?
He's like a shaman.
And like literally, I've broken down or had mechanical issues in the middle of nowhere, and someone comes running up out of nowhere, and you're like, well, where did you just come from? And they'll help you out. I've had a rancher, hook a rope to my quad and tow me out before. So one of the things that is special about racing in Baja is that connection that as a racer you have with the spectators down here, and them cheering you on and then also helping you, and then every now and then I've had a couple rocks or bottles thrown at me, and so I mean they mix it up for you all the way around.
Yeah.
Keep you on your toes.
You had a crazy rock story too that we talked about too, about people coming out of nowhere throwing a rock on your chest. I don't know what the intention was there. Maybe a dare But wow.
I think that was about 2 in the morning in the dump by Vizcaíno, and there's a couple thousand people there. So I would say that was probably liquid courage.
There you go.
Induced.
That happens.
It definitely seemed like that was a rowdy bunch that I was going through at that point.
Wow. All right. Well, I'm just reviewing the map right now, and I'm going to zoom in on our current leaders, and it looks like this just pinged. If you look right here, guys, we've got a battle again. It looks like now Mark Samuels is up, at least right now on this map. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it looks like those two guys are just
close.
on each other's bumpers.
0.2 miles ahead.
Mark
physical.
here.
Yeah.
So. 0 seconds ago, right? Well, Karen didn't ping until 3 minutes ago, so we'll see. But right now, these guys are definitely in it to win it. No.
I think those two teams are just going to be neck and neck.
Yeah.
Unless one of them has a mechanical problem, they'll be tight like this the whole way.
To the finish.
Do you have any predictions? I mean, we're not in Vegas, but who do you, in your gut, who do you think is going to come out on top today? It's a tough question because anything can happen, but let's see.
I think
for the bikes,
team that's a little bit more stacked would be the 3X team.
Yeah.
But then, the Samuels team I think has maybe a little more experience. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, he's amazing.
I think it's a crapshoot. It could go either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all going to
It's going to be who has a clean race.
So here we go. Now it just pinged. Karen's still up front now, and he just switched with Mark. So, all right. Yep.
Man.
I mean, it looks like they're less than a mile apart for the most part. Yeah, maybe a little over a mile, but, I mean, they're real close.
Wes, a little while ago, you had done a video speaking about washes, and we'll get to that in a minute. But talk to us about maybe the challenges or what to expect when going through one.
Yeah, so the washes, especially like when we race through San Felipe and stuff, they change all the time.
Yeah.
And with the weather of Baja, you have a lot of hurricanes and thunderstorms and stuff that'll come through, and you'll literally have a wall of water come through a wash, and it can turn it from 3 foot deep whoops into a smooth section, but it also can create a bunch of washouts and things like that. So they're really an ever-changing part of these race courses down here, and we're running through a lot of them. So some of these sections, the washes are actually all rock.
Yeah.
Like through like Fred's Tractor Trail and I think kind of some of the Laredo area too. Yeah. And then, you get up north towards San Felipe and they're more sand, but then you also have areas where you've got big, 500 to 1,000 foot walls on either side, and it'll narrow up, and then you've got big boulders that you got to crawl through. So, there's just a lot of challenges there. There's a lot of embedded rocks too. Sure. So, last year I hit one in the middle of the night that I didn't see. It was in the outside of a berm and double flatted. We only carry one flat. So that creates a problem. So you got to stay on your toes in there and watch through things. Generally, you try to mark those when you're pre-running.
Sure. Get a heads up.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. Let's take a look at the video.
These washes have developed over millions of years, and mainly what has created these canyons and washes is hurricanes coming up through the Pacific from like down by Cabo, and generally they'll come around and then into the Baja Peninsula. And they hit at various points, but San Felipe definitely gets hit sometimes. There was a recent hurricane about a year or two ago that did a lot of damage here. So you can see the debris where it's ripped these trees down. There was a large amount of water flowing through here, and you can even look behind me over here. You've got this tree, and this is a good watermark that shows how high the debris went, where I'm 6'3", and it looks to me like the water was close to as high as me. So if you can imagine this whole wash full of a raging river rolling all the way down this canyon. And one of the things that does is the course will get whooped through here, but then when you have a big flood like that, it cleans out the whole wash and clears it out. So one of the last times I ran through here, the course was really fast, And then, over time, it'll be dry for a while, and the bumps will start to develop again, and it'll get rough, and then here comes another hurricane and cleans it all out. And you end up with a tree looking like this.
That's impressive.
These videos are so invaluable. It's really cool to see you in the course, and you really do get a sense now. You said you're 6'3". You can get an idea of how much water's coming through, the power, how it manipulates the area. Sometimes it'll make or break you.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, those canyons got made by something, and there's some serious amounts of water going through there.
Right.
So, I mean, that is one of the things that is really unique and interesting with off-road racing is the courses are always changing.
Yeah.
So you can go through a section one year and it's a certain way, and then you go through it another year and it's totally different.
For sure. Speaking of courses changing, we had some reroutes earlier this morning. They had to reroute, and there's course corrections and things like that. As a driver, how do you you don't really have a choice, but how do you mentally prepare? Like, you've been pre-running, you've got a plan, you hope. And then all of a sudden, Score's like, guess what?
Yeah, we're changing it on you.
We're going to change it on you. What do you think, Nick?
I mean, I guess you just kind of find a little, solace in the fact that you're not the only one with this change.
Yeah.
You've got the whole slew of guys you're racing with that are about to go through the same exact thing you're about to go through. So you have a little bit of comfort in that. I mean, obviously you do your best, and hopefully you can lean on your experience and, your past races to be like, oh, I know this section. I think I know this. And you just try to hopefully plan the best you can to get through that spot.
It's the power of having gone through it before. But yet we've got experience, and yet we've got some competitors out there that are just winging it for the first time.
One of the things of being successful in this type of racing is you need to prepare and have the best plan possible, but you also need to be able to adjust that plan and think on your feet and change and adapt, because generally you're never going to have a perfect race.
Right.
You're always going to have a flat or some sort of small mechanical issue, and you need to be able to work with that. And it's whoever can overcome adversity the best generally will win a race. So, whether it's course or Score making a course change, or it's a flash flood coming in the night before, or a huge silt bed developing, or a bottleneck, whatever, you just got to always, you got your plan, but you got to have plan B, C, and D as well.
Just in case.
So,
pull it out of your back pocket.
Yeah.
Is there one particular element, though, that you have that really will like make or break you? Like when you're thinking, there's mechanical stuff, there's weather, but what is the one key thing that you feel like tends to separate everybody?
Preparation.
It's prep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say so. Yeah. It's just like he was saying, like whether it's vehicle preparation, team preparation, plan preparation, it's like 90% of an off-road race is won in the garage. Like without a doubt, that 10% is up to the driver and the navigator and your crew doing all that. But everything is won in the shop, at home, planning, preparing, packing, everything down to chase trucks, food, coolers, making sure everybody's fed and hydrated, to making sure bolts are torqued properly, and you've got this and you've got that. It's literally all in the preparation to get you to that finish line. And like you were saying, it's not necessarily who's the fastest on the course, it's who can adapt to these changes the quickest and with the strongest, fix or what have you to get you there to the finish line. So
well, a long way to get to the finish line, but we've got actually some race action at race mile 275. Check this out. We got something. We got something.
Weather.
Spectators out there in the pitch black.
They're camping out.
They're camping, right?
So I think that's coming into Laredo.
Okay.
They even saw that. You saw the debris and everything come off the front tires, so it looks like maybe something was wet down there, having to adapt to something there. So
Sure. In the dark.
In the dark, yeah.
Yeah, there's some washes and water crossings through that area, so that's probably...
There we go.
There you go, yep.
Yeah, I think this is actually leading up into San Javier. Okay. There's some water crossings that have a lot of cobble rocks.
This is at race mile 275.
Yeah, so...
Wow. Yeah.
I'm going to say that's coming into San Javier.
Water rocks, darkness.
I like to consider myself somewhat of a tougher guy. But to be out there on a motorcycle right now in the pitch black, riding around, well, obviously not right now, but at the start of this race, like, man, that takes a special somebody to be out there by yourself on a two-wheeler, just
the bikes always kick it off.
Yeah.
They always get short.
Dudes.
Yeah, they are. They're the heroes. I mean, and we talked about who is going to be the real hero, the hero battle. Is it going to be the bikes or the 11 class?
Right.
Who can make it through this intense, insane course?
Yeah, that's our glutton of punishment award.
Yeah, yes, yeah, yes.
I'm not sure if it's Class 11 guys or if it's the Ironman guys.
Ironman guys. Yeah,
and even with that, is it the Ironman on
a
a quad or Ironman on a dirt bike?
Man, I would say Ironman on a quad's got to be such a tough job. Like, you can't pick a line there. You're just catching everything side to side, bouncing all over the place. Like, anybody who's ridden a quad knows, like, you kind of hope, you kind of suggest where the thing goes, but you're basically just holding on to that thing and hoping for the best.
And you can see in the headlights, look, it's raining.
Oh, yeah.
You can see that coming down.
So you're dealing with,
you're dealing with that. You can't see anything. Your visor's getting wet.
Dust sticking to it.
One of the other things I was going to say, too, is with the water crossings, sometimes, especially on a dirt bike or a quad, you'll get doused with water, and now you're soaking wet.
You're freezing.
Yep.
And it can be cold. If your pants get wet, you can get chafing and things like that. I mean,
I'm not kidding. You told me a gruesome story at dinner last night. We won't go there, but yeah, man. I mean, it's punishing. Yeah.
At least when you're in a truck and you get wet, because same thing, you get wet going through water crossings. You've got a 600 or 700 horsepower heater that sits between you and your navigator. That's like warming your legs up at least. But man, yeah, these guys are just something else. I'll tell you what.
Look at that.
That's just wild. And what's crazy is, light technology's come a long ways and all that, but you can only put so much light on a motorcycle. You're not putting light racks on these things. You've got, maybe 2 in the number plate, and you got something on your head, and that's about it, And
look at this.
You're out there just exploring.
Some great shots with the sun starting to come up there.
Beautiful shot, and that's and that is also part of the beauty of being out here in Baja. Certainly, you get that history lesson, the visceral experience, and then you get to do it on some of the most gorgeous landscapes out there.
It'd be hard for me not to just stop and hang out right there.
Pull over,
have a
hot dog.
I literally was going to say, I've been in some races where you're running along the coast, and especially I think by Baja de Concepcion, and you'll look and the sun's rising and there's this amazing sunrise, or if I'm on the Pacific and there's surf, and I'm like, oh man, look at those waves. I'm like, wait, focus on the course, focus on the course.
That. That's just like the big allure, I think, to off-road racing in general is like you're not racing through populated areas. You're racing through these wild, desolate spots, and you get to see these things that, the general public will probably never see in their lives, and you're blitzing through there as fast as you can, but sometimes you got to slow down a little bit and
drink it in.
Just realize, this may be, the time I get to see this. This is insane, You're living in that moment.
They're literally right about to go by Scorpion Bay, which is a world-class surf spot.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, are you a surfer, Wes? You get out there, you hit the waves a little bit?
I live in Las Vegas now, so it's a little hard to surf there, but
strange waves
when I lived in San Diego,
surfing the waves of finances.
Yeah. Wake surfing.
Wake surfing?
There it is.
Right on.
Water sports.
Well, some great shots down there from Race Mile 275. And again, everybody, if you guys are capturing anything else on the course, please send it into @Score International, and we'll get it up as fast as we can. Now, this is looking a little more current.
Yeah, I got the sun coming up.
Sun's coming up
right there.
Now we're still at Race Mile 275. Get a more clearer sense of what these guys are going through. Slowing down, it's getting splashed, wet feet.
Yeah.
The other thing for these bikes here is in those cobble rocks, they're slippery.
Oh.
So when they're wet, you got to really be careful that the front end doesn't wash out on you, or the rear end kicks out and you go down.
Yeah, and that's the last thing you want to do is go down in rocks like that in water. It's double negative there.
Approximately, what is maybe the average speed that these guys are going to be going to complete this in one piece?
I think the lead bikes are going to be the lead bikes are going to probably be north of 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I'd say 52, somewhere around there. You do have 50 hours, though, to complete this course, which is a 26 mile an hour average.
Yeah.
So your Ironman guys, I know some of them will stop, rest for like an hour, eat, go to the bathroom, do whatever they need to do, then get back on.
Yeah.
I think some even like power nap, So you got to kind of, in the Ironman class, you got to weigh it out of, am I better off to just try to power through this?
Sure.
Or do I push a little harder and then stop and take breaks?
Yeah.
So that is, and to be honest, I'm not sure which is better for that class, and especially in a race this long.
Yeah.
Because, they're not going to average 50 miles an hour, so they're going to be on the bike. I was thinking somewhere in 35 hours or so.
It's a lot.
So that's a long time. I mean, for those of you at home, imagine just driving a motorcycle down the freeway for 32 hours.
Imagine just driving a car for 32 hours or something else. Are you kidding me?
Exactly.
And you got these Ironman guys too. They're not going to be running up front all day long. They're going to end up mixing in with traffic.
Exactly. They're going to blend in.
You're going to get the lead trucks catching up.
I was going to say they're going to get caught by the four-wheel vehicles, and then that's where it gets really interesting because you can have some hair-raising moments for both sides there.
Right.
Absolutely.
Because as the truck or car driver, you don't want to run over a motorcycle, but as the motorcycle or quad, you don't want to run over either.
You don't get nerfed there either.
The smart thing to do as the bike getting caught is just get the hell out of the way.
Yeah. Get the hell out of the way. Let's take a look at Andy Kirk. He's got a video of how his experience has been going thus far.
Well, I just finished my section. Had a good time. Didn't crash. Didn't break the bike, which is the most important part. Passed about 5 guys. I got passed by Brandon Wright Ironman, and other than that, I had a good fun time. So glad to be done with it.
That's great, and it's great that Andy can compete in this as opposed to being up in the air and getting great shots that we love. But I know that he's happy to be down there and competing.
Yeah. I mean, this is an awesome race, so I'm envious of him being out there.
Yeah,
absolutely. And that's got to be such a good feeling too. Sitting in the back of the chase truck after successfully getting through your section.
Section.
Yeah, and just knowing, because you've got not just the weight of your own stresses on your shoulders, but you've got a whole team of guys that they're leaning on you to give them a bike. And so you get through all those stresses, you hand the bike off, and you're almost like, all right, cool, I'm done with that part. Now I'm chase duty. That's got to be such a great feeling sitting there in the back of that chase truck and taking a snooze and catching up with the rest of the race. So.
Well, you accomplished your job for that race.
Yeah, it's got to be a great feeling.
So, like I was saying, for these guys, they're probably 4 or 5 riders, and you break it up into those sections, and it's like if each guy does his job, then you have a successful race.
Absolutely.
So if you get your part done, you did what you were supposed to do.
For sure. Well, the bikes and the quads have been out there for coming up on almost 8 hours. In about 8 minutes, we're going to start moving into the 4-wheel.
Ooh,
here we go. We got a shot starting.
Got a Herps truck here, looks like. Jason Montez there in the passenger seat.
Now, this top 10 of 4 wheels is these teams are just out of control.
Absolutely.
They are amazing. And, Nick, I think you could really speak to this too about, the construction. We talk a lot about the mechanics.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Now, just looking at this first team, the Menzies team, right?
Yeah.
These guys are all aggressive.
Destructive.
Destructive
You got
drivers.
some destructive dudes.
Really, they're all top notch.
Yep.
Are they going to be able to even complete it? Are they going to be able to make it through without mechanical issues because they run so hard?
I would hope so. You don't get to this place in the career, in off-road racing. You don't get to these top spots. You don't, become an Andy McMillan, a Bryce Menzies, a Tavo, a Luke, or somebody like that without understanding how to keep a vehicle alive.
Okay.
And that's such a big part of it because, anybody with a right foot and 2 hands can drive a truck super fast.
Sure.
It's knowing when to back that car off and when to slow it down. Yeah. Now, maybe that team is a little bit delayed on their backing off than most teams and a little bit more, aggressive on equipment. But I think going into something like this, we talked such a monumental race. They've been thinking about this for over a year. They've been planning for it. And so I think that we're all racers and we all let it take over us a little bit, but I think they'll probably have a little bit more restraint than normal when it comes to an off-road race, knowing that, like we talked earlier, it's not just, them they're relying on. They've got 3 or 2 other guys on their team that they need to get this car to and pass it along for the bigger picture of getting that car to the finish line. So,
here's our starting positions here for the trophy truck. Up first, Bryce Menzies in the 7th truck, followed by Luke McMillan, Alan Impudia in 3rd, Cameron Steele in 4th, Mike Walzer in 5th, 6th, Larry Rossler, 7, Dan McMillan, 8th, Chris Polvardi, 9, Kevin Thompson, and 10, Gustavo Vidolsola in the 1L truck. And then starting in the Class 1s, we've got Cody Reed, followed by Al Torres, then Brad Wilson, Cody Parkhouse, 5th, Kyle Quinn, 6th, Butch Jensen, 7, Brendan Gaughan, 8, Mario Hernandez, 9, Alejandro El Sanchez in the number 198 truck, and then Damian Jeffrey rounding out the top 10. Going into the specs, trophy truck specs, we got Jason McNeil in 1st, followed by Jordan Brenthal. 3rd, Thor Herbst. 4, Michael Marsal. 5, Charles Dorrance. 6th, Scott Shields, followed by Mason Cullen in 7th. Then 8th, Stephen Beal. 9th, David Ziegler. And finally, in the 10 is Vincent Munzo. And then here is the actual schedule, so you guys can kind of get an idea of how this is all playing out. So as you can see, we've been going. The Moto Quad coverage has been live since 12. And then here we are, kicking things off. We'll go until 4 o'clock for the four-wheel vehicle coverage. And then we'll take a break for about 10 hours or so. But then we're going to come back to you guys at 2:30 in the morning, all the way through to 10 a.m. for the race finish. And then, obviously, 10 to 12 will be the finish line coverage. And finally, on Saturday the 18th, from midnight until the finish, will be the finish line coverage as well. So, lots of racing to do. Let's talk about a little bit the difference between these Mason trucks, these four wheels, but then we got Cameron Steele in the two-wheel drive, first-generation truck, and they won it in 2018.
Yeah.
What do you advantages, disadvantages to having an all-wheel versus two-wheel?
It's tough for me to say because like everybody always used to lean on the reliability of the all-wheel drive. Well, that you can throw that completely out the window. These trucks are reliable now. They're just as reliable as a two-wheel drive.
Yeah.
I think a course like this, the all-wheel drive, I don't want to say a disadvantage. It's going to be tough because the top 10 trucks, 9 of them are Mason all-wheel drive trucks.
Right.
Like that's that's just odds. Like one of those trucks is going to cross that finish line first. I mean, unless Cameron can pull a rabbit out of his hat and make some magic happen, like, which I mean, I hope for. You know, I'm a big underdog rooter. Not calling Cameron an underdog because he's been in this sport longer than any of us. But you know, as the two-wheel drive, 10, 12-year-old geyser truck, like. And when it comes to equipment, he's the underdog, and it's like I'd like to see him do well.
Sure. And that's a first-gen Geyser truck that he's driving. And they're on Gen 5 now, right?
Yep. Something like that. So, Gen 6 is G6. Yeah. So
Okay. Yeah.
Impressive.
So, he did make updates on that truck, but it's not the latest, greatest that some of these other teams are running.
And that's and I think that's where it comes down to preparation. Cameron Steele is probably one of the most prepared guys. He knows Baja like the back of his hand. He knows the lines. He knows the ins and the outs. And he's done his pre-running. So if he can have a clean day, I don't see him not being in the top 3.
I love it.
That's the hope.
I love it. All right, enough from us, guys. Let's go down to race start with Rat.
Buenos dias from beautiful La Paz. It is race day. We sent the bikes off at 1 this morning, and we have the trophy trucks kicking off the four-wheel vehicles. Bryce Menzies first off the line. This is the BFGoodrich Tires Score Baja 1000 brought to you by K&N, and it is going to be an absolutely epic adventure and battle for all these drivers. This is the first time for the 50th anniversary of Score. 1,300 miles, reverse peninsula run from La Paz back up to Ensenada. As I mentioned, Bryce Menzies first off the line, and the 2022 Score World Desert Champion in our Score Trophy truck, Luke McMillan, right behind him. So we're about getting ready to get this party started, folks. So I hope you're tuned in. Let everybody know you could check it out live all day long on our Score Off-Road app, YouTube, and ScoreInternational.com. It is about go time. I got to jump back up here and drop the green flag for these racers. It's go time right here in beautiful La Paz. Let's do this. Let's go racing. Bryce Menzies, he took that win at the Score Baja 400. All of these vehicles this weekend, their starting position is based on their finish at the Baja 400. And he is locked and loaded and ready to do what he does best. That's right. Go battle these drivers, and you have to battle Baja. That's the Red Bull Score Trophy truck of Bryce Menzies leaving the line.
Oh, who makes these up? What the hell? Somebody took some of my... They took my pages, huh?
California, in that Mason Motorsport built machine. And he's teaming up with Rob McCachran. Rob McCachran is doing the starting. And our next driver up hails from Ensenada, Baja California. Tires, Monster Energy, La Familia, KMC Wheels, K&N Filters, Lucas Oil, EBCO, and Impact Safety. Number 10, Alan Ampudia. Going to battle. Our next driver up's out of San Clemente, California. He has a Baja 1000 win under his belt. He's driving for Monster Energy, BFGoodrich Tire, FIDAC, Fox, Baja HQ, Raceline Wheels, iBox Springs, VP Race Fuels, Baja Designs, Sparco, Prime Fabrication, and FK Rod Ends. Number 16, the General of the Desert Assassins himself, Mr. Cameron Steele. And our next driver up, he's out of Comfort, Texas, driving for Toyo Tires, VP Racing Fuels, Optima Batteries, Baja Designs, Steel It, Vision Wheels, K&N, Fox Shock, Kicker Audio, and FK Rod Ends. Number 89, Mike Walser. This is that insane, we talk about these super teams out here, and this is one of them. Baja Vita Snacks, Baja Jerky, Quad Lock, Cantina Racing, BFGoodrich Tires, California number 43, Larry Rosler, teaming up. Eric Brandt's going to be in the truck. This all-wheel drive countdown has begun as he goes to battle it against the best Baja racers on the planet. And the Baja Vita Snacks machine is going green. Our next driver up is out of El Cajon, California, in another Mason Motorsports built machine, driving for DLM Properties. Four-wheel parts, BFGoodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, SDG Suspension, Fox, and VP Racing Fuels. Number 23, Dan McMillan. next driver in our unlimited score trophy truck division, he hails from Hemet, California, and another Mason Motorsports built machine. He's sponsored by Norseman Racing, Baja Designs, BFGoodrich Tires, Fox, KMC Wheels, Joe Gibbs Engine getting the horsepower down, and Alpha ESS. He's teaming up with Bobby McCoy, Rick D. Johnson, Travis McCoy, Ricky Johnson, Jonathan Faulkner, and the man himself, Rolf Helen. He's out of Hemet, California. This driver that's in the car, number 91, driver record, Christopher Pulvordi. And our next driver, he's out of New Braunfels, Texas, driving for Concrete Motorsports, King Shocks, Joe Gibbs Engines, BFGoodrich Tires, Baja Designs, KMC Wheels, Heatwave, and Beverly Hills Rejuvenation. He's teaming up with Harley Lettner, Bo Morton, Jesse Jones, and Brent Bowman in another Herbst Smith Fab built machine, number 70, Kevin Thompson. We talk about these super teams out here, so many of these trophy truck drivers teaming up with the guys they normally race against to battle this epic 1,310-mile course. But getting ready to go on course right now, number 70, Kevin Thompson. And your 2022 SCORE World Desert Champion in our SCORE Trophy Truck Legend Division. He's in the Ford Raptor out of Mexicali, driving for Mexlog, Toyo Tires, Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, King Shock, Howe, and Impact. Number 1L teaming up with Ricky Johnson, Victor Valenzuela, Nico Ambrez, Andres Rodriguez, Mike Coleman, and Mike Johnson. Number 1L, the legend, Gustavo Vildosola Sr. Our next driver up is driving that Geyser SCORE Trophy truck. He's driving for VP Racing Fuels, Adonia Yachts, Raceline Wheels, BFGoodrich Tires, and Trailers Unlimited, teaming up with Gavin Weber, Christina Genova, Ryan Pullman, Luke Smith, and Dodge Pullman. Number 26, Dave Taylor. Our next driver up is from San Marcos, California. He's teaming up with Julio Quintero, Dustin Phillips, Don Brown, Justin Hampton, Adam Householder, and Ross Savage. This truck is sponsored by TE Motorsports, Toyota Escondido Action Sports, KMC, VP, BFGoodrich Tires, Electrotech Powder Coating, SDG, and Fox. Number 69, Andrew Myers. And there goes the TE Motorsports machine. Next driver to take the green flag, he's out of Las Vegas, Nevada, driving for TSA Motorsports, BF Goodrich Tires, Collins Motorsports, Croyer Racing Engines, Gearworks, Hella, and Walker Evans Wheels, putting that power to the ground. He's teaming up with Cody Swanee, Billy Gorky, Eric Bandstrom, Jeremy Hudson. Oh, sorry, this is Terrible Herps. I got ahead of myself there. Number 19 out of Las Vegas, Nevada, in that Herb Smith Fab built machine. Teaming up with Pat Dean, Jason Monte, Shane Robinson, James Dean, and Crody Groff. Number 19, Tim Herps. And this is the second Toyota Escondido racing truck. He's out of Newport Beach, California, driving for Toyota Escondido Racing, Hyundai Escondido Racing, Toyota Escondido Action Sports, TE Motorsports, KMC Wheels, VP Racing, Baja Kits, Danzio, Fortin, Slime, in this Brenthel race truck with that Toyota power plant. Number 6, Dan Myers. His brother Andrew just left the line, Dan, and then they have their other brother Steve in the Class 10 car with the Myers girls, brand new Illumicraft. But this is Dan Myers, number 6, Toyota Escondido bad boy himself, taking that green flag. Our next driver up, he drives for TSA Motorsports, BF Goodrich Tires, Collin Motorsports, Croyer Racing, Gearworks, Heller and Walker Evans. He's in that Ram power planted score trophy truck, number 87, Dallas Luttrell. Our next driver up is only 18 years of age. His first season driving the trophy truck is driver record. He's driving for Coast Aluminum Racing, Romo Race Prep, Cartech Mex, Method, Croyer Racing Engines, and Fox Racing Shocks, teaming up with his dad, Roberto Romo Sr., Oscar Bellarama, Alberto Medina, Juan Carlos Lopez, and Reynaldo Zavala. Number 33, the young gun, Roberto Romo Jr. Next driver to the line's out of Beaumont, California, driving for Top Line Industrial, Baja Designs, VP Racing Fuels, Ultra Wheels, BF Goodrich Tires, PCI Radios, Sparco, Dugan's Racing Engines, X-Track Transmissions, Vance and Hines Exhaust, King Shocks, and Titan Fuel Tank. Number 82, Sam Baldy. This next truck is sponsored by BFGoodrich Tires, Baja Designs, Impact, Alltech, TR Wheels, and Maxima. He's teaming up with his daughter, Chelsea Magnus, number 45, out of Denver, Colorado, Gary Magnus. Mango Racing, they've been around a long time. They do so much for so many other racers and the people of Baja. And the man himself right here, Mr. Gary Magnus, number 45. Brand new truck, American Honda factory back machine, driving for Honda Performance Development, Maxxis, Steal It, Baja Designs, Fox, Ibach, FK Rod Ends, Fluid Logic, KMC Wheels, Sparco, PCI, MPI, JE Reel, and Pro Eagle. He's out of Marana, Arizona in this bad to the bone, brand new twin turbo Honda power planted machine, number 9, Ethan Ebert. Nothing like the sound of a twin-turbo Honda V6, brand new truck. He's on course. Our next rider up is one of the local racers out of La Paz, Baja, California, sponsored by Baja Concrete, Baja Racing, Tacos Moriscos, Electra y Polimeria, Cedu, California, Aircon, and Hoyas Racing. He's got that Chevy LS motor power planted Score TT ready to rock and roll, number 36, Carlos Penunuri. 60 miles an hour speed limit down the Malecon, something we've never seen. I love La Paz, and this next driver is also from right here in La Paz. He's sponsored by VM Racing, Balazzaro Junior Motorsports, VM Golf Services, Transporte Murillo, Roxa, V17 Heavy Haul, Mexicana Express, SRT Racing, and No Money Team. Number 96, Felix Enrique Murillo Macias. This next truck is backed by Milwaukee Power Tools, BFGoodrich Tires, Maxima Racing Oils, J-Force Dynamics, PCI Race Radios, and Rigid Industries. It's a Brenthel Race Trucks built machine. Out of St. Louis, Montana, number 61L, David Payne. That's St. Louis, Montana. Missouri, excuse me. It just had an M next to it. Another one of our legend drivers right here, number 61L, David Payne. And our next driver is also a Score Trophy Truck Legend driver. Sponsored by Hoteles Mayores, Hoteles Paradise, Mayores Beach Club, Road Angel Towing and Storage, Baja Sauce, Bad Influence Race Prep, and Aldunes Transport. He's out of Culiacan, Mexico, number 55L, Jose Flores. He goes by El Mayo. Our next driver up is back for the first time this year. He wasn't going to miss this 1,310-mile reverse run back up to Ensenada. He's sponsored by Javier's Finished Food in Mexico, BF Goodrich Tires, Ultra Wheels, and Sunset Sign. He's teaming up with Ed Herbst and the legend Larry Ragland. This is number 3L out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Mark Post. Mark Post is a legend down here and in that class as he has so many fans. Everybody knows this Riviera number 3 truck. As the crowd gives him a countdown, first time I ever heard that. And Post is going green. Our next driver up's out of Banning, California, driving a Herb Smith Fab built Score Trophy truck, sponsored by Lawrence Equipment, Haas Factory Outlet, El Camal Tortillas, King Shocks, Goodrich Tires, Wicks Racing Engines, and sport fishing when he's number 68 at Tecate, Baja, California. This is Roberto Ruiz. The fans here in La Paz are absolutely amazing as they count down every vehicle. And Ruiz is racing. Our next driver up is another one of our Score Trophy Truck Legend drivers. He's driving that Porter-built machine sponsored by Farmsworth Motorsports, Hankook Claims Consultants, Baja Designs, BF Goodrich Tires, HP Helicopters, Guitars and Cadillacs, and AV Specialist out of Oro Valley, Arizona, number 86L, Mark Martinez. This next driver hails from Tucson, Arizona, in this custom-built Score Trophy truck, driving for BF Goodrich Tires, Simpson, King Shocks, Chevrolet, PRP, VP Racing Fuels, and DSA number 52L, John Shinauda. And our final driver here in our Score Trophy Truck division. He's in that Geyser-built machine driving for Finish Line Racing. Geyser Brothers. Caldwell Construction, Triple R Lights, HBG Camp Companies, American Energy Services, Signart Graphics, PCI, Flying High Off-Road, and McQueen Prototype Design. He's out of Boulder, Colorado, number 64, Matthew Legg. Now we're going to move into our Class 1 Goodrich tires, Raceline wheels, King Walker Filtration, teaming up with her son, Shelby Reed, driver record out of Apple Valley, California, number 168, Cody Reed. And it's good to see Shelby driving with Cody once again. She is the only female Class 1 World Desert Champion. That was 2016 when her son Cody won the Class 10 championship the same year. So some stellar drivers right here teaming up together for this year's 1,310-mile reverse run back up the peninsula to Ensenada. This is a Lumacraft, the first Class 1 car to ever have 40-inch tires on it. Talk about programs, this whole RPI team definitely knows how to build a car. They build those fasteners through Reed Products, which they not only use in aerospace, but most of the vehicles out here. And we're giving them a couple minutes in between classes just to kind of spread them out. It's going to be a long race. As we mentioned, we sent the motos off at 1 this morning, giving them a huge gap, and they're going to need it because these Score Trophy trucks are definitely fast. 1,000-plus horsepower machines, over 30 inches of travel, with the baddest drivers on the planet wheeling these things. This is the BF Goodrich tires. Score Baja 1000 brought to you by K&A. It's always around 1,000 miles, but this ever had, and by far the roughest, as they make the basically add a San Felipe 250 onto the end, right in the middle when these trucks are pretty tired getting back. But this is our first driver in Class 1, number 168, Cody Reed.
Viene el siguiente vehículo aquí al arranque, Al Torres de Mexicali, Baja California, manejando este clase 1 Jinko, patrocinado por Ocean Means Farms, Toxic Oro Racing, JGRE, Yeti Cooling y Baja Designs. Él ha participado con nosotros en muchas competencias, sobre todo incluido todas las fechas del Campeonato Mundial 2023 de Score International. So this is Al Torres driving that Jinko Baggy Class 1.
Next to the line in Class 1 is a former Score World Desert Champion in Class 1. He's driving that Jimco, one of 2 of the Wilson Motorsports machines, sponsored by BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, King Shocks, Vision X Lighting, Wix X Racing Engine, Neo Oil, ZLT, number 153 out of Long Beach, California, Brad Wilson.
Cody Parkhouse in the house driving that amazing Jinko red buggy. He's going to try to beat everybody in this class. His principal sponsor is Parkhouse Tires, BFG Tires, Fox, Chucks, Maxima Racing Oil, Impact, Baja Designs, Metal, Razor Wheels, Jinko, and FLL Racing Fuel. He's going to race with his father, Brian Parkhouse, and also with Joe Davis.
Next to the line is that second of the two-car effort from Wilson Motorsports, driving for BFGoodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, King Shocks, Vision X Lighting, Wix Racing Engine, DC Power, Slime, Fortin, and Jimco. He is your 2022 Score World Desert Champion in Class 1, number 100 out of Long Beach, California, Kyle Quinn.
Siguiente piloto en la clase 1, Bud Jensen de Las Vegas, Nevada. Él va a compartir el volante de este buggy Alumicraft con Eliseo García de Ensenada, Baja California, y con Javier Montoya, señor de La Paz, Baja California Sur, sus patrocinadores. Pues BFGoodrich Tires buscando la victoria dentro de esta clase 1 en la edición 56 de la Baja 1000, presentada para todos ustedes por BFGoodrich Tires.
Our next driver to the line is a former NASCAR driver. He's out of Las Vegas, Nevada, driving that good-looking, famous South Point Hotel Class 1 car. Number 162, teaming up with Casey Mears and Buddy Feldkamp. Number 162, Brendan Gaughan.
Siguiente participante de la Armada Mexicana, Mario Hernández de Mazatlán, Sinaloa, haciendo equipo con Raúl Castilla, Roberto Garza y David Avaró de La Paz, Baja California Sur, en este Buggy Race Cup. Sus patrocinadores son Recicladora Marros, Castilla Estructuras y RC Radio Diagnóstico. Otro integrante mexicano que busca la bandera cuadros en esta Baja 1000.
This next driver is our only local in the Class 1 division. Driving for Cartec Auto Constructora Roja, number 198, Lionel Sanchez Higura, in that HMS Class 1 car.
Nuestro siguiente participante, Edel Romero, de Pantego en la clase 1, representando a
And our final Class 1 driver here to take the green flag out of Poolville, Texas. He's your current points leader going into round number 4. Driving for Jeffries Racing, 4B Electric, PCI, Sign Pros, and High Mile Equipment. Teaming up with Joss Berman and Steve Strobel. Number 121, Damon Jeffries.
Primer Trophy Track Spec, el equipo de Jason McNeil, junto con Eli Kiger y Justin Davis, ganaron la Baja 1000 el año pasado. El equipo Fiberwares, Toyo Tires, Tisco, Fox Racing Chucks, Raceland Wheels, todos son esos patrocinadores de este Track Tisco, manejado en estos momentos por Justin Davis. Luego va a ser el tema de Elite Kiger y cierra Jason McNeil.
Up next, Mr. Brenthal Industries himself. It's two brothers, and this is one of them. He hails from Temecula, California, driving for Baja Kits, King Shocks, Alcon Brakes, and Rigid Industries, teaming up with Tyler Miller and Sean Shanks, number 273, Jordan Brenthal.
El siguiente piloto, Thor Hertz, de la artillería de los terribles Hertz, el Trophy Truck Spec número 219. Él va a unir fuerzas con su hermano Pierre Hertz y con Jeremy Munion. Patrones oficiales, Trevor Hertz, Monster Energy, las llantas BFGoodrich, amortiguadores King, Kitty Highlights, Borla y también Mechanics Wear. Así que la familia Hertz con su segundo de 4 vehículos en esta Baja 1000.
Our next driver up is also in a Brenthel Race Trucks built score trophy truck. He's from New York, all the way from the East Coast, teaming up with Hudson Hall, Jack Grabowski, and Troy Grabowski. Number 236, Michael Marcel.
El siguiente vehículo, el 299, Charles Dorrance, buscando la victoria. Él viene de Austin, Texas, con Dylan Herman, Case García, en este Trophy Truck Spec Tisco, Illegal Mezcal, Baja Design, las llantas BFGoodrich, los aceites Máxima, los rines Ultra Wheels y Down Sound Motorsports, buscando el triunfo en el cumpleaños 56 de la Baja 1000 acá en La Paz.
Driving for ISRT, Curry, King Shocks, Yokohama, Raceline wheels, Baja design in that Hertz Smith Fab built machine with the Chevy power plant. He's out of El Cajon, California, teaming up Evan Shields, Gerardo Iridi, and Giancarlo Mamamole, number 247, Scott Shields.
El siguiente vehículo, el Trophy Truck Spec número 207, Mason Cullen de Long Beach, California. Él va a unir fuerzas con su padre Matt Cullen y también con Brock Dickerson y Cameron Korsman. Los patrones oficiales son FL Racing Fuel, las llantas BFGoodrich Tires, también por supuesto los rines Meto, Baja Design, los amortiguadores Fox, Pro Eagle y los radios PCI. A punto de comenzar la Baja 1000.
Out of Dallas, Texas, in that Geyser-built score trophy truck. Teaming up with Jeff Geyser. He's in the truck right now. Sean Geyser and Jared Lubeck. Number 241, the Geyser Brothers factory back truck. Number 241, Stephen Beal.
El siguiente Trophy Truck Spec, otro vehículo de la marca Brenthel, Dable Ziegler, de Reno, Nevada. Él va a hacer alianza con Tyler Turrieta, también con Paul Ziegler. Sus patrones son DNA Carpentry, Reno Motorsport y las llantas BFGoodrich Tires, por supuesto Brenthel Industries, buscando dominar esta carrera. Recuerden que mañana la meta va a estar en Ensenada, Baja California, muy temprano se para la primer motocicleta.
Out of Yucaipa, California, driving for MCC Pipeline Inc., ODR Motorsports, KMC Wheels, King Shocks, Baja Designs, and of course BFGoodrich Tires, teaming up with Roy Topkins and Vincent M. Munoz. Number 294, Vincent Munoz.
Well, gents, the race is on, but for some, it's been delayed. Looking down here at the Larry Rossler, Paul Wheel, Toby Price, what is going on? How dangerous is this to be blocked in the middle of the whole course?
It's definitely not ideal.
That's one way to put it.
That
They're
looks
out of it.
super sketchy because that's a really narrow part of the course. You've got a lot of brush there.
Yeah.
So they might not be able to see
Nobody
him
can see,
until the last second. So, I mean...
Are they on an offshoot potentially? Like maybe if we can get the helicopter pull out, we could potentially see. Maybe that's a little bypass line. But if that is race line, that is definitely not a good spot to be stopped in. It looks like we'd seen them earlier. Yeah. They had stopped and done that left front tire change.
Yep.
Where they were doing something in the left front.
Yeah.
But as we've been cutting back to that bottom camera, we've seen them investigating that left front again. And now it seems as if they're underneath the center of the truck, which... who knows what's going on in there? Because those trucks, in those trucks, the engine's kind of right behind the driver and passenger. It sits between you, and there's a whole lot of drivetrain that goes between all the way to the front. So,
and what's interesting too is that the Rossler team has put in about 150K into this new truck too.
Yeah,
and to have it already being.
Yeah, I mean, it's
this situation is woof.
They've
you got the helmet off.
Yeah,
like,
they're out.
They're out. Yeah,
frustrating.
And
unfortunately,
yeah, they're only a handful of miles into the race.
Yeah. What are we? 20 miles in, maybe.
Yeah. I wish we could get this guy in the back here to send us an update here, some sort of a video. Once again, we're going to keep saying it throughout this entire Baja. You guys got footage? Send it to @ScoreInternational on the Instagram. We'll put it up, and your participation in this is sometimes critical. You guys are down there. You can tell us exactly what's going on in real time. So please let us know.
Yeah.
This obviously just kind of crushing for these guys right now. And we saw it too when they were changing the flat. There was an overtake in that moment.
A McMillan truck went by them, so I would
through.
assume it'd be Dan, because obviously unless they'd made a pass on Luke, or which would be Rob McCackern driving earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, a McMillan truck flew by. I did see white on the roof, so it might have been Rob Mack driving the Luke McMillan machine, but. Man, that's just pure frustration. That's the only thing I can think that's going on right now.
It looks like they're at race mile 22.
No kidding.
So 22 out of
almost 1,000 more to
whatever
go.
we're at right now. Yeah, that's
just disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is if they can get it fixed, you do have time to. It's going to be tough to catch the leaders
potentially. Yeah.
But you can still have a decent finish.
Sure.
Yeah.
But
I know a team like this, they're not going for the decent finish. They're going for the win. Something like that. That much effort, and that much time into something, and.
Here's some sick footage.
Yeah, we got the in-car here, the 219 of the Herbst truck. That's incredible.
So they are off on the left.
Okay.
So at least they're in a safe area there.
Yeah. Oh, that's got to be so frustrating. You got to think your chase crew is so far ahead of you. You don't plan for something like this to happen this early on in the day.
Well,
it's a good point.
And where they're at, I think you're going to have to go down the race course to get to them. And being right at the start, it's just going to be a mess to try to get a chase truck into them.
So now their team's got to come back into oncoming traffic? Is that what you're suggesting, for them to get to them?
Hopefully
you're not allowed to do that.
I think so.
You got to find trails.
You got to find trails to meet up.
And then generally I would think what would happen, because you're just going to have people stacked up, is you're going to have to wait for everybody to start and then come down course with the flow of traffic with your chase truck to bring whatever parts they need.
Looks like they got the bedside off and everything, so I don't even know what they're getting into there. I doubt it would be like a shock problem. It's getting into that engine bay. I'm not very familiar with the internal workings of these trucks. That's just
what
gutting is all that is. I mean, you got spec trucks coming up on you already.
Yeah,
that makes for a very long day in an unlimited truck.
Rushing.
Man, these guys just can't catch a break this year, man.
Yeah.
Another thing that I find kind of interesting is, Bryce looks like he's not really holding back. He's throwing it down. I think that might be him.
Let's see. Hit the refresh here.
Do we have a camera on him?
No,
I don't believe so.
That's probably a Herbst truck.
Yeah. So bottom left's a Herbst truck.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the 219, the spec truck.
And then
and you can see the helicopter right there following him.
Yep. Yeah, and then the bottom right, I do believe that. I think that's concrete. So that'd be Kevin Thompson with the red bedsides and all that. I would assume that's who that is.
But it does look like Bryce has opened a little bit of a gap. And then you've got the 123 and 70 trucks are all fairly close.
Yeah, so that's Dan and Kevin Thompson.
But then you're starting to get a gap, from the 69 to the 19 to the 33.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we're 40 miles in or so? Yeah. Where's Bryce right now?
Mile marker
at 32.5.
Yeah.
And it's already spreading out a little bit. So generally what I feel like is what happens in these is you'll have a pack that separates themselves from everybody else. So you have like three guys, and this happens in almost every class. So we're seeing it in the dirt bikes, we're seeing it in the quads, and really, it'll probably happen in the UTVs, the specs, all that.
Yeah, I love that.
Happy birthday, Hudson. Shout out to Hudson.
Yeah.
And so you'll end up with these lead packs, and you'll have, say, 3 to 5 trucks or cars or bikes that have a shot at winning. And then that'll play out, and then you'll have a few drop off, and then it usually comes down to 2 or 3 guys at the end that have a shot.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But again, we'll see if these Mason trucks can do it, can go the whole way.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. 22 miles in.
Yeah, I mean, like we're talking
sideline
with 9 in the top 10, you're guaranteed to at least get a couple of them up there
for
in front.
Sure, for sure.
So, but I mean, like I said, we're all rooting for Cameron Steele there, up there. Oh, man, it's just killing me to see that truck sitting there still.
Yeah.
Looks like that bottom left, looks like a UTV, Brandon Walsh, I'm assuming, and with the Toyota suits on. The size of that. Yeah, his company, what's that, Star Mounts? They do all the Starlink mounts for everybody's for chase trucks and all that
Thank
stuff.
God for that.
Yeah, right. Giving us all this great footage.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to just all the crew and all the hard work that went into bringing this to everybody right now. I mean, look, we've got people coming in from over 20 states in the United States. We got people coming from 17 different countries around the world. I mean, this is a massive global event.
Oh yeah, this is huge. This is absolutely huge.
And every race, I really have, for 2023, the coverage is getting better. We're getting much more visceral looks. We're getting content sent to us in real time, perspectives, vantage points that you never, ever, ever got to see. So it's truly extraordinary. It looks like these guys are hustling too here.
Yeah, they're still taking things apart, which is rough.
Well, when I first started doing this, when you went down to Baja, you told your friends, hey, I'm going to Mexico. I'll be back in 2 weeks. And if you don't hear from me, like, tell the consulate or something.
Yeah, come find me.
And then now we're sitting here watching live in-car footage. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It's a good and bad thing for all the storytellers, because it gives you a little, credit to the story you're giving, but then also takes a little wind out of the sails. You're like, I was doing 100. Man, you were doing 80. Chill out.
I passed 10 guys. No, actually got passed by 10 guys.
Yeah, no, we watched the live stream. We saw you sitting there. You were eating a sandwich. Yeah. But man, they're coming back to this. Like unfortunately, I've been in this situation before. Quick off the start line, you're sitting on the side of the track watching all the competitors go by, and it's just gutting. Like
I think Toby and those guys, they might need to go to like a voodoo priestess or something because they've had some bad luck in a few races here.
Yeah. How do you shake that? We talk a lot about this being a mental game. After a while, it's got to grind on your confidence just a little bit, right?
Go swimming in the ocean, I guess. I don't know. Wash yourself clean.
Yeah.
Well, what race was it where their whole truck burned down?
That was
Wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, I believe that was the beginning of this year, was it not?
I think it was San Felipe. I think they qualified first, and then their truck burned down. So, I mean, to go through that in the first race of the year and then go 22 miles in and have a mechanical failure or whatever's going on here. Yeah, that's...
well, like I said, hopefully it's something they can get
They need a rabbit's foot in the car or something moving forward.
Well, we'll see. Plenty of race action left to go. We're going to pause real quick and take a short commercial break. But stay tuned. There is more Baja 1000 race coming right up.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
Get ready to witness the power, speed, and adrenaline of off-road racing at its finest. Today, we bring you the heart-pounding action from the BFGoodrich Tires 56 Score Baja 1000, presented by K&N, where raw horsepower meets rugged terrain in an ultimate battle. Under the scorching sun of Baja, California, engines roar to life as these massive vehicles thunder into action. Baja 1000 has attracted a lineup of fearless drivers and crews worldwide. Ready to tackle the relentless 1,300 miles of rugged Baja California terrain. Through sandy deserts, rocky paths, and unexpected twists, these racers charge forward with unwavering determination. Tireless suspension systems absorb the punishing blows of the rugged landscape as drivers navigate hairpin turns and steep drops. Each second on the track demands split-second decisions, showcasing their skill as they control these monstrous machines with precision and finesse. From above, the trucks carve a path through the unforgiving terrain, leaving a trail of dust and excitement in their wake. A symphony of horsepower and technique, a sight to behold as they conquer the wild landscape. It's a breathtaking display of power and control, a testament to both the trucks and the drivers behind the wheel. The BFGoodrich Tires 56 Score Baja 1000 isn't just a competition. It's a showcase of human determination and engineering marvels. These drivers, these daredevils of the dirt, have conquered nature's challenges and pushed the boundaries of what's possible. The battle continues here with the BFGoodrich Tires 56 score Baja 1000, presented by K&N.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
Love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.
Welcome back to BF Goodrich Tires 56 Score Baja 1000, presented by KN Filters and VP Racing Fuels. And as you can see in the upper left-hand corner, we'll take it down to Rat, to live at La Paz. Let's see what you got, Rat.
Diaz. The next entry is going to be Kevin Derry from Parker, Arizona. He's going to drop that Cheno buggy with Horace Bicap, Luis Hernandez, and Will Arteaga. His sponsors, the BFG Tires, King Charles Ultra Wheels, Baja Designs, and FLN Racing Fuel. He's going to try to beat the Peninsula run in this Baja 1000 in the class.
Machine driving for King Shocks, ES Motors. Team Hayward LLC and Ish Racing teaming up with Zachary 82 at Cabo San Lucas, Carlos Jimenez.
Otro vehículo de La Paz, Baja California Sur, Israel Sean en este Jinko. Va a tratar de vencer a todos en la clase 10 junto con Azael Cota, Luis Alfonso Sean Bravo, Roberto Roa García y la Palomilla diciendo presente aquí en esta Baja 1000 con Israel Sean de La Paz, Baja California Sur buscando la bandera a cuadros.
Jump in the start there. But our next driver is driving for BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, Danzia Performance, Fortin, Rapid Off-Road, Campoy Aluminos, Torco Race Fuels, and King Shocks. He's out of Chula Vista, California, teaming up with Maximiliano Lee, number 1014, Bruce Yee.
El siguiente competidor, el número 1099, Julio Garza de Guadalajara, Jalisco, el equipo Guanato Racing. Va a unir fuerzas con Alejandro Díaz de La Paz, Baja California Sur, y también Santiago Díaz. Ellos son del equipo Team Guanato Racing y van a manejar este buggy producido por esa empresa. Sus patrocinadores son Marisa Joya, también Team Guanato Racing y Cabrera. Así que a punto de arrancar esta Baja 1000.
Another driver out of Ensenada driving for Agencia Oronja, Akron, Thurza Yantes, Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, JP Desert Shots, teaming up with Matias Aronia III, Christopher Sanchez, and Michael Ward, number 1002. Matias Aronia the fourth.
The next entry is Jason Chidman driving that aluminum class buggy. He's going to share in duties with Andy Chidman, Chris Boyd, Sean Burnett, and Adam Blankenhorn. His sponsor is Crack and Will Sorted. He's going to try to beat everybody in this amazing class. And remember, for all the people watching this live streaming, this is the Baja 1000 presented by BFG. The best filters in the world.
In this Romo-built machine, he's out of La Paz right here. Beautiful. Baja Sur, driving for DM Racing, teaming up with Silvino Ortega, Jaime Gonzalez, and Juan Pablo Cota, number 1095, Daniel Diestro.
El Arco Racing junto con Luis, señor padre Pedro Velázquez, el Arco Racing diciendo presente con nosotros en el cumpleaños 56 de
driving for ILYM Groups, Hawkins Law Group, BF Goodrich Tire, Raceline Wheels, PCI Radios, King Shocks and Switch Pros, teaming up with John Bouch, Tony Rogers, and James Hawkins. He's out of Punta Calanet, Baja California, number 1078, Augie Cortez.
El siguiente vehículo de Ensenada, Baja California, el número 1091, los hermanos Vera, patrocinados por Baja Hard Enduro, las llantas BFGoodrich Tires. Así que Roberto y Cristian Vera buscando ganar esta Baja 1000 dentro de la clase 10, representando a la Armada Mexicana, por supuesto, aquí en el bello Malecón de La Paz, Baja California Sur. Así que los hermanos Vera arrancando esta Baja 1000.
Now we're going to move into the Pro UTV Open Division. This first rider is out of El Centro, California, driving for SCI Motorsports, Polaris, Rockford Fosgate, Progressive, Pro Eagle, and Boxo. Number 1896, teaming up with Ethan Groom, Ronnie Anderson, and Cole Keats. This is Brock Hager. Also your current points leader going into round number 4.
The next entry in the Pro UTV Open, Brandon Singh from Fresco Valley, Arizona. His second driver is going to be Skyler Howell, driving that Polaris UTV. His sponsors is Polaris, Tensor Tire, Lone Star Racing, Shock Therapy, Reed Industries, Fox Shocks, Metal Racing Wheels, and Rolford Foodsgate and Riot Radio.
Up next out of Bakersfield, California, in that factory-back Polaris, driving for Cognito, Monster Energy, Polaris Razor, ITP Tires, FK Rod and Savage UTV, and BP Racing Fuels, teaming up with Matt Scrapuzzi and Scott Trafton, number 1869, Justin Lambert.
Otra mujer participando con nosotros en la Baja 1000, Kristen Matlock, varias veces ha ganado la Baja 1000. Va a manejar este Polaris UTV con Elliot Watson y sus patrones son Polaris Racing, las llantas Yokohama, Vision Wheel, también por supuesto los radios Riot, los amortiguadores Fox, Ray Baja, la aseguranza mexicana, buscando el triunfo. Kristen Matlock en esta categoría de los Pro UTV Open aquí en la Baja, arrancando por primera vez en el Malecón de La Paz de la historia.
Next to the line is also a factory-back Polaris Razor driver, driving from Method, Tenzer, Assault, Baja Designs, 5x5 Communications, Candle Motorsports, and Fred's Liquor Store. He's out of Hurricane, Utah. He's got his girlfriend, Emma Cornwell, riding shotgun with him as his navigator, number 1895, Caden Wells.
The next entry for the Polaris Factory Race Team is going to be Craig Scanlon from Orange, California. He's going to share in duties with Max Eddy Jr., with Blake Vandelope, Eddie Connor, and also with Mike Emerson. His sponsors, Polaris Racing, and so Rolford Foodsgate Progress, BFG Tires, Metal Racing Wheels in Fox Shocks, and Sparkle Race Fuels, Vision Canopy, and Pro Eagle, trying to beat everybody in the Pro UTV Open class.
Up next out of Las Vegas, Nevada, driving for SCI Motorsports, Polaris, Rockford Fosgate, Progressive, BFGoodrich Tires, number 1821, Caden McCachran.
The next entrant, the Pro UTV Open class, Brandon Ward from Encinitas, California. He's going to share in duty with Cody Weaver, Chad DeRosa, and Carl Montoya. His principal sponsors, Homemade Motorsports, Star Mount Systems, Star Streams, King Shocks, BFG Tires, also Riot Industries, HGC Motorsports, and Living the Van Life.
Our next driver up's from Reno, Nevada, sponsored by Cryo Heat, Crystal Bay Casinos, NLP, BFGoodrich Tires, King Shocks, Vision X Lighting, Vision Wheels, OMP, Safe Craft Fire, Bell Helmets, Wide Open, Baja, and Hostile. This is the man behind score himself, number 1888, teaming up with the driver right now, Ed Muncie. This is Roger Norman.
The next entry in the Pro UTV class is going to be Taylor Backus from Canada, Grindon, Canada. He's going to having like a teammate, a Trent Backus, Brandon McCarty, and Russell Frisbee. He's the sponsor in that Polaris UTV. It's going to be Backus Racing, TV Racing, Double Barrel Industries, also Fox Racing Chucks, PCA Racing Radios, and Podium Suspensions. He's going to try to beat the Baja Peninsula Run.
Out of Temecula, California, driving for O-Board Tires, Elka Suspension, Vision X Lighting, Metal FX, Polara Racing, Factory Back Driver, driving with Jamie Kirkpatrick, Matt Howe, and Adam Leggs. Number 1876, the Madman, Mike Caffro.
The next entry, he's going to drop a Polaris car, is Dylan Smoke from Alpine, California. His second driver is going to be Larry Job, and he's going to share duty with James Hill and David Carroll. His sponsors is the Polaris cars, also BFG Tires, Metal Race Wheels, CAC Motorsports, also Chucks, Luke Tick, Riot Fox Racing, and BP Racing Fuel, Vision Canopy, Sparko, and Pro Eagle, and Boxo. He's going to try to beat everybody.
Adam Mexicali, Baja California, driving for My New Body, DRS, the Surgeons, Mexico. Mejul Baja Dates, FRF Farias Racing Squad. He's in that factory Polaris, driving with Omar Inguez. Miguel Estrada, number 1873, Caesar Omar Inguez.
The next entry in the starting line from this Baja 1000 is going to be from San Diego, California. Kyle Archenbach. He's going to have him do this with Doug Maidat, Rick L. Johnson, and Craig Speak. His sponsors is Vision Canopy, Built-in Chokes, Maxi Tires, Vision Wheel, Impact Safety, Lakeside Door and Window, and Speed Motorsports.
And our final driver, Pro UTV Open Division, sponsored by Polaris, Yokohama, Motul, Switch Pros, Cruise Armor, Heatwave, and Baja Jerky, teaming up with Pancho Rodriguez, Josh Rowe, and Preston Oxford. Out of Alpine, California, 1871, Wayne Matlock.
The next entry is going to be in the Pro UTV Force and Induction class. Jason Murray, he's going to drop that Canon UTV with Derek Murray, Aaron Juarez, Troy Barker. He comes from North Tucson, California, and his sponsor is Canon UTV Raceline.
Second driver up, also driving a Can-Am, sponsored Tenzer Tire, Method Race Wheels, Weddle Race Prep, and Pro Wires. With Carlos Quezada Jr., this is Carlos Quezada Sr.
Otro integrante de la Armada Mexicana, Carmelita Racing de Mexicali, Baja California, Jesús Méndez Jr. Él va a unir fuerzas con su señor padre Jesús Méndez a bordo de este vehículo Can-Am. Sus patrones son Pulsería Carmelitas, las llantas Tensor, Aceites Máxima, Aerodynamics de Mexicali, también por ejemplo KWI Clothing y las llantas Tensor. Así que Jesús Méndez Jr. de Mexicali, Baja California.
Another driver out of La Paz, driving a Can-Am, sponsored by 56. DUT Mexico Stabilizers, TP Motorsports Materiales, Chinto Pro Mechanica, teaming up with Ulysses Fisher and Henry Pelos, number 2970, Francisco Beltran.
And the next entry, the 2948, Matt Bourne from Norco, California. He's going to drive that Can-Am UTV. His principal sponsors are Monster Energy, Can-Am, also System 3 Tires, Boxo, Baja Designs, Off the Grid, Fox Racing Trucks, Pro Eagle, and also Summer Brothers. He's going to share it with his son, Zachary Burros, Bradley Howell, and Dustin Jones.
Driving for TP Racing, Bacchus Racing, Montgomery Power Management, King Shocks, Lone Star Racing, VP Fuels, RCF Performance, and Double Barrel Industries teaming up with Matt Montleith and Roy By. This is number 2995 out of Okotoks, Alberta, Canada. Matt Monteith.
The next entry is Austin Johnson from Rio Rancho, New Mexico. His principal sponsor in UTV Can-Am is going to be Metal Center. Will the BFG tire the best Axel and Riot Radio. He's going to try to beat everybody in the Pro UTV Force Induction class.
Another factory back Can-Am driver driving for Wayland Speed R&D, King Shocks, Kiwi Clutching, Ironclad Industries, and X3 Nation.
De Hermosillo, Sonora, Aarón Aguilar, el carro 2911. El grupo Alted, los rines Maton Racing Wheels y las llantas Tensor. Él va a unir fuerzas con Martín Brinsga, Leonel Mora, Juan Delgadillo, Iván Brinsga y Ramón Alcántara, al igual que Carlos Aguilera. Así que Aarón Aguilar de Hermosillo, Sonora, a punto de arrancar en esta Baja Mil aquí en el hermoso puerto de La Paz, Baja California Sur.
In another Can-Am driving for 56 suspension, Summers Brothers, Vallarta Optima Newspaper, Engineering, Diaz Corp, and Diesel Guadalajara. He's out of Guadalajara, Mexico, number 2955, Manuel Sanchez.
Got one for you. You want water? Nuestro siguiente participante de Aguadulce, California, Damián Velasco, junto con Arturo Velasco, José Murillo, a bordo de ese Can-Am UTV. Sus patrones son las llantas Tensor, los rines Meton, también SRP 56, los motores 56, también los cloches KWI y Summer Brothers Racing. Así que representando también al equipo de Good News, buscando la victoria en esta Baja Mil.
Out of Los Cabos, Baja California, driving for Rancho Laguna, Monte Carlo, Tienda 17. Tortillas Jenny, Maria Race Prep. He's out of Tijuana, number 2901. Leobardo Gomez Flores.
El siguiente participante de Los Cabos, Baja California Sur, Tomás Cantor, junto con Carlos José Gutiérrez, La Palomilla, toda la afición choyera apoyando a este vehículo de la marca Polaris, con Kevin Gómez, es patrocinado por la torrerías Jenny, Mario Race Prep, Aerodynamics Prep de Mexicali, Alba Racing y Glasscraft. También Rancho La Laguna, Monte Cardón, Tienda Magaña, y viene el arranque.
Out of Auburn, California, driving that factory back Can-Am, and Monster Energy backs them up. Vision Wheels, BFGoodrich Tires, No Limit RD, AIM, Hanson Tires, and Union Graphic teaming up with Jeff Gallegos and Bo Judge. Number 2944, Phil Blurton.
Siguiente participante de la línea de arranque, Abel Ricardo Carranza, entrenado Baja California. Va a unir fuerzas con Alejandro Carranza, Rafael Ibarra y Daniel de la Piña en este UTV Can-Am. Su patrocinador es Bosquerin Hotel y Motel 4 de Ensenada, Baja California. Abel Carranza.
Driving for Lucerna, Estrada Racing, PRP, EMP, BFGoodrich Tires. 56, JP Aerodynamics. He's out of Ensenada, teaming up with Esteban Estrada and Cesar Leon. Number 2981, Fernando Cabande.
The next entry, Mark Burnett in the house from Chula Vista, California. He's a light legend from the freestyle and answer from the Baja race. He's going to share in duties with Aaron Johnson, Simon Tercia, and Rick Johnson. His principal sponsors, Monster Energy, Can-Am, General Tires, Lincoln Weldon, Fox Racing Shop, Rigid Industries, Factory UTV, Energy Coil, PCA Racing Radios, Astro Cryohead, San Diego Powder, and Gatesville.
Driving for Mount Cascade, Polaris Baja, Blockmex, IPP Method, JCF Fire, Baja Jerky, Vanguard Construction, and Royal Brass. He's out of Livermore, California, teaming up with Brian Cooper and Kevin Fox. Number 2915, Ricky Arslanian.
The next entry, the first drag in the Class 7 Open, Dan Chambly from San. He's going to, with his wife, Laurie Chamlin, Todd Craven, Chava Anguiano, Felipe Anguiano, his principal sponsors, the factory Amplia, the BFG Tires, King Chucks, Torco, Rod and Supply, Full Throttle Body, and SPOD.
Out of Ensenada, driving for Instant Insurance, SRT and Eli Palominas. Number 716, teaming up with Gerardo Lanada, Luis Vasquez, and Mario Chapels. Number 716, Gasper Espindola.
De Forward Texas, él va a unir fuerzas. Track Chevrolet, sus patrones son Painting y Kirby Riding. Edición 56, recuerden, presentada para todos ustedes por las llantas BFGoodrich Tires, las mejor del mundo.
Driving for Broadsword Racing, San Leandro Collision and Custom, Schaefer's off.
See the Baja Vita back on the course here, but right now we're going to take a quick look at the track position for the Pro Moto Unlimited. Karen Nairn in first, Mark Samuels, then Austin Eddy in third, Adrian Ortiz in fourth, followed by Eric Holt. Karen and Mark have been going back and forth since this whole thing started out. They've been out there for, gosh, over 10 hours now, and not letting up, not letting up. As you can see here on the map, yeah, kind of more of a detailed look. So they're just crossing over the 500-mile mark, and things are progressing.
Yeah, so usually this part of the course, running up along the coast from San Juanico, where down here 319X is, It's really fast all the way up to where you get to the San Ignacio Lagoon, which is where it turns and heads east and goes to the actual town of San Ignacio.
Okay.
So they are at race mile 500. San Ignacio is around 525 or so.
Okay.
The area they're in, they go on and off the highway a little bit there. So there are some speed zones, I believe.
Yep.
But it does get kind of silty and rocky. So now they're into some more technical terrain. And really, from there back to where you get to Vizcaíno and cross Mexico 1, it's fairly technical. There's some sand, rocks, and then some silty areas too.
Sure. Now, Wes, you did some videos as well on silt and rock, and so maybe we can get to that in a little bit. If you guys got that queued up, we'll take a look at what Wes has to say about dealing with silt and rock.
And there's definitely some areas where there's silt beds this year.
Yeah.
So if people have been watching on social media, the Laredo area, there's some really big silt beds. And then from what I'm hearing, there are some pretty good sized silt beds developing south of Catavina coming into that area.
Okay. Oh, pause on that, my friend. We got
somebody on their side.
That is
spec
bad.
truck of sorts, yeah.
And it looks like there's a big...
No, that's the Porter truck. That's a trophy truck. Should be a Legends. Let's see if we can get a entry list here.
Oof.
Hold on.
Oh,
I believe that's the 53L of Wade Porter.
Okay.
It's kind of what it's looking like, upside down on the course.
Yeah, things are already exciting.
Yeah. But it's safe to see. You could obviously, the helicopter checked over that, made sure the occupants were okay.
Yep.
Yeah, look like they're out of the truck. So.
Out and moving.
You can see that last helicopter shot there too. What's kind of nice is for the start of the race here, it's more sandy and it's not as dusty and silty here, so you can actually make passes.
Which is what
is good for the start of a race.
Yeah, which Paul Wheel's going to have to do here to try and make up that time from their little hiccup they had earlier. You can see him running down all the spec trucks because now he's at the back of all the spec trucks, so he's got a lot of work to do. He's got to get through spec trucks, he's got to get through one cars, and then work his way back into the truck field. So.
I mean, look, Rossler's won 19 Baja victories here. So if anybody can do it, it's going to be those guys. But again, going back to, is it, obviously you want to be out in front. And everybody at some point is probably going to have some sort of a technical mechanical issue. Do we want to have it out right in the beginning, get it out of the way so we blast?
I don't know.
Probably not, but.
A small one, yeah, but I think.
That was not a small one.
Yeah,
they had to have lost at least half an hour.
You were chatting.
Yeah, I've just
Nick, what happened?
Sorry, yeah. So I've got a couple text messages came in. I heard that they had a little jack issue on the hydraulic jacks on the truck, and then I was watching Fishgistics here. He stated that they had a driveline failure. So that would kind of lead to both. They had that left front flat that maybe they had some hiccups with, and then losing a driveline later on would definitely take some time down. And it's something you can recover from, but just depending on how long it takes. Because I know
inside Brandon Walsh right now. Keep going. Nick.
Yeah, I know. I believe it was last year. Luke McMillan and Duncan, they actually changed the drive shaft and still got themselves up to the front.
Yeah.
So it's definitely possible. But the amount of time that we watched here in the studio of them
it's
down,
significant.
It's going to be hard to come back from.
For sure.
Super hard.
I think when you have something like that happen, we've talked about you have plans and then you've got backup plans. At this point, they need to just be patient and take what comes and not try to push too hard and hurt the truck again.
That's a great point.
Because they just made a pass right there. So
you
just
go.
be methodical, work your way back, and then just let the chips fall where they may, because that's all you can do at this point.
Yeah, and once you're actually back in there and the truck's moving, I mean, you have to kind of almost fight your adrenaline, your excitement to just slam that pedal down.
Your instinct is to get in there and just go as fast as you possibly can, because you got to make up time. But a lot of times you end up making another mistake and making it even worse. So be patient, be methodical, work your way through the pack. Watch. There's a lot of racing to go on still. An entire day.
Yeah.
So at night.
Exactly.
So it's let the other people make mistakes now and hope that you can make up time. I don't think that they can win from here, but
they can finish.
You could get a podium.
Yeah, you could definitely restore some sort of finish. But if anybody's going to do it, you got the hot-footed Toby Price. Guy's fastest dude I've seen in a truck in years. You've got the reliability, and it's hopefully they can put something together and try and salvage some of their season here.
Yeah. Looks like the truck's working great now.
Yeah, these are great shots.
Flying up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just cool to see the technology of this sport. Like, it's what this sport's deserved for years. It's just the actual coverage and the all of the motorsports around the world you can sit at home and watch, and now we're able to do it now. It's just super great.
What are we looking at here now?
Quad action.
We got some quad here, pulled over. Off he goes.
Cool.
Let's see if we can figure out who that is.
Hunting for his pit, maybe.
So that is essentially mile 320, and that's right deep in a silt bed. You can see the dust flying.
This is the silt that we were talking about in Laredo, and you can see that there's a lot of lines here that have developed now.
Yep.
So what happens is pre-running, you'll have one line through the course, and the silt gets deeper and deeper and deeper, and then people start making alternate lines to go around it.
Eventually, yeah.
If you're on a quad, you definitely don't want to go into the deep silt. Like you can see, he's
here
gonna,
he goes.
This is what we call bushwhacking. So you go kind of off the side and try to stay out of it. But
I think what's also happening too is that these drivers could potentially start getting lost because they're going all over the place. There's so many different lines at this point.
He kind of looks that way a little bit to me right now. You can see he's looking around,
trying to find something.
Make sure he stays near the course.
Right. Yep.
That's a tough spot to be in.
This area right here, you're on the edge of a farmer's field, and you've got a barbed wire fence there, and the actual course runs along that, and that's where the silt develops.
Just sits,
So you got to kind of work those bushes off to the left.
And even with all of the rain that we've seen, it's still not enough to keep all that dust and silt down.
Yeah, it's, I think we talked about it before where you can have a ton of rain and the dust still comes out.
Yeah.
It gets dried out quick.
Yeah, dust has a funny way of never going away.
Yeah, for sure.
But he's up and moving,
so
making
on the
ground.
map here, approximately where is the sit? We're at 320, and if I could pull that up, just want to show approximately.
Yeah, it's going to be near the Laredo area.
Yeah, let me just try to dial that in real quick.
South. It's going to be just north of Laredo.
Okay. Here's a great kind of comprehensive shot of what they're facing. Gorgeous drone shot. Still lush green juxtaposed against that
and
dirt.
You can see that farmer's field that I was talking about there.
Yeah, and sitting at home, you're watching this, and you're probably thinking like, "Oh, this is just a nice 2-lane road. Get on the gas, go straight." But it's so hard to understand how deep that gets and how rough it gets, especially on a quad, trying to pull you in all kinds of wild directions. So.
And that silt's still sitting up there, and it's not too windy. It's not clearing too fast. It's just sitting there.
This part where it's straight, the silt doesn't get super deep.
Yeah.
Where it gets bad is like where you have a turn like that, and you get a lot of wheel spin.
Yeah.
And then you can see the ruts a lot deeper in that corner right there.
Well, we're in the air now, but why don't we go down to the field and take a look at that silt with a video from Wes. When people talk about desert racing, one of the things that is always brought up is silt. So this right here is a great example of a silt bed. This is coming into San Felipe. It's one of the very last things the guys are going to hit before they get into the finish line. And you can see just from pre-running, it's knee deep in some areas here. And this is the consistency of like talcum powder. And basically, I've been racing a quad down here before and lost races in the silt beds because we've sucked silt through the air filter into the motor. So you want to have good air filtration. Particle separator can help out. A lot of times I would try to find a line out of the major ruts. So if you can skirt the deepest ruts and not get into those, it's better. If it's real short, like right here, this whole section's about a couple 100 yards. That's not that bad. There are other areas in Baja where it gets a lot worse and a lot deeper, but I guarantee by the end of race day, these are going to be about twice as deep as they are right now, and you don't want to get stuck in these. Silt, and more silt. When you get done with something like this, you got about what's it like to blow your nose? You must have just silt coming out of almost, pardon my French, every orifice you could possibly think of.
Yeah, you've got snot rockets for a little while. That's usually what we call them.
Oh, my gosh. Look at this.
Yeah, it's a mix of mud and whatever else in your nose.
I mean, seeing these vehicles, they're powerful vehicles, but at some point it's almost like sprinting through peanut butter.
Mm-hmm.
Look at these guys.
So one of the things that I've kind of looked at with the race course is where are going to be your make or break areas and sections here, and this is definitely one of them. So I think when the trucks and the cars get into this, you're going to have your two-wheel drive vehicles, you're going to have a lot getting stuck in here.
Okay.
And some of this is going to be a little bit later on where it's getting dark.
Yeah.
And that's where this gets really difficult, because if you're in traffic and there's a lot of dust hanging and you can't see, and say a guy gets stuck in front of you and then you come into it, then that's you have bottlenecks created.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's going to be real interesting to watch them come through here. And then another area that I think is going to be interesting is a little further north that the bikes are going to start getting into later on today, and that's like 800 to 900, kind of southwest of Catavenia.
Gotcha.
From what I'm hearing, it's really rocky there. Then you have another section called Fred's Tractor Trail, and it's just raw exposed rock, super technical in there. So I think those are going to be two kind of breaking points.
Look at them digging
you can
through
see.
that. Look at that.
Yeah, and the only thing that's gone through here is bikes.
Exactly.
Can you imagine when trucks start going through? And so, we always, fall back and start thinking, trophy trucks going through here, but like it's the 7 trucks, the 10 cars, the
a class
11 class.
11 cars.
11 class.
Well, I'll give 11 cars a little bit of grace because they got a big skid plate. They're just like running a boogie board across the silt beds. But yeah, no, absolutely. The lower class vehicles with the lower horsepower, the Jeep speed guys and all that stuff, trying to jam through these sections, like it's definitely, you're going to have to sit on some patience and hope that your GPS notes are good and hope for the best.
And this is where your four-wheel drive vehicles are going to have a major advantage. So your Mason trucks, Reed's Class 1, and then like your UTVs that are light, narrow, four-wheel drive can get through this. This is where they have a distinct advantage over the two-wheel drive vehicles.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's just rough.
And I mean, what's crazy is you can see how many lines people have been making trying to stay out of the deep silt.
Right.
Yeah, because that corner, by the time a truck start going through there, that corner is going to be unpassable. It's going to be so tough. You're going to be taking the outside line, outside line, outside line.
Yeah.
And that's a perfect example of where I was saying the corner where you have that wheel spin, it just keeps digging it deeper and deeper, and that's where you have your really bad silt sections.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, that's just that.
Yep, there we go.
That's deep.
Look at that. Great shot.
And for people that have never been in this, you're basically, if you took baby powder and made it knee deep, that's the consistency of silt. It's so light and powdery. It's
almost like trying to ride a pedal bike at the beach. Like, impossible.
Yeah, I mean, and filters are on overdrive here.
And another thing when you're in the silt like that is, say you've got this much silt on top that's talcum powder, well, there's ruts and rocks and all kinds of things underneath it, and you can't see it.
Yep.
So when I'd be racing a quad, you just kind of loosen up and just let it flow underneath you because you don't know what you're going to hit.
Yeah.
You got to kind of be ready to hit anything at any moment.
Yeah. My brother and I always call it in our notes, we call it wobbly silt. Because you're sitting in there and you're in the truck and you're on the steering wheel and all of a sudden the truck shakes side to side and does, because that was 2 trucks down there just doing what they want to do.
Yep.
And the truck just has a mind of its own, so it only wobbles you around in there. But it's cool to see this truck up and going again.
43 truck back, moving and grooving. Looks like things are going well.
Yeah. Just though, I think like the whole attitude of that team's just made a shift from
morale.
Like, hey, let's make a run, let's do the best we can. All right, let's make up time and try and salvage something out of it.
Yeah.
What a rough.
Yeah, you can see really just how tight it is in there too. Opens up at times, but it's tight.
You got to think he's probably just working his way through the spec trucks, and then he's got to get through the 1 cars, and then all the legends, and then
there we go.
That's just gonna be a tough day.
That's exactly so they know what's ahead of them, and as if Baja wasn't enough, now we got to even make it even more challenging.
Got the onboard 219.
This is
Hertz truck. Yeah. So this will be the spec truck. Let's see, 219 should be Thor Herbst here. It's a driver record. I know everybody's got a team of drivers, but
I've been watching a couple of the other classes here too. So
there's the upside down truck.
There we go.
Yep. Yeah, so you have the 2 lead bikes that have about a 50-mile lead over third, but third place now is actually a over 30 rider, so that's pretty impressive. And then your lead quad is, looks like he's got a pretty good lead. He's around race mile 400. And I think he's maybe about almost top 15 out of the bikes.
Wow.
So he's having a good run.
So yeah, if we work our way back down into the spec trucks.
Yeah.
1,
there
2,
we go.
3.
I think camera split.
With the trucks here, we've already seen a couple shots of trucks flipped over on their side.
Yeah.
One of the things I thought with this first 100 miles, it's fairly narrow. You've got a lot of foliage, like cactus and brush. You can see how narrow it is right there. And there's a lot of little gotchas. So it's fast and flowy, but there are some dips, and there's an area called the steps that you go up.
We saw that earlier
real rocky.
in social media. We saw the quads going up that.
Exactly.
Right.
And
this morning.
So you can push through it, but you got to make sure you don't wad it up in the first 100 miles of this race.
Of course.
Yeah. So it's like this 219's coming up to just before mile 50.
Yep.
And they've got a pretty good clean air in front of them. They got one truck ahead of them and then a pretty solid gap. So I don't know what happened there, why there's such a large gap between the 273 truck and Brenthal.
We got something happening down here.
Yeah,
I think
that's going to be Paul Wheel and the Paul Wheel team.
Letting them pass.
Yep, catching up to the
there you go.
Spencer Lowe Racing team there on another spec truck.
Second truck we've seen.
I guess the
Pure Vita pass.
The one upside for them is they get to do a lot of passing.
Yeah,
so it'll be exciting.
Be some good in car.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the attitude in that truck, complete 180 from the start.
Yeah. And you think even with all the experience that Larry's had, you know, is it something that he bestows to Paul and Toby, or you know, are they just like not having it, like just hammer, let's go, Larry?
I don't know.
You know, I'm curious what the conversation is, if any, happening down there. If it's just quiet, they know what they need to do, head down, and let's go.
Yeah, I would think so.
So this shot here, they're getting pretty close to getting to the coast. Once you turn and go up the coast, it really opens up, and it's really high speed. I'm looking where like Bryce and Luke and those guys are.
Let's take a look here.
And
scan down.
That's real high speed. Some of it is a little silty, and so you're going to have more dust where it's harder to pass. But then you have a lot of, and there's a couple sections where you're going just dead straight for almost 20 miles. But it's like 3-foot deep sand whoops.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And for the trucks, these guys can get on top of it, and it's pretty fun. But for your lower horsepower vehicles, looks like there's multiple lines right there.
Yeah, you see how they chose to
down
go
in a
up.
wash.
He took the wash to just gun it.
That's an LR line right there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the race course.
Uh-oh. Too much too soon? Nope.
Maybe.
Got it back.
Yeah, this is so cool to be able to watch this.
That is rad.
Yeah, I think I know this section right here. This is a little bit of a shortcut line where you're in a sand wash, and it's a lot faster, and the course is off to the left over there, kind of winding through the bushes more.
That's what's happening.
And you start getting into a little bit of rocks right here as well.
Huh. What an eventful day, all before mile marker 100.
No kidding.
Yeah, you can see kind of the embedded rocks that are in that wash area there. So some of those are kind of hidden in the sand. So when you're doing that line, you got to kind of watch
Don't want to
that
pull a sire.
you don't tag one of them.
Oof. Nice.
Yeah, you got to think. Mentality right now is just don't get back out of that truck. Just keep going.
Just keep going.
Don't let anything stop you.
Look at that silt. It's dusty. No wind, really. It's just lingering there.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I looked at the forecast, I think it's supposed to be 88 degrees and 5 to 10 mile an hour wind. So you can see now it's more of they're into more dirt.
Yep.
So you've got more dust hanging. And that's where that difference is. When you're in the sand, you don't have as much of the hanging dust.
Got you. Look how desolate it is, how narrow that is.
Yeah, he got in like a little bit of some silt there, but
you can barely see him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the faster the trucks start going, the more dust gets kicked up.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You know, you look on your GPS like, oh, cool, we've got a 1 mile, 2 mile straight. Let's make some speed up. But then you get right there, you're running into a brick wall of no visibility.
Yeah.
Definitely makes it tough.
Yeah. And then try doing it at night or early morning in the pitch black.
Oh, thank you.
Seems to be moving good, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking they are about 50 miles down physical from the leaders.
Okay.
So, I mean, they got some substantial time to try to make up.
Looks like
and
Bryce is still
and
in
the
the
top
lead.
trucks they're throwing it down. They got a good pace going right now.
Yeah, Bryce is going.
And
all this
I got Bryce
surprising.
going 93 miles an hour.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
That's cool. Yeah, and all this stuff that we're looking at here, you can find on the Score International site. You can watch the leaderboard.
Live tracking. Exactly.
Very exciting to watch. I mean, something you just like have auto refreshing in the background of your computer while you're working away. Hopefully the boss doesn't see, but you know, it's a great way to follow up on the race with, you know, out maybe having to dig deep into this live stream to see it. But, it's definitely a great tool to use, you know, not only for spectators, but for chase teams and crews and all that stuff as well.
Yes, I just got another update from the Baja Jerky team that it was a jack that broke.
Yep. Okay.
So sounds like that information was correct.
That's rough. And something like that, so I'm not sure 100% on how the Masons are plumbed, but I know most of the time the hydraulic jacking system runs off the power steering. So that power steering pump will dip into a separate reservoir that runs those hydraulic jacks. So it's not as easy as, oh, let's just pull the jack off. You know, you got lines, you've got this, and then you're introducing air into the system. And then that starts messing with steering, and that's the last thing you ever want on an all-wheel drive truck like this, because two-wheel drive truck, a steering box truck you can muscle. A steering rack truck, there's nothing you're doing. You're done. Your day's over unless you want to pull your thumbs out of your hands.
There's that turn, Wes, that you were talking about coming into that corner.
Yeah.
So
made it through that, though. Another one right here. Silty, silty, silty.
Huh. And this isn't even the bad stuff here.
No, it's coming.
This is actually normal
it's coming.
dust.
Yep.
Yeah, and it almost makes me wonder, like watching him in the wash, like cutting through all that stuff and kind of making a mishap turn like that, and then pushing through this corner here, like maybe with a jack issue, maybe there is something in the steering.
Yeah.
Obviously, 100% speculation. I'm just, you know.
Yeah, it did look like he was fighting it through the corners there a little.
And this is great footage from Kevin Thompson in the concrete truck.
Different perspective.
Yeah, a little rear facing.
There you go.
I don't know about you guys, but I was always told what's behind you does not matter.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool to have a helicopter behind you, though.
Right?
That's cool, too. Getting chased.
Yeah, definitely the teams that are able to have aerial support, that's a big advantage over not having it.
Yeah. I mean, technically, I don't know if you're supposed to be communicating or not, unless it's a safety thing, but it does help.
Yeah.
I've one year in 2011 we had a helicopter, and when I wasn't on the quad, I was able to get in it.
Sure.
And there's nothing like being able to watch one of these races from a helicopter.
Oh, it's got to be amazing.
Oh, it's
for sure.
It gives you a completely different perspective.
I think that's how you know you made it, when your helicopter matches your race car.
Right?
Well, when your helicopter matches your race car that's being filmed by another helicopter.
By another helicopter.
Let's talk about how cool this is to watch right now.
And if you're hungry, we'll drop you down some jerky.
Right.
Look at that. Look at that shot.
This is some real offshore powerboat stuff, I'm telling you what. This is cool.
Right.
Wow. Again, as always, all of you watching and also in field, if you have an opportunity to send any videos in to @Score International, we'd love to see it. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear what it's like to be down there on that course.
Yeah, and obviously any intel or anything you guys have down there on the race course, you got all of our Instagrams, our social medias. Send us messages,
Hit us
whatever
up.
you got to do.
We'll repopulate. And speaking of the fans, as we go through this whole course, 1,300 miles plus, where are some of the pockets that we're going to see a lot more fans?
I was just going to bring that up. Is where the lead trucks are going into. They're coming.
Let's take a
coming
look.
up kind of into the San Carlos Insurgentes area.
Okay.
And Insurgentes is a large agricultural area down there, and you get a lot of spectators on the courses in those areas. So I would actually anticipate us getting social media posts and videos from those areas. And I believe that there's a long straightaway that they just went down near race mile 100 that is pretty wide open. Like we were seeing, Bryce was going 93.
Right.
They're turning and heading to the coast more at this point. From what I remember, that starts kind of getting in the sand whoops.
Okay.
And then you run real close in some salt marshes near the water where it turns and heads north again. And then that's kind of windy, and then you start really getting in the big sand whoops.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking this is probably the 19.
Herbst truck?
Yeah, the trophy truck.
This is
here.
one of 6 trucks that the Herbst family has competing in the Baja 1000.
Absolutely impressive.
This is 208.
Man, what a beautiful
208.
sight right there. Like we were talking about places earlier in the broadcast. You know, you come around a corner, you come up and over a hill, where you're like, oh, I could just hang out right here.
Yeah.
This is probably one of those spots for me where, you know, sitting under the easy up watching race cars go by would be pretty tempting.
Well, and you can see the ocean
Exactly,
off to the
yeah.
left over there. And yeah, I mean, if you're going to go watch a race,
Yeah.
That's the spot.
a pretty cool place to do it.
Sit on the beach and watching race cars. It's a dream come true.
Actually watched one of my first Baja 500s back in the 80s from a surfboard sitting in the lineup like on the
Very
coast
cool.
by Erendira.
There you go. Yeah, some really special.
I was like, I need
vista
to do
points.
this. This is kind of cool.
And next thing you know, you're behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Let's see, waiting for this leaderboard to refresh and maybe we can touch base on that, kind of where we're at with everything. You've got a pretty solid group of trophy trucks up there up front running in a pack. We got like, you know, the top 6 guys seem to be all tucked in together up running.
Yeah.
Decently spaced out as opposed to, it's pretty much just Luke and Bryce really close to each other, then everybody else is.
And then that 91 truck is not Christopher Povardi. I believe that is the Illinois Valley leasing truck because he sold his spot off to somebody else.
yes,
Yeah,
he
because
did.
he's driving with Walser. So
That's to, Povardi sold it to Ricky Johnson.
that's it. There it is.
One question I had for you, Nick. This race has probably the most Class 1s that I've seen in a long time. Where do you see the Class 1s finishing in this? And is there the possibility of a dark horse coming out of the Class 1 and breaking top 5 overall or something like that?
I find it kind of hard. Like all my Class 1 buddies don't take strongly, but I find it really tough with the amount of all-wheel drive trophy trucks for a Class 1 buggy to break into the top 5. Top 10 for sure, I could definitely see that. And there are a lot of entries, but even just like statistics-wise, you stack it up, the amount of 1 cars versus trucks is pretty stacked. It's just hard, the durability and like just the reliability of the 1 cars just isn't really there like it used to be back in the day, or if anything, I think just the pace of racing has changed enough to where, back in the day, like you could almost change a transmission and still compete for a top 5. Nowadays, if you get a flat tire, you're out of contention. So with a buggy, they have, a lot more moving parts. You got the transaxle, and especially like the RPI cars with the all-wheel drive, there's a lot of moving parts that you got to hope just sync together for 1,300 miles. I'd love to see a 1 car be in the top 5, or even the top 3 would just be incredible. Like I'm a big Class 1 car fan, that's off-road racing. But I really think with the pace today and the courses and how rough it is, like sure, I bet you this bottom half, they'll run up there with the pack and have a good time. But I think once it starts getting into the bigger holes, or you're talking like into the northern section of the race course, those 1 cars are going to start slowing back when the trucks can just stand through the gas through the big giant holes.
One special team too is Brendan Gaughan and Casey Mears
in the South Point car.
Yeah, we got a NASCAR driver up in this in this competition today.
A legendary racing family all teamed up. And it's very, very cool.
Look at these shots.
And that's the cool thing about off-road is it brings so many different people into the sport.
Does.
Yep.
I mean, we're talking about spectators, and you can just see how many people are down there, and this is like really cool to see. And I think again, running this from the start in the south through there, this has given so many of the fans in southern Baja a chance to see a ton of race cars battling it in a a situation where normally they're seeing the guys come through and they're kind of spread out because it's 1,000 miles or more into a race. And I mean, this is the most spectators that I've ever seen down there.
They just keep coming. Yeah, look at that.
And everybody's stacked up. And this is where I was saying when you got into the dirt a little more,
Look at that.
The dust would become more of an issue. And that's what you're seeing right here.
Luckily, they got a little bit of a breeze, but
I was going to say, it's so close to the ocean, though, it's still not pushing
whoever that
it.
was just pulled over. You might have a flat or something. Or...
That's again.
Oh, you're kidding
me.
43 truck.
Let's see what we pull out.
Out again for the third time. This truck is now
we got the
sidelined.
impact out, so it looks like a flat tire. And now we'll see if the truck starts moving, whether they have the jack or not. Nope, they got the Bunderson, the air jack out, so they're doing it by hand. So, and you can tell by the pace of the Navigator there that it's just a finishing pace now.
Well, and this is what we talked about, is he was probably pushing and then got a front flat.
Yeah.
And that's what you can't have happen, is like if you got to keep getting out of the car, you just start digging the hole deeper and deeper. And
yeah, you can see that front left.
I think it's, and like we were saying, now their jack's not working, so you got to use a manual jack on this. And
look at everybody.
It just makes for a long day when things like this start happening.
Oh gosh, that's too bad. Well, I guess they sign a couple autographs and pop back in, and off they go.
Well, the tough spot that's putting them in right now is, they're getting passed by. Was that a 10 car? That's a rough day.
Well, everybody that they just worked so hard to pass is now going by while they're sitting there.
Right.
And that's where it gets really frustrating.
Yeah, and they got no more spares in the basket. So
True.
They're going to have to stop the next time they see somebody, re-rack. It's more downtime. Like, you're not going to want to go out there.
They shouldn't be too far. When you get to San Carlos, there's a road crossing there. They'll
got
probably
Mike
have
Marcel
a visual.
stuck there.
Looks like
I don't know
tow him out.
I don't know if that's a Grabowski driving or if that's Marcel. But with the wheel turned right like that, let's just hope that they can get this thing out of here. Maybe keep the
so
camera
you got
on that.
silt developing
Look at
there,
that mess.
and
yeah,
I bet he was in the dust and couldn't see
couldn't
and tried
see
to kind of go off to the side.
You can see this gentleman
and
to the
went
right
straight
telling
into
everybody to slow down.
We got another truck down to the bottom right. Is that the Jason McNeil truck? It looks like would be the Coastal McNeil.
I see that. Yeah.
Green Army team.
You're right. To the right, to the far right. We can't see it on camera right
it's
now.
Literally at the bottom right corner next to that.
Lower right.
If
If we pan over, you'll see it.
Oh man.
I wonder if there was some sort of collision, perhaps.
I don't know. With that orange helmet, I think that is Mike Marcel driving.
I'm going to say he was in someone's dust and tried to cut to the left
and then
to get out of it, and then went
crevice.
straight into that washout.
Let's see.
Yeah, you can see people to the lower right.
Yeah, that is the Jason McNeil truck there. They got a tire off. They're standing hands on hips. So
can't see.
Race line goes left. These guys are going right.
Different line.
You'll see him trying to buzz across, which is bold move there because we're going right into another ditch. Oh man.
Yeah, it looks like you got a couple lines right there.
You know, got to be.
We had
mindful.
And that's one thing happens when you're pre-running. You'll set up a line, but you got to think about, hey, are there going to be spectators here? Because I've had a ton of times where I'll have good lines set up, and then you go on at race day, and there's 1,000 people parked there, and you're like, well, okay, so much for that line.
Oh, they're up and running now. They're back in.
No spares in the basket, so now you got to run extra safe. Hopefully, like I say, we can get to a pit, get some spares racked.
Yeah.
Hopefully that Marcel truck, the Spy truck, can get out.
That was a pretty quick tire change.
Yeah, not so bad, especially for using the air jack and stuff. But you can definitely tell by the, the pace of the Navigator.
Body language.
Yeah. That was a very
93% of all language is nonverbal, so there you go.
My wife tells me that a lot.
Well, today we're going to be using all 7 of our verbal communication here. But
I still can't believe the amount of spectators that are down there.
Yeah. That's a fantastic turnout.
Yeah, tables and chairs and barbecues.
Heck yeah.
I don't know, man. It looks pretty good to me.
I almost kind of wonder if this is in the Santa Rita area.
I'm not sure if we can get a race mile
marker I'm looking
at this
here.
point.
Let's see where the 43's at. The 43's back.
Track that.
He's in the spec truck.
Because you see them blasting
through. It does kind of look like that to me, but
looks like they're all stacked up right here.
Yeah. I mean, to your point,
just before
Wes,
298.
I mean, look at all those spectators. It just keeps going and going and going.
Yeah, we've got a pretty
great
solid
turnout.
I mean, I've seen a fair amount of spectators down there, but nothing like this.
Yeah.
I mean,
it
Baja
keeps
Sur
going.
came out in force for this race.
That's so cool.
So now we're in the
like side by side
3924 car with Ricardo, I'm sorry, excuse me. There's a really fun perspective. See what's going on.
Yeah, that's still pretty early on in the race. But how I was talking about the brush being tight, and it being pretty kind of technical, and it's flowy, but you gotta watch yourself in there.
Wow, look at these spectators! Holy,
that is a shot. What a gift. Yeah, and you wonder what time they had to arrive to get those spots set up.
Yeah, and they'll be there all day.
Yep,
at least
and tomorrow, maybe. Who knows? Some of them are camping out. Come this far, might as well go for it. Wow.
Yeah, where they're at, you got a pretty good drive down some dirt roads to get to there.
Mm-hmm. Here we go, back to Herbst doing his thing. He's out there. See some dust down the way. So
on the hunt
he's
there.
chasing, yep.
See, I do believe
there
that
he goes. He's humming.
Hey, we've talked about this in previous broadcasts, but these guys got to put some sort of identifier on the back of them so we can see all the trucks looking the same. It's always hard to figure out. So this is the 19.
Yeah.
So this is the unlimited truck.
Okay.
On a good one.
Yep.
I'm not sure what you guys are seeing on updates, but are you seeing Bryce in fourth now?
Yeah.
I got 16
That was
seconds.
5 minutes ago, though.
Yeah.
On the map,
Okay.
on the tracking map.
Right.
You
Hold
got
on.
Cameron Steele. He just updated.
I got 10 seconds to update.
Alan Apudia just updated. And, oh, there we go. Okay, so you got Bryce up front.
Okay.
Followed by Luke McMillan, then Alan Apudia, and then Cameron Steele. Those are your top four right now, all updating at the same time.
And that's a dangerous bunch to be running up front like that.
It is. And Bryce is up front at about the 123 mark. He's going approximately 37 miles an hour.
Yeah, we're following I believe that's the 19 of Tim Herbst.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be coming up to this real hairpin right.
There we go.
And then it looks like, I believe that's the TE Motorsports Herbst truck down there at the bottom center.
Mm.
And then is that?
Then we got Rossler up, the 43 truck.
Yep.
Up top. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Beautiful ocean in the background. Just letting
this is a
play out.
really cool section of the course that I always love going through because you got the ocean right there, and it's just a fun section of the course.
Woo! Herbst letting it rip. Just going to take a real quick John up here on the tracking. I'm curious to see what's going on with the bikes really quick. I've seen a lot of action here with four wheels.
Yeah, while you're looking at that, I was looking at some of the other classes right now to kind of see what's going on with our 10 cars and our UTVs.
Okay.
And
there we go.
I believe...
Whoa. There we go. Let's see. Okay. So, that was a great shot.
So I'm
blasting down there.
I'm thinking the 1000 car is in first for Class 10 with the 1006 behind him of Stan Potter.
Wow.
And they have just gotten past race mile 50 and they're starting to head up the course.
Gotcha.
One of the stories I think of the day is going to be how do the Class 10s stack up against the UTVs? That's been kind of an ongoing battle between those two classes now, and it used to be a 10 car would smoke a UTV, and now you've got UTVs are kind of well, sometimes they've beat them overall. Otherwise, you know, they're top 2, 3, 5, and that's going to be an interesting battle. And I think with the silt that's in some of these sections, that's going to favor a UTV. Although these big, long, fast sand whoop sections, it's going to favor the 10 car.
Right. Absolutely.
So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out through the day
it's kind of
and
a
over the
leveling
night.
opportunity for these two classes, right?
Exactly. So, you know, for the people, there's a lot of different classes out here other than just the trophy trucks, and it's interesting to see the battles between the classes a lot of times.
What about within? When we speak about the UTVs and stuff, like, let's talk about that. Maybe a more insular battle happening out there. What are your thoughts on that, Polaris?
So the big thing with the UTVs right now is Polaris came out with a full-fledged factory program.
Sure.
So I mean, this is the real deal. I mean, I think they've got 100, 150 people down for this. They've got 4 factory cars. They hired drivers. They actually bought Andy McMillan's old race shop and a bunch of his old chase trucks. And, you know, they've got full-time mechanics, logistic people, managers. It's really at a level that I don't think any off-road team has done since maybe Toyota with Ivan.
Potentially, yeah.
And, you know, some of the other trophy truck teams are obviously first class, but for Polaris as a manufacturer to step into it this way, it's a major statement that they're making.
Sure.
And, you know, they came out the first race at the 250, and Rodrigo and Pudi actually beat them in a Can-Am for the overall. But since that point, Brock Hager has just been on a tear. And so he won the 500, he won the 400, and he's leading points. I think he's got a 21-point lead going into this championship. And he's leading the race right now. He was first off the line. He throws it down. But the thing that I really want to see is how does the factory Polaris team stack up against the new Can-Am with the Maverick R and Phil Blurton. He's in the turbo class, but that's going to be an interesting story to watch play out over the day. As well as you've got a lot of the satellite Polaris teams like Brandon Sims. He's got second in the last 2 races. You've got the Matlocks. Justin Lambert is third in points. He's actually running a 4-seater, so you got a little bit of a story there of the 2-seat wheelbase versus the 4. There's a lot of things we'll watch throughout the day and see how it plays out.
Sure. And speaking of some new additions, you know, Ford has entered with 2 new vehicles this year. We got the Bronco Raptor, we got the Raptor R. Nick, talk to us a little bit about that, about having some new blood in the game here.
So for me, it's exciting to see factories coming off-road racing. Like we had just talked with Polaris coming in and being like, you know, a very large entity in the sport. And yes, there are trophy truck teams that maybe do it bigger and better, but you got to think Polaris, that's a, you know, it's not a privately funded operation. It's a company funded thing. You know, it's the factories coming in, and you know, that's really what I think builds this sport up. So Ford coming in and doing this, it's going to put so much development and so much product, like product development
Ford
into the
Raptor
sport.
Coming in 2008 really was when we made its mark.
And they've just gotten better since then. And it's just great because you got to think, like, you know, what they're pitching to the marketing department is probably pitching to the execs and everything is like, this is R&D. We're learning something. And you go back in like the Toyota days and the Rough Riders Ford days. So much product development came from all that just progressed the entire sport.
For sure.
Because when you have like big company funding like this to test products and learn things and try stuff out, it just helps the whole sport as a whole, in my opinion. And it puts a much greater set of eyes on the sport, because now, you know, they're going to have that Ford truck. They'll probably take it to dealerships across the country.
For sure.
And maybe, you know, somebody, Billy Joe Montana, has never seen anything about off-road racing, walks into his local Ford dealership to buy a dually. Next thing you know, he's like, holy smokes, what's a Raptor? I'm going to buy one of them.
Let's do it. And primarily a stock vehicle. But
exactly,
look at this. Here we go. We got a little overtake here. We got Larry and Truck 43. Trying to make some headway somehow. But going back, I mean, it's wonderful to have Ford. It's fantastic to have the Raptor.
I mean, that's, you know, I think like the biggest growth period in off-road racing was, you know, mid-90s when Ford was in, Chevy was in. We had the Chevy Thunder team, we had the Rough Rider team, we had Ivan in the Toyota, and it was just a manufacturer's battle of just who can win these races. We all want to win in Baja, and then it didn't stop there. You know, it went to tire manufacturers and wheel manufacturers and shock manufacturers because you got to think these manufacturing companies would go after the best products, and they'd be like, hey, you know, we had this tire failure. Like, what can we do to help improve your tire? Because we put this much effort into our program, and we're not going to lose it because of a tire. So let's upgrade these tires. Let's upgrade these wheels. And so when a factory company, like something like that, a manufacturer gets involved, I think in general it's just going to help everybody overall. And I love seeing it. I'm a big fan of like the 7S trucks and like the old 8 full, like, you know, stock full stuff. And I wish that was more of a thing again. But I'm just excited for the future of all of it.
Awesome.
Ford's doing a great job in off-road. Always have. Hopefully they can keep doing it.
Shout out to Ford. And, of course, our sponsor, BFGoodrich Tires. Listen to that rumble.
Somebody idling, I don't know.
Somewhere, I'm not sure where that audio is.
We're pulling audio from something else.
That's a gorgeous shot right there. Man. Probably going to hear me say that a few more times.
Yeah, like I'm saying,
we're just getting, I mean, I can't speak enough about like having these kinds of perspectives. We just never get to see this.
No.
Not like this, not with this kind of clarity.
I would turn left right there. Right there at the end of that peninsula. Right
no
there.
rain, no thunderstorms, nothing yet. Relatively beautiful day, not too windy. So anyways, we'll marinate on this. But however, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with more Baja 1000 after this.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.
All right, welcome back to the Score Baja 1000. We have got a race happening here. We got a two-truck battle happening along the shore. Never a dull moment, obviously.
A little cat and mouse action going here.
Yeah, I think there's some of that happening.
Yeah, we're stuck on this 43 truck all day. It'll be nice, cool, all the heli footage and everything. But must be catching, slower class guys here.
Something.
But still a challenge, like a spec truck these days are not far off. I know Jason McNeil was, third overall at the 500?
Yes.
Like, that's impressive, These spec trucks have definitely picked up the pace, and they're just as quick as, most of the lower level trophy truck guys.
Yeah.
So it's not an easy
I do think
task.
in the beginning of this, there's a lot of high speed stuff though, so you are going to have an advantage in the trophy truck.
Absolutely.
But guys like McNeil are, they're contenders for the overall almost. So.
There's a couple of loose cannons. Well, I don't know about today. We saw McNeil stop back there on the beach with Mike Marsal stuck in the ditch. So hopefully they can get something figured out. But yeah, it's not an easy task even in an unlimited truck to catch a spec truck, because it's like, let's take top speeds, unlimited truck here in the 140s. Well, spec trucks are mid 120s. So, we're not doing that here, but like at the speed range, like they can run a consistent pace, almost the same as each other.
They can battle.
So it's definitely going to be a tough one, especially with dust and you're running in here and you got no spares in the basket, so you're not taking any risks because, you don't want to go run the thing in on just the rim. So. Sure. But, LRs know.
But we have seen that. We have seen vehicles that start off with 4 and come back with only 3 across the finish line, whatever it takes to make it to the end.
Usually doesn't go too long. You end up wiping out brakes and taking all kinds of stuff out. And drive
certainly
plates
this
and
early.
hubs. Yeah. It's definitely not a risk you want to take on the vehicle. But
no way.
You definitely want to, he's got two patches of dust in front of him. If you look up here, even 3 around that next corner there.
Yeah.
So, they definitely
there's
have
a
some work to
group,
do.
I think.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, what happens a lot of times is you'll have a slower car and 2 or 3 faster guys will catch him, but they're in the dust, so you can't get around them, and then you end up freight training, and then it just makes it really hard to get through. And then if you're behind a guy, but he's behind a guy, and you're on push to pass, he doesn't want to let you pass him, and it just becomes kind of a mess. And then you guys start hitting people and getting aggressive. And
that's why it's so important at the 400 for your qualifying spot and all that, and like why we talked about the importance of finishing well at that race to put you in a good spot here. Because the further forward you start, the less stuff you got to pass.
For sure.
Well, and to that point, our lead pack, they've all kind of held pace with each other, and they're all. We got about 5 guys that are just all on pace with each other, and no one's really pulled away. No. And they're probably just far enough apart where they're out of each other's dust.
Yeah.
And if you've got a guy in front of you that has a good pace, you don't really lose any ground. Where you get screwed is if you have an issue like this, and then you end up in slower vehicles dust and you got to work your way through, then you lose even more time.
Sure.
You got to think those top 5 trucks, they're all professionals. They're the big dogs in the sport, and they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And they're probably not taking the risks to pass each other because they know they've got 1,300 miles of racing, and they're going to take their time, and they're going to stick to their plan.
That's a good point, Nick. I mean, let's just really kind of pull back for a second and think about some of these teams. Yeah. These guys are beasts on their own, let alone they all come together. And I'm curious, and this is more just me kind of being a fan here, do these guys keep certain tricks of their trade close to the sleeve, or are they sharing in this moment? Or
So that's a conversation my brother and I have been having in the shop, because like right now you've got the Bryce, Andy, Tavo team.
Right.
Like, and those are 3 guys that have been competing against each other for years. Like, yes, Andy and Bryce have teamed up.
And they
from
know
time to
a
time.
little bit about each other, but
end of the day, like you hold some things close to your chest.
For sure.
And like, I'm sure some of it, like when you watched them all down pre-running through social media, you see everybody was out pre-running on their own, doing their own stuff. And so that's where I think in this sport a lot of the secrets are kept, is like how you pick your lines and how you do all that stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, you know, like we'll talk like I like the Dan McMillan team.
Yeah.
With Justin Lofton and Josh Daniels, like those are just like a bunch of like really fast dudes, and it's like it's exciting to kind of see how that's going to play out as well for them. And I don't know, it's hard. Like I'm a secretive guy. I'm not going to let all my secrets out, but
and
you got
to
to for the team.
And to that team, the Lofton team, we've kind of loosely been using the term this anomaly team, right?
Yeah.
Why do we call it an anomaly team?
So the way I kind of look at it, and like I'm not trying to step on toes here, but like you look at like Lofton and Daniels are two very fast dudes.
Right.
They'll always be like potentially the first dudes to the first checkpoint. Like they're on the pipe, but maybe sometimes they hang it out a little too much. But they're always that second driver, or they're always selected for these good teams to drive for them. Like they're no slouches. They're amazing drivers and wheelmen. And then Dan, he's a top 3 driver, and so maybe getting these top 3 guys all stacked together lets them maybe take it up that notch and maybe put them in contention for an overall. So it's exciting to see. Like I'm friends with all 3 of those guys, and so I really hope for the best for all of them. But when I saw that stack up, I was like, man, Daniels is wild. He's fast and wild, and he's calculated at times, but he lets it hang loose. You watch all the in-car stuff with him and Sheila and all that stuff. And then same thing with Lofton. He's the usually fastest dude to qualify out there. So it's cool to see them together, and hopefully they can all, hold back the urges to be the hot rod on the highlight reel and maybe get a truck, up the race course.
And to me, that's one of the compelling stories of this race is you have these super teams.
Yeah.
Yep. So was it a good idea to put Bryce and Andy and Tavo in the same vehicle? They're all super fast, but are they going to be too hard on that truck?
Yeah.
And in a race this long, versus do you have, I'm not saying they're slow, but like, someone like Rob that's more calculated, I think, or like a Rossler that they're super fast.
They're experienced,
but they just have so much seat time and experience, and they're just
got to ride it down.
We got a guy down right there. But you have guys like that are just known for taking care of the vehicle and getting it from point A to point B in a very fast manner, like in perfect shape.
Yeah. And I think that's something that came down to. I can imagine like the angst of trying to figure out who you're going to pick for your team for this race, especially with it being such a long race and there's so many different types of terrains, and like every driver has their strong suits when it comes to driving. It's like maybe you're real fast in the technical, but this guy's real fast in the washes, but this guy's fast in the whoops. And so, you want to look at that course map, you break it up into a couple sections, like who do you want to drive what section, I can imagine like Luke sitting at the shop trying to figure out like, hey, I'm quick, the San Felipe, the top section, I'm real fast here. But, maybe Rob's quicker down south, more calculated, get me a car in good shape, And so maybe that's how they decide how they're going to start their race. And it's just, it all comes down, like we talked earlier in the broadcast, it comes down to planning and preparation. And that's not just prepping the car and the vehicles, that's actually planning who's driving and where they're driving and how they're going to drive. So.
Yeah, it's all your race strategy.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to be interesting is who had the best race strategy.
Yeah.
And, it looks to me like no one's really trying to make a major push right now. They're all just kind of holding pace with each other, holding their spots, and, basically you'll slowly have guys get a flat or have a problem and drop out. You want to stay in that lead pack.
I personally don't see any changes going on until at least halfway through this race. If everybody has clean days, nobody's having issues, I feel like these guys are all going to sit right there in that tight group of 5.
The first place that I think is going to be the major test that is going to start to separate people is that Laredo area where we're seeing the bikes and the silt right there. Because you're going to have some guys getting stuck. And
that's right around race mile 330.
Getting through there clean is going to be important.
Well, speaking of bikes, I just zipped up top, and our top 3, obviously Karen Nairn and Mark Samuels are still going at it, but if we look over at the 1X bike, Juan Carlos Salvatierra, that bike, he hasn't pinged in 32 minutes. So hopefully there's not an issue and it's just a tracking situation, but generally he would be, nipping at the heels of Mark Samuels at this point. That's still happening.
And it does look like 3X has started to gap out Samuels a little bit.
And that's, so that's a right around 552 mark right now.
And I'm going to say
and then
they probably did a
Juan
rider
Carlos.
change at San Ignacio.
Okay.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you may have different riders on the bikes now.
Okay.
And that might be what's leading to a little bit of a gap opening up here.
Got you. Here we are back. And this, race mile 330 here, this is only going to get worse and worse and worse, and siltier, deeper and deeper.
Yeah.
You see these guys on bikes trying to find the new lines, navigate through there. A little bit ago when we saw that racer kind of wipe out there, we saw two people come out of nowhere and kind of help him out and get him out there. Thank God for that, bringing rags forward, wiping it off, getting you back out.
Yeah, this is going to get really interesting by the time all the trucks go through here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think when your limited classes get to this, like say a 1600 car, they're going to have a hard time.
Well, that's where we hope. Hopefully, the pre-running is set in.
Yeah.
And so something to think about too is, so say you're in that 1600 car and maybe you didn't pre-run a bonus line. Hopefully, the unlimited guys did. Maybe they'll blaze the trail, and maybe you can make one of those split-second decisions, like, oh, you know what, this looks smoother. I'm gonna hang left.
Right. I think what would concern me as a limited car driver is all of your option lines are now going to be burned in. Yep. And might be silt beds themselves.
Yep, exactly.
What's happening down here, guys? What do you did he hit something?
He's just struggling.
He's tired.
There's that.
Is that an Ironman?
A 762?
Yeah.
Or wait, that is an Ironman. Yeah.
So, I mean,
fatigue is setting in for sure.
He's been on the bike for 330 miles.
He's been out there for over 10 hours.
Yeah.
That's a long time on a dirt bike.
Yeah. But as these mini challenges happen, in your head you're still like, I've got over 900 miles to go.
I was gonna say, he might be contemplating why he chose to Ironman at this point, because he basically has 1,000 miles still to go.
Yeah, he has a whole Baja 1000 to do,
and he's got a whole Baja.
Well.
He's got a lot of time on the bikes.
Yeah, and speaking of time on the bikes, I am genuinely curious as to our friend on the 741 bike.
Oh yeah,
Walter Jan from Australia, man. Where is that guy? Gosh, if anybody out there
396
from our people on the ground, please send us a video of bike 741X if you can. Would love to see how he's doing. Now we got some other vehicles trekking through, saying hello, testing this out.
Pretty sure they're not racing
spectators
vehicles.
saying hello.
Yeah, that's spectators trying to get to their camp.
They're like, let me try this.
That's some real 1450 stuff if I've ever seen it.
Which that's going to be it. So some of these spectators have gone into these areas, and now they're going to have to get out on a silt bed.
Yeah,
so
very true.
I think there's going to be some spectators having a hard time getting home tonight.
Oof.
741X.
741X. Where are
26 miles an hour. He's
still going.
Yeah, it tracks him just
God
before.
bless you, buddy.
Right at like 398 is where it's showing me on our tracker. So he's out there moving and shaking.
He's Ironman in it.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Where's he at in the Ironman class? Do we know?
I couldn't tell you. I'd have to dig through here. Oh, he's got one guy.
Some more.
He might be doing
more
really well.
in-car action with Ricardo in the 3924 car.
With our lead trucks, so they came through the Santa Rita area, which is probably like race mile 115 or so. Mm-hmm. It gets silty in that area, and then once you get out of that, it looks to me like they're right about to get into the big sand loops right now.
Okay.
And then they're just east of Mag Bay, and there's Puerto San Carlos there. There's a paved road that you hop on for just a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
So probably everyone, there was a BFG pit at Santa Rita, and then most people do a visual at that road crossing right there.
Yeah, these guys, like I said, these guys are moving and shaking. They're past 550, making ground. I mean, not quite halfway yet, but pretty solid progress on the race course.
Some cool in-car here from Ricardo.
So another cool story is in the UTV Pro Stock class, you have the blocks racing.
Oh, right.
So Lucy Block, and then I think Rodrigo and Pudia is helping them. I believe they're in a new Can-Am Maverick R as well. So I believe those are the only two of the Maverick R's that are in this race. You got Phil Blurton and then the blocks. But it'll be curious to see how they do and how things play out for them in the Pro Stock UTV class.
Now I wonder too, like with that, holding all the weight on your shoulders of being the old 2 Can-Ams out there, the new Can-Ams.
Yeah.
Like, are you going to win this race, or are you going to just try and show face and make the finish and say, hey, we did 1,300 miles in these brand new cars? Like, I'd have a hard time with that.
I had a pretty in-depth talk with Phil leading up to the race and kind of talking to him about his strategy and how things were going with their new car. And he was pretty excited about it. I think he felt like he had a pretty good shot with things. It's a big step to get away from a CVT and having a belt. Although with the Pro Rs, I've never blown a belt in my car, and I think most of the guys I've talked to, one of the things we were so excited about is with our turbo race cars, we're having to drive it off the belt temp gauge.
Yeah.
And with the Pro R, it's really a non-issue.
You just go racing.
Yeah. So, but it is, CVT with a belt versus the transmission.
Natural transmission.
It's new, 2 fairly new platforms of the Pro R and the Maverick R. Yeah. So that's going to be interesting, and you got the powerhouse Factory Polaris team with their drivers. Last I checked, Brock was still out front.
And usually it takes a mishap for Brock not to be out front in any race car he's in. 10 car, spec truck, short course, anything. He's one of those dudes that'll just be forever be quick. So
yeah,
it's exciting to see that. And then they got the numbers. They've got the 4 cars running versus Can-Am with the 2. So
yeah, I'm trying to remember who Brock is driving with. I think he's got Ethan. Justin Morgan and
the Ethan Grom, maybe.
But no, it's Ronnie Anderson and JD Marsh.
Oh, okay.
So Ronnie's obviously seasoned down here, and JD Marsh, he's raced with the Wells down here and some other teams. So he's got experience. I do think there might be a little drop off over Brock, but I think those guys will be driving the night, and you don't want to try to overdrive the car in those situations anyways.
Nighttime's to hold position.
Yeah.
Don't get past it.
Don't make mistakes and don't get past it. But in speaking with Phil, he was saying they don't have a ton of time with that car, so they pre-ran in one. Another thing that is of interest too is he was saying his car is relatively stock. He said it could almost qualify for the Pro Stock class, versus with like Brock's car and the Factory Polaris teams, those are full tube chassis. There's a lot that has gone into that program. So, how does all of that play out?
Yeah, absolutely. Exciting to see. Got a whole day of racing to see how everything plays out.
We'll see, we'll see all this stuff.
Basically, Brock's going to have to DNF to lose the points championship. So.
I believe so, too. And that, that changes the whole pace of the race, too. So, like, as much as Brock wants the big ball 1,000 trophy, I'm pretty sure a points championship means more. So
for the novice just tuning in, when you guys say DNF, what does DNF stand for?
Did not finish.
Did not finish. There you go.
It's the last thing you ever want to do.
That's the only thing that you don't want to have to have
That's
on
what you don't want after your name on the
don't want
results.
that in bold letters. It does not. You don't want the DNF there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you don't get your score mileage award.
Right? Yeah, and we talk about we talk about the importance of finishing, because you still get points for finishing, and so you've got to be willing to go to any length, and we're definitely seeing that from the 43 truck today. Again, 383 teams in this competition.
Well, and with the way the points work in the score series, you get start points, finish points, and then points by where you placed. But it's, say, 50 points for starting, 50 points for finishing, and then there's not that many points for where you finished. So you gotta finish to stay in the mix.
For sure.
On these. If you have one DNF, you're generally out of the hunt.
And then what about the checkpoints too? There's penalties sometimes that come up sometimes if you get docked a little bit, and that's more of a time thing. But
and we may have a piece on that later about VCPs. So a VCP is a virtual checkpoint, And that's basically how they're keeping everybody on the course.
Right.
Yeah, it keeps everybody honest.
Yeah. So,
it's like a shock collar.
So
don't go out.
So these guys have trackers.
Yeah.
You can't really see it in that shot.
Yeah. You can see the top right corner.
Yeah, I
the
guess
tracker,
you can there.
The blue.
So it's a Stella unit. Yep. And that tracks. It also allows you to push the pass and let people know if you're broke down on the course, things like that.
Cool.
So it's from a safety standpoint, it works as well.
Okay.
But that will keep track of your speed in the speed zones. So you get penalized if you go too fast in a speed zone.
Yep.
Generally, they're either 37 miles an hour or 60 miles an hour. And then you've got to hit your virtual checkpoints. Yeah. So with the virtual checkpoints, most of them, I believe, are 120 feet. And if you miss that, it's a 10-minute penalty. So if you try to get creative with a line or something and you miss that VCP, well, the 10 seconds you made up on your line, you just lost 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's not worth it.
It's a big old tattletale.
You can be the first across the finish line, but that doesn't mean that you're actually going to end up as first place.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that's sometimes, when we get to the finish line cameras and all that, and it's like, you see everybody, partying, champagning and all that. It's always with a little bit of a wait because you're always wondering for the next morning.
You got to wait for the morning.
There's a little bit of trepidation because when I've won these races before, you're happy, but you're just like, please, no penalties. And
don't kill me on penalties after I've gone 1,300 miles. You're going to kill me on penalties,
Yeah, Jose G, the race director, 2 years ago when we were going point to point, I crossed the finish line second, and then the next day I got penalized, and I was like, what? How did I miss a VCP?
Yeah.
And I had GoPro footage of it and everything. And I actually went out, I bought a 150-foot tape measure, and I had my GoPro footage, and I measured everything, and it turned out I missed it by like 3 feet. And they still penalized me. And
3 feet, 3 feet.
And apparently, I guess Impudia missed one by like a foot or something once. So there's some kind of heartbreaking moments. With some of that.
And that's the important part of pre-running too, is making sure you're in the right spots where you got to be, and make sure your lines take you to that VCP.
Yeah.
Some say football is a game of inches, and in Baja, sometimes it's about 12. It can be. It can make or break
be an inch if you're talking about hitting a rock or something.
That's true too.
So,
that's true too.
Especially if you're on a bike.
For sure.
Oh man.
There we go.
Brandon Walsh here in the side by side.
Yep, exactly. Got Walsh in-car action here.
Yeah, so they're probably just kind of getting to the coast, I would think. I'm going to say somewhere probably between race mile 50 and 75, if I had to guess.
Take a look.
Need a refresh here.
All right, our trophy trucks are definitely in the big sand whoops at this point.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Yeah, that
big separation there.
That section right there, if you're on a dirt bike or a quad, you just look and it just goes on forever.
Yeah.
And it's just whoops
straight
and
shot.
Whoops and whoops and whoops.
Yeah.
The first time I ever did that, we were pre-running and I'm like, oh no, this is going to suck.
Well, hopefully
gonna feel this in the morning.
Well, hopefully we can stay on the 19. The Tim Herps, when he comes around there, it looks like he's a couple miles out from that section. Be able to watch the in-car of him jamming through all those big old bumps. Because he's running to the coast now. He should be hanging right
I
for
think
the left.
He's around. He's at 152 right now, approximately. That was a minute ago.
Yeah, for the trucks, they got the horsepower to get up on top of it. What does get a little sketchy is some of the section there you have, if you're going northbound, you're going to have a barbed wire fence on your right-hand side, and you're pretty close to it. So if you're doing like a buck and you're in whoops, and I think for a lot of people, you think that when we're driving these cars that, it's like driving your minivan down the highway or something, and you can know exactly where it's going. No, you're kind of like keeping it pointed in a general direction, and it's just floating.
You just you get an idea. I mean, look at this perspective up here in the upper left.
Yeah, that upper left is a perfect example of, he's keeping that thing pointed in a general direction, and you can see he's giving steering input just subtly through there.
Yeah. The camera's stabilized, but you really get a sense of them just wobbling and just dancing,
and a lot of times
sailing, skipping.
I'll kind of loosen my grip on the wheel and just kind of let it flow.
Yeah.
And then unless it does something crazy, then you'll kind of tighten up and give it input.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see the difference now. Look at the camera below, speed-wise.
Well, yeah, the UTV's bouncing around all over the place. It looks like he's having a heck of a time, and the trophy truck is just having a blast.
Yeah.
Looks like a good
look at
time.
that.
I can't see his mile per hour there, but he's got to be cooking.
Big time.
Those cactus are going by pretty fast.
Stay straight.
Looks
stay
like
straight.
it should be.
I think this is that exact section I was talking about.
Yeah, you should be coming up to the left here.
If that's Herbst, yeah?
Yeah.
So, yeah. He's
It
going
looks
about
like
70, almost 75 miles an hour, so it says here on the map. Maybe not. We'll see. Give or take a few. Back to
I'd
Walsh.
say he was going at least 75.
At least.
He may have been a little north of that.
Okay. All right, coming up, here we go. We got video of Chris Polvardi here, truck 91. Chris has been doing just sensational over the last couple of years, coming in, really making a mark. We'll see where he ends up.
He's been putting out a lot of good videos too.
Yeah, he has.
He's got
his vlogs are fantastic on YouTube. If you ever watch those are great.
Yeah, and the effort that they were putting in pre-running, they had a plane down here, and he would pre-run a section in a Pro R in a Polaris UTV, and then fly back to La Paz or wherever he was going to start from, and then run it in his spec truck.
Yeah,
So,
it's next level stuff. In Minnesota, we call that MBN. Must be nice.
Yeah.
Must be nice, Chris.
We call it that in California as well.
There's a few other acronyms we could probably add, but we'll stick it with MBN for right now.
I've probably been on a plane like 2 times in my life, and this guy was on a plane probably 12 times over the last 4 days. That's impressive.
And it was a private one, and they were landing in these remote airports all over the place.
Why not?
What an adventure.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, God bless
if
you,
you've got
buddy.
the means, do it. I mean, you want to win a race.
Gotta
that's the best
live
way to do
life.
it.
Yeah, and then Bryce was doing a similar thing too.
Sure, yeah.
You know, I think they were flying around.
All these guys got helicopters.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it really is quite an extreme spectrum when we think of certain teams that are just gargantuanly loaded with sponsors, and then to the everyman that's watching this says, well, I'll give it a whirl.
I'm gonna fly in from Australia, buy myself a dirt bike from the old Motor World over here, and let's hit the start line.
Yeah, we saw some competitors in contingencies. It was just a guy and his wife, and that's it. We're just making it work.
But then, well, one of the stories in the UTVs is, like say Brock Hager, he's won the last 2 races. Brandon Sims has gotten second in the last 2 races. And, you know, Brock, full factory program. They've got 100, 150 people down. You know, it's
full support.
A full-on factory effort. Sims he's a supported factory driver, but I talked to him. He didn't pre-run.
Yeah.
None of his crew could get the time off, so they're just winging it.
Yeah.
And last I checked, he's in second place.
Look at this.
Little line choice here. Getting some silt.
I mean, this Herbst
you
truck
can see
is
it kind of swap right there a little.
Yeah, course correct, but back in, and I mean, they're definitely cooking. Maybe.
Yeah, he made that
a little
right
while
already.
ago, probably at least 120, just blasting.
Should be heading north up that big long straight there on the map.
Right.
Yeah. And from what I heard, pre-running, this is notorious for its whoops, but that it had gotten flattened out by the rain and the hurricane a lot. But I think what's going to happen is all the pre-running and then all these trucks going through it, it's just going to get deeper and deeper and deeper.
Yeah, the guys that are following this truck and all the other big trucks, they're going to have some holes to go through.
So once they come out of this, like in preparation, what's the co-driver saying to the driver right now? What are they talking about? Or are they just like, straight, just focus and let it rip?
So for us, it just kind of depends on the relationship you and your co-driver have.
Right.
So like my brother and I specifically, like that's an example I'm laying on, we talk the whole time.
You do.
Like it's like, yes, you're in the driver's seat here and you see this road, eases left, eases right, and in your head you're like, okay, but you're thinking about so many other things while you're driving that car, that just having that reassurance behind you in the passenger seat, saying, hey, we're going to ease left, we're going to ease right, about 100 yards, we're going to make a 90 left.
Right.
Just kind of like, just just hearing it in your head,
Yes.
it's like, okay, that's where we're at, so you don't get that tunnel vision.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is it kind of having that open line of communication gets you from like zoning out and being in your own world. For me personally,
I was going to say,
because I'll lose focus, slow down pace. Some people love it. I know like Rob McCackern races 100% off a lead now.
Gotcha.
Co-driver doesn't say a single thing. He just has all his notes. Just talk to him. The series just telling him where to go.
Yeah.
And he's just out there racing.
So for some, it can be a distraction. For you, it's an advantage.
I love it,
Or something that you prefer.
Yeah, I was going to say, for me, if there's things I need to know, let me know. But in something like this, where you're just pretty much wide open on a straightaway, I would be talking to my co-driver like, hey, just let me know when something's coming.
Sure. Right.
If there's a gotcha or something we have a note for, or when's our next turn.
Sure.
But
especially when it's this straight for this long.
But, you know, a lot of times we would just be kind of quiet. And if I'm in the zone and I'm 100% focused, like, it kind of depends.
See,
in a long race, sometimes I'll get bored. And we'll just start like.
That's what I mean. I'm
talking.
like, I'm curious. Like, what are they
that corner there
talking about? Or
so the thing for me too, like I think my brother gets frustrated, but like I got to keep the stoke level up.
That's probably where they're going west and then making that hard right. Yeah, exactly.
Right here.
And then here's where you have a long straightaway.
Big rollers through here.
And this is where it's like all big sand whoops. And you
go.
will have the fence start coming up on the right-hand side here in a little bit.
Way too cool.
Wow. You know, I'm getting word that Polvardi just passed Cameron Steele.
So now, do we know who's in the Polvardi truck? Is it Polvardi driving, or
we're
is it
waiting for the
Walser off the start?
Gonna see who.
From judging,
there we go.
From his pre-run videos,
Chris
was
is
pre-running
driving
this section.
Okay.
So
That makes
Chris
sense.
So here's Luke. We got Bryce way up here, and then we come back here.
Yeah, we just need a refresh here of the 7.
So the Walser truck refreshed right away. Here's Cameron, and here's Alan.
Yeah.
You know, so, yep. Look at that. Let me just back this up just a tick, get a better perspective. Here we go.
Should refresh. We got 15 seconds. You guys at home watching the timer in the top left. There.
Right up here.
That's kind of what we live
is what
by.
we've been living by. All three of us, we refresh at different times, but
I got a one.
And so probably what happened there, because Cameron was doing pretty good, but he's in that 2-wheel drive truck, and this is where it's sandy.
There we go.
And so that 4-wheel drive.
So here's your refresh.
In the big whoops, he's probably was able to make a run on him.
And if you look
I
here,
bet that's what happened.
Yeah, if I can look here, I mean, yeah.
You run up on Luke.
He is pushing on Luke right now.
At 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be that big long run section there too. That's just impressive.
And Bryce hasn't pinged 2 minutes.
I got Bryce going 105.7.
Yep.
So I mean, those guys they're on it through there.
Yeah.
It's so gnarly because it's dug in a little, so you don't have a lot of room on either side. Like if you get a little bit out, you're gonna swap and be on your head.
Yeah.
And you know, to be going over 100 miles an hour through there, and like I said, it gets pretty whooped out.
Yeah.
So that's
confidence.
One, a testament to how well these trucks work.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then 2 to their driving ability.
For sure. Well, we can see the map here, but let's go down for some more visceral action from our social media input. Let's see what we got happening. Awesome. Huh. Very cool. Very cool. We appreciate those videos. Keep them coming. Wes, what were you just saying before we came back from that?
Well, I'm not sure if everyone is pinged yet, but I am showing in the battle for the lead bikes that the 1X has overtaken 3X and 7X, and they are nearing the Highway 1 crossing
up there.
By Vizcaíno.
Okay.
Right by race mile, I think it's 600.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right
there we go.
So they're almost race mile 600, but if that's the case, the 1X has really made some ground.
Absolutely.
And
well, for a while there, I was saying, like, Juan Carlos hadn't pinged in almost 32 minutes there for a second. We didn't know if they were changing, doing a repair or switching drivers.
Seems to be fair. Mine just refreshed right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so here you go.
So we may have a lead change there, or I don't know if maybe the 1X was having tracker issues and now we're just finally getting his info.
True. Like a 3 mile separation there.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they had the 3X and 7X had a 50-mile lead over third.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a hard time believing that he made up that much ground on them unless those guys broke.
I mean, look at Mark. That's a significant distance.
Yeah. It's
over
incredible to see the gap there between everybody.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the distance from third to fourth has kind of stayed the same, which that's leading me to believe that maybe we weren't getting good tracking info off 1X in the beginning, and maybe it is a 3-bike race that's going on, and actually 1X is the one that's been leading.
And we get it over here on the right. You'll have more of a clear look at the distances. We can see a little bit.
He's got a 3-mile lead over the 3X, and then pretty substantial lead over Samuels actually at this point. It's
another
over 10-mile lead.
Boom.
Impressive.
There we go. And this gap even just got a little bit bigger.
Yeah. So
not much, but it's happening.
It's still a 3-bike race, and then there's.
But then
we're talking race mile 600. We're not even halfway.
Not even halfway there yet.
And these guys have been racing since 1 in the morning their time.
Insane.
So impressive. Yeah. Hats, helmets off to you.
Yeah. My kids woke me up at 1 o'clock, but then I went back to sleep. So, not riding a dirt bike. That's 1 a.m.
No, sir.
But
that's why you have teammates and you break it up.
Exactly. So, I mean that is something that we talked about. We have multiple drivers, racers involved on these teams, and that is why. But then you've got these Ironmen that are doing it and seem to never cower, up for the ultimate challenge.
Looks like Cameron's got his way back up again.
Okay.
He's back in third, behind Impudia. I just had an update here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got Walser back in fourth.
Okay.
And then we've got, but that didn't update. That's been for 5 minutes. Never mind, take it back.
So we're doing our best here.
Yeah, like we said before, like at home, you can go on the Score International website and you can track everything we're doing right here. Like we've literally just looking at computer screens and we jump through and kind of see where everybody's at. It gives you mile per hours as they update, and it gives you mileage on the track. You can kind of see like the whole pace of the race itself. It's pretty interesting to watch.
We've been learning about washes. We've been learning about silts, but now let's take a moment to learn about rocks from Wes.
One of the many hazards out here on the race course are rocks. And there's a lot that are buried, and then there's a lot that get turned up. This is more of an example of a rock getting turned up. But you can see, if you hit a rock like this with a tire, you're probably going to get a flat. You may even rip a corner off of a car. And a lot of times these are embedded in the ground. I think the trickiest one for me is when you've got ruts and you're going through and it's actually embedded in the ground, and a lot of times you can't see it till the last second, and you may be going 70, 80 miles an hour railing through turns, and then next thing you know, you've got something like this with about maybe that much sticking out of it, and it's solid and it just doesn't move, and you'll flat spot a wheel or side pinch a tire there, causing a flat. Then you got to pull over and change it. Hopefully you've got another spare. So for a dirt bike or a quad, a rock like this is going to be catastrophic. So you definitely want to keep your head on a swivel, be paying attention for anything that might throw you off your game while you're out there so you can get it to the finish line.
Seems like it's almost impossible to avoid a rock in the middle of the desert, but
right?
You can, and some will absolutely, as you said, they could be a catastrophic outcome.
Yeah, if you're on a dirt bike or a quad and you hit that, race is over.
Day over for sure.
Yeah.
So what's you got an update?
Yeah, so I just got an update from Nate Hunt from BFG, and he said that indeed what we thought with the 1X is what's been happening.
Oh.
Okay.
His tracker wasn't working earlier. He's been leading all day.
Oh, exciting.
So it is a 3-bike race right now. 1X is in the lead. Apparently he's been leading all day. And then you've got 3X and 7X.
No kidding. Well, there's a news flash. The whole time we thought it was Karen Nairn, and turns out it's Juan Carlos.
Yeah, but it's a close race.
Well,
yeah, they're
still plenty
within
to
15 miles of each other with over half the race to go.
Again, like invaluable information. So we appreciate those updates
definitely.
coming in.
Any of the teams, if you guys are watching, if you can get us updates or also post footage and tag it, is definitely good information for us.
Oops.
The trucks, they just crossed San Carlos Road, and they are all kind of starting to work their way up towards. They're just west of Insurgentes.
Yeah.
Through this section, I believe you get into some salt flats again, and then it's softer, more like beach sand whoops that get a little higher frequency and a little more peaked out, as well as there's some rollers in there. So there are some kind of gotchas. I wouldn't expect them in those sections to be going over 100, but they'll still be going pretty quick. You just got to kind of watch it. Then they're going to head east and start heading towards San Javier. They'll cross back over Highway 1, and there's some pretty gnarly silt there. So it'll be interesting to see it. And there's usually a lot of spectators too, so we'll probably get some footage from that area.
Cool, cool. Back to in-car and rear car perspectives.
Yeah, so this is back of a Turbo Hertz truck. Let's talk about a green beadlock wheel.
Back with
Brandon Walsh and the UTV.
These guys look calm, cool, collected.
Yeah, it's out for a cruise.
Just doing their thing, you know.
We got somebody dead in the water there.
Yeah.
That's one of the UTV teams, right?
I don't know if it's paused.
I think it's frozen.
I think it might be frozen that low, because I don't see the hands of the steering wheel moving.
Yeah, nothing's moving.
Oh, here we go. Just a slight hiccup, but we're back on the track. Here we go. Alrighty.
There we go. Jamming.
Okay. Now we're starting to see some movement from the Walsh vehicle.
I was going to see how our UTV guys are doing right now.
Okay. We'll check up there.
You hear that beep in there? That's the tracker and all that stuff.
Does it mean your burrito's ready?
Yeah, I wish. No. So I'll be telling you you're near a VCP or you're coming up into a danger or something like that.
It's an alert.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so if I'm seeing this correctly, the class battle that we talked about with Class 10 versus the UTVs, I'm putting my money on the UTVs right now because I'm not seeing too many Class 10s ahead of Brock Hager at this point.
Okay.
Looks to me like...
Oh, so we lost the hood on a spec truck here.
That's
219.
Yeah, that's the Hertz truck.
So we've got, if this tracking info is correct, maybe 4 10 cars ahead of the lead UTVs right now.
Oh, wow.
So...
And then going into the silt and all that, that's going to upset that big time.
And then...
That was a good turn there.
Well, I'm also showing... These are all look like they've updated. I'm showing that Justin Lambert may have taken over the lead with Brandon Sims in second and Brock Hager in third. If I had to guess, I would say Brock maybe got a flat or something and probably had to hop out and change it. This is also, though, where I was talking about the wheelbase differences. Lambert is in that 4-seater And like all year this year, I've been running the 4-seater, and so you're talking, the 2-seat is a 104.5-inch wheelbase versus a 133-inch wheelbase.
Sure.
And especially when they get into these big sand whoops and things like that, I think the wheelbase is going to be an advantage. Just when they get in the tight, twisty technical, that shorter wheelbase might be able to make it up. So it's that's another interesting thing that I think is going to be see how that plays out, is what wheelbase has the advantage in this overall course.
It's kind of cool here to watch at the 219, the Herps entry. Just kind of see them. So this is their spec truck vehicle running on the same section we just watched in the unlimited truck.
Yeah.
And you can see that the pace really isn't that far off.
Yeah.
Like, they're just as quick. I mean,
just as aggressive.
Speed, it's the corner to corner is where you're going to see the big drastic speed differences. When you've got, you know, the 700 or 800 horsepower versus the 500 horsepower, that's where things are going to make a big difference.
Got you.
So looks like they've got their own
see
little
the core
line
driver
here.
making suggestions.
Yep, a little rougher, but maybe, you know, cut a couple turns off.
Shave off some time.
You got to stay down low so you don't catch any of those cliffs, the little ledges that you drive into.
Yeah.
So, and he's running in the dust.
Yeah, and there's dust, so somebody else selected that path too.
Where the rain has come through and kind of washed some of that out, and you've got...
It's deeper.
It's a lot of this section there, I think he just missed a corner.
Bobble. Trying to decide here. So right here is exactly where... Perfect example of how important a good navigator is.
Yeah.
Not to discredit who's navigating here in this shot, but you just see how much is relied on your navigator.
I think they missed a call on a line right there.
For sure.
And that happens sometimes because if you get out of the normal racing line, you get out of the flow,
the whole groove,
of
your
it.
rhythm.
And so you got to like really call your lines and have your entrances marked. So your co-driver's calling it ahead of time, and you've got time to be looking for it and react.
Absolutely, and especially too, if you haven't pre-ran that section, you lose all GPS. You've got no notes, you've got no line you're tracking, so you're back to just
flying
driving.
blind almost.
So you see them coming through here. So they've got a speed zone here for 37.
Saw that flash upper right-hand corner.
So you gotta bring it down. I know.
There we go.
Some guys like to use the speed limiter. So what a speed limiter is in these trucks is it's literally a button on the dashboard you can press. That will
automatically.
Yeah, it retards the speed to where it literally will not go over 37.
Okay.
Now the issue is that it will still keep fueling, so it'll pop and sputter and all that. And recently, a lot of these truck fires that we've been seeing is from all that raw fuel getting dumped in the exhaust, popping and sputtering, and it heats that exhaust up so much with all that unburnt fuel that eventually it'll catch body panels and such on fire.
We've seen that happen.
So, but it is nice, you know, if you hit this highway section here and, you know, say it's a 5-10 mile, 37 mile an hour zone, as a driver, if you're trying to modulate throttle, it's tiring mentally to try and keep that speed going.
For sure.
So pressing that speed limiter button is a very nice, almost a little break. Wipe your visor, drink some water, adjust your belts, crack your back if you can.
This is a great example of being in a speed zone. And speaking of speed zones, Wes actually did a video on speed zones. So let's take a look at that.
One of the things that you come across on the race course are speed zones. So you can see right here, this is a 37 mile an hour zone. Sometimes you've got a 60 mile an hour. The reason they do this is basically for safety. So you can see we've got Highway 5 right here. The course is coming out of the desert, making a left-hand turn and running parallel to the highway. So they've got everyone slowed down. On your car, motorcycle, or ATV, you have a Stella tracker, and that keeps track of your speed. And you'll actually get penalized if you go over 37. So it's really important. It's not worth the penalties that are assessed to go over. So everyone goes 37 through here, and as soon as the speed zone ends, you can go back to race speed.
So coming out of a speed zone, again, we talked about adrenaline and like, are there any like kind of interesting, or not interesting, but are there any kind of crazy mistakes that could be made either going into a speed zone or coming out of one?
So yeah, I mean, we saw it at the 400, the incident of the on the road, you know, passing each other, which is a big no-no.
With Empudia and Tavo?
And technically, if you're in a speed zone, nobody should be catching you. You guys should be entering at your gap, staying your 37 miles an hour each, and nobody should be gaining on anybody.
Yeah.
So there are times, you know, you get out there, you go to exit that speed zone and get into full speed, and for some reason that dude's on your back bumper when he wasn't before, you know, and that puts a little frustration in you as a driver because, you know, maybe he's bending some rules or what have you. And, you know, then it's, you know, kind of got to calm yourself down and just run your pace. You've been holding them off all day and keep doing that.
Sure.
Yeah, man, I've had a lot. Honestly, to me, the speed zones are the most nerve-wracking part of the whole course because when I'm out in the dirt, I'm in control of what's going on. In the speed zone, like say if it's a 37 mile an hour speed zone, I'm trying to go 37 miles an hour.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
not
like,
go over because you don't want to throw away any time.
Sure.
And what I've had happen is, I've caught like a spec truck before when I'm leading the race in the UTV class, and he's going 33, 34.
Not using the speed limiter.
And I'm on his bumper, like on the siren, because you're not supposed to pass.
Yeah.
And so you get into this catch-22 of like, I know I got guys closing on me, and I'm just throwing away time that I worked hard to make.
Yeah.
And this guy won't get out of the way. And like in this instance, then we'd hit the dirt and he'd get on the gas and he wouldn't let me by. And I was behind him for at least 50 miles. We kept doing this over and over and over. And I literally rammed him. And finally I got around.
Yeah.
But you have situations like that. And then you've got other times where you'll go in a speed zone like this and there's traffic.
Oh, yeah.
And
that was my next question.
You might have like just some random traffic that's on the course.
Right.
That is blocking you and slowing you down. And then you've got traffic going both ways and you're trying to be safe and make passes. I hate speed zones.
Yeah.
Like it's
wow.
I think that's something we need to talk about too here is like these aren't closed course. You know, you're racing on highways. We've got an upside down truck here.
This is car 263. This is a Hertz truck upside down right now.
That's not good.
No, sir.
Yeah, we got the case.
That's not the camera angle you're supposed to get.
I don't think so.
Especially facing backwards like that.
This is yeah, exactly. So we're looking at the drivers. We're looking at the two seats upside down, essentially.
I wonder if we have that footage. We can get back to it.
Yeah, I wonder if we could see what happened at some point.
Oh, it's a rough start to
maybe,
the day, especially with them being
their
hopefully
helicopter.
They're all okay. Looks like they made it out. So
yeah.
EJ
Herbst's truck.
I don't know who's driving.
One of
EJ.
6 trucks.
Yeah.
Yikes. You know, going back, Wes, to the frustrations of coming in and out of speed. You know, once the race is over, do you ever have words with that driver? Like, what the F was that about, man?
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely.
I was curious. Some rumbles in the jungles?
Yeah, we usually keep track of people's numbers and
okay.
Yeah, I'll find them on social media or
blow them up.
It's not as bad as like the Saturday night dirt track days, but it's definitely
I don't take my helmet off and come and hit him with it or anything. It's not the WWE,
right?
But,
okay.
But
I was just curious. Tempers flare.
And usually, like it's really heated in the moment.
Yeah.
But then by the time you get to the finish, like cooler heads generally prevail.
Yeah.
But
it's been some time.
I'm pretty sure that there's been some pretty harsh words between teams at some point.
For sure. Here we are back with Ricardo here in 3924 car.
Trying to figure out who's driving said truck
here. They're moving.
Yeah.
Cooking along now.
So if it was the 263, that would have been EJ Herbst, Ryan Millen, or Justin Blauer would be.
So one of those 3 drivers upside down.
Yeah, I'm not sure who was pre-running the start of that section.
We'll see if we can get you an update as soon as we can as to what went down.
Yeah, just digging here through the internet. If anybody's got some info,
yep,
you got my phone number. Shoot me a text.
Yes. Yeah, we're getting some live updates from our friends and from crew as well.
Yeah, another kind of interesting story that a friend of mine was reminding me about is the 13X, and that's the dirt bike with a guy that's paralyzed.
Oh, we saw that at the beginning.
Yes, right.
Yeah, so we saw him take off from the start, but so we talked about it a little bit, but
Adrian Ortiz. 13X bike?
I guess, yeah.
I think so.
I wonder if this is back
313.
Oh, 313.
Yeah, 313.
I was like 13X.
But I just got another update too from Reese Millen. So EJ started. So unfortunately, he's got to take the blame for putting that on its lid.
Okay.
Yikes. At least it's his name on the door of that thing.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of. it's tough when you're the car owner and it's your dollars.
Yeah.
And you put another driver in and then they wad it up.
Yeah. Sure.
So yeah, I guess if I was going to crash my car, or my car was going to get crashed, I'd prefer it's me than someone else. Yeah.
Sure.
Although I don't like to crash.
No, yeah.
So.
We don't want anyone to crash.
Yeah, the ultimate goal is to keep the rubber side down. Like, that's ideal.
Tires on the ground.
That's rough. Well, hopefully, I mean, it is early enough in the day that maybe, hopefully, they tipped it over near somebody and not have any sort of mechanical failure. You can roll it back over and get moving again.
Yep.
These vehicles have come so far. They're so durable and strong and tough that, like, if you tip them over, roll them around, you're usually fine. Rip some body panels off and get back to racing.
Yep.
But yeah, hopefully what caused the rollover wasn't something that'll take them out of the race and slow their day down.
Those cactuses and brush whipping by.
Get your tunnel vision in there.
Yeah, I can see that.
So
up to triple digits there.
Looking at the lead trucks, and
yes, let me flink back to that.
I mean, there's a heck of a race going on between Bryce, Luke, Impudia, Walser, and Cameron. And Cameron is hanging right in there in the two-wheel drive.
Oh, yeah.
So
there we go.
That pack has stayed really close together this whole start of this race so far.
Well, what's really cool to see is, like, knowing Rob Mack is driving for Luke right now up front.
Yeah.
And he,
there's Luke.
The guy's no slouch. He's got more off-road wins than anybody in the world ever has and ever will.
I think he's called the GOAT for a reason.
I'm sure. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's just impressive to see him out there running the.
Although I might give Larry that title just because the amount of wins he has on
rock,
dirt.
paper, scissors for it.
Yeah,
a little tighter.
Well, but
here.
having the mix of the dirt bikes and the cars.
What about short course though? Because Rob Mack's got all the short course wins.
Yeah.
So in this straightaway right here, Dos Goats.
Yeah.
In this straightaway, are we just going to see these guys just blasting now? What kind of terrain are they entering?
So
it's straight out here, but it may look completely different down there on the track.
Yeah, this isn't totally straight like this.
Yeah.
I believe you've got a little bit of salt marsh. So like where you see that little jag in there, you have little like fishing villages that are on there. This is all Mag Bay.
Let me get closer.
So you've got like guys with pongas and stuff. And then some of it's kind of hard pack. Like almost just hard mud, really, like salt marsh, basically. And then you do have intermixed, like blow sand, like Glamis type dune sand.
Got you.
And there are like some rollers through there. There's a few sections where if you weren't careful, I mean, you could really launch it. So you gotta, but yeah, these guys will have that stuff marked. When you're heading back, like where Bryce is right there, that is more of the blow sand. And then they're going to start getting into kind of more farmland
in this section
where
here.
your cursor is there.
Right in here.
As you start making those turns going into the highway crossing, which is near Via Ignacio Zaragoza.
Okay.
Or Santo Domingo is kind of, I think, what we call that area.
Over here.
And where you have those turns, there's definitely going to be some silt in there. It's kind of farmland.
Okay.
And you get really deep silt beds.
Got you.
And again, especially where those corners are, where you're getting wheel spin,
Yep.
I would think you're going to have really deep silt there.
Deep trenches.
I feel like in pre-running, I saw guys where they make that left onto the highway. It looked like there was silt developing there.
Okay.
Then basically you go through a speed zone on the highway, or you're hopping on the highway, or they might actually run parallel to it. And then that's check one, is that right?
Yep, that's check one.
And then basically from there, you're going to start crossing over the peninsula, head up to San Javier, and over to Loreto.
Wow. Good stuff. 11 hours, 11 minutes into the Baja 1000.
Got a pretty good spec truck race going on, too, if you look back at it. We got a really solid grouping of trucks down here, running through all of it. Yeah, wow.
Yep.
There's a big stack up right there. These guys are all on top of each other.
And going back to the trophy trucks now, it looks like Polvardi is in second. Yeah, right there. We got Bryce up here. So battle between him and
Luke.
Well, Luke pinged a minute ago.
Let's see.
I got
Luke in second still. Yeah.
Chris Polvardi's in the 89 truck, and then obviously Bryce up here. He just pinged. All right. back here. Alan and Pudia could be in 4th. And obviously Dan and Cameron down here.
Yeah,
so.
We're just waiting for a ping there for sure. They should
Yep.
be making ground pretty quick, I would think.
So there you go. So far, so good.
Yeah, I think some of these bike guys have got to be taking a nice breath, realizing how far into this race they've gotten and still running good and strong.
The
Quick refresh.
The back end of
There we
the
go.
bikes is going to start
Oh, look at
getting
this.
caught by the trucks here pretty soon,
Very
too.
soon, yeah.
It's going to happen sooner than they want, I think.
It's, yeah, this refresh thing is always kind of curious because now we got Chris back and forth, but
It's
we'll
really tough to tell.
It's hard, tough to tell, but this is an approximation, a 60-second approximation.
Realistically, you've got a group of lead trucks, and we're barely in the start of the race.
Yes.
So
Yes.
there's so much racing to go. No one has really. Bryce has got a decent lead, but he's not out of striking distance.
No
if
way.
he has one issue,
Absolutely not.
No way.
like they can get him, or honestly, if someone really pushes, they can make a run on him.
Well, let's be real. As soon as Luke gets in that truck, oof.
Right.
Some more Brandon Walsh in car as well.
And you get into the night, and you get into the silt beds, and like
it gets gnarly.
From talking to a lot of the drivers, everyone felt like this was going to be really fast in the south, and there wasn't going to be a lot of separation until you started getting in midway into, like, say, I think, like I was saying earlier, the first place that's going to separate people is that little Laredo loop.
Sure.
You know, we'll see who gets through that. If everyone gets through it clean, you can see the silt right there.
I think the big one is going to be much more later on once we get up to San Felipe. That is going to
For sure.
That's what I'm going to call separation season.
You got to see who makes it there.
Just to get there.
Yeah, you just got to get to San Felipe, so hopefully then you can race that last 300 miles and, you know, and try to win it.
Yep. Different perspective here on the Walsh vehicle. Cranking away, trying to pick a line. You can see how deep some of these crevices are getting here now. Now we got both now, in and out.
Look how dirty these guys are.
Yeah, they got pelted with dust. Dirt, silt, everything.
So to go back to the UTVs, I am showing...
Now they're cooking.
If this is correct, you got Brandon Lambert leading the UTVs overall, and he would be 4th Class 10 right now.
Wow.
So I don't think the Class 10s are going to be able to hold off the Razors for much longer.
Got you.
Or the UTVs.
And in relation to where Brandon is right now, approximately, what's the difference? Can we see?
To Brandon Sims?
Brandon and to the leader in the Pro UTV that you were just discussing.
So if these trackers are correct,
there's Brandon Sims.
So we've got a group of Lambert,
Brandon Walsh,
Kristen Matlock, Brock Hager, and Brandon Sims. There's 4 UTVs that have started to pull away. They've got some separation.
Okay.
And they've passed a ton of 10 cars.
Okay.
And they are kind of near the coast by... Yeah, they're getting pretty close to kind of getting into the Santa Rita area.
Okay.
In Puerto de Til? Or Puerto Chale.
Copy that.
Believe that's all kind of salt marsh stuff in that area.
Got you. Here, putting the pedal down a bit. Get that wind whipping through. Trying to clear away, get a vision of what's ahead. So far, though, weather's looking great.
Beautiful day of off-road.
Beautiful day for racing.
Another person that's making a run right now, actually, that just popped up on here is Wayne Matlock. So he chose a rear start, and a lot of times I'm a little torn. Do you want to start up front or do you want to start in back? Especially in the UTVs. When I race a quad, I always wanted to start up front. I think a trophy truck, you want to be up front because you want the clean air.
Oh.
Yeah, they just got blasted with stuff. But what happens in the UTVs is you have, like, say, the 10 cars that start in front of you, and a lot of the slower 10 cars will hold you up. And I feel like it's easier to pass a UTV than a 10 car. So for me, sometimes I like to start in the back of the UTVs and then work my way through the UTV pack. And you got the leaders getting held up by the slow 10 cars, and you close up on them.
You can make up on a time.
And that, I know that's kind of Wayne's thinking here, and that's what he did, I believe. And it looks to me like it's kind of working to his advantage, because I'm thinking he is, I believe he's 6th physical right now out of the UTVs, and he started like 15th.
Wow.
So on adjusted time, he's probably doing, well, he's for sure doing better than that, but he's going to be in the mix on this.
Nice.
And they're in the, they have for this year a new line products chassis that runs a X-Travel front suspension and rear suspension.
Yeah.
So that's kind of unique for, well, Wayne and Chris and Matlock are running that. Roger Norman is running one of their chassis. That's another great story with his car, because they made a single seater out of that.
Yeah.
But with those chassis, they've now gone to external bypasses on the rear end.
The dual shock in the back has got to be a game changer, I would think.
I haven't driven one, but yeah,
just to share that load. Yeah, just to spread the load between two shocks and lose the fade and all that stuff. Like, that vehicle's technically, like, on paper, should last longer.
Yeah.
I would think.
Well, and that's the big issue for these cars, is they're getting faster and faster, and having a single rear shock, you would experience a lot of shock fade.
Yeah.
And that was something that we always struggled with. If you looked at my cars, the reservoirs are like this big, because we're just trying to get as much oil in there and
cool the fluid
cooling as possible.
Make better control of all the damping and all that stuff.
So they're doing that, and then on the rear they're running bump stops.
Yep.
So it's kind of a unique setup, but I know that they were really excited about that. So it'll be interesting to see how those do against, like, say, the Polaris factory cars that are running more of a conventional
single shock setup.
And they're running the live valve too.
Sure.
So it's live valve versus like an internal bypass. Well, actually, they're running an external bypass. So you've got 3 different types of shock setups.
So I'd be curious too. Like, it'll be nice to see after this race, like, if we could talk to prep guys and get the lowdown. Like, hey, how much? Like, what do the floor pans look like on these things? Are they cleaner now that you've got more damping through the entire race? You know, you're not painting the thing out everywhere, especially with the hydraulic bump in the back and all that. Or if, you know, like, our shocks are, hardware is lasting longer, like pivots lasting longer, less cracking, all that stuff.
There you go. Looks like we're at a pit. Oh, not anymore.
298 at Troy Herbst. Carson Wardemont driving. There we go. There's a UTV guy making a run of a big truck.
Hey.
It's exciting.
Bam, 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 bam.
Now, Carson's dad, Russ Wardemont, you know, built the Ultra Wheels truck and built a lot of cool Ram Chargers back in the day, kind of an innovator in shock technology.
Just got inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Exactly, yeah. It's funny, we're just talking about internal bypass shocks and all that stuff. You know, it's argued that maybe his dad was the one who invented some of that stuff. And
there's a couple of UTV guys that have made the jump to trophy trucks for this race. You got Dodge Pullman.
Yep.
He actually co-drove with me a couple years ago.
Ooh. Here we go, got the Riviera truck here. Going for pit. This is exciting to watch. What an iconic truck. So something there you're going to see in a discussion that doesn't, I mean, we talk about it from time to time.
Yeah.
I mean, this is exciting to watch. I don't want to take away from this, watching Carson running this guy down here. But the two-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive, the amount of pitting, it's going to change. Because an all-wheel drive truck, you got to think it's sharing the load of those tires amongst 4 driving forces. Whereas a two-wheel drive truck is relying on just the back end of the truck, just spinning those rear tires. So you got to think, hopefully they can get front tires on the all-wheel drive trucks. Front-wheel drive tires to last, I would hope, twice as long as the rear-wheel drive with the load split and all that stuff. But on the rear-wheel drive, you got to be burning through those rear tires so much quicker than the all-wheel drive trucks, and that just adds time to your pits.
So, how many miles are they getting out of a set of tires? You think? Like, how many times are they going to change tires in a race like this?
I would hope that I would think in a two-wheel drive truck you're going at least 200 miles. I would hope you try for that, but no guarantees depending on the course and the pace and all that stuff. And then I hear that all-wheel drives go a bit further than that, so you got to think over 1,300 miles. That could cut out one whole pit.
Yeah.
You know, as long as you don't have to stop for fuel, but if you're just going for tires,
It's really
something to think about.
4 to 5 times, probably.
Exactly. Think about the tires you got to take down there.
Yeah.
That in itself is an experience.
Yeah.
I saw like the Polaris factory team with their BFGs. I think they made a post. Guess how many tires we're taking to Baja?
Yeah.
Because they had their 4 race razors, all of their pre-runners. So they're probably a couple hundred. I think. So.
Good to be in the tire business.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Oh, cool to see the Black Diamond 3L Riviera truck. Quick pit.
Yeah, such a historic vehicle. And
Yeah.
There's so much homage and everything to it. It's just insane. It's cool to see that thing up and racing. Like,
I mean, how many races has that truck won? I know it's a lot.
Too many, because McCachran drove it.
Yeah.
Welchell's driven it. You know, Kyle LeDuc drove it. He did very well in that truck. And man, it's such an iconic vehicle to see out in the dirt and doing well. And it's only been driven by legends. And yet again, you got Mark Post and you got Hertz in there, and it's very, very cool.
You bring up Kyle LeDuc. You know, it's our hearts go out to the whole LeDuc family, and taking a look at Kurt, and then the father, and people were just like, maybe take a break, you go home, and Kurt was like, no, Baja is my home.
Yeah.
This is where I want to be, and this is what I want to do, and I can't think of a better way to acknowledge and honor my son and everything that family has accomplished.
Yeah.
It's truly extraordinary to put your focus in that way and direct your energy and your intention in this race. So we just want to take a quick moment to send a lot of love to that family, and also incredible respect as well. So hearts go out to LeDucs.
Absolutely. You got to think, going back, that's what Kyle would want.
For
family
sure.
Down racing. Don't stop the racing for me, you know.
Yeah.
Such an icon and a legend in the sport.
He himself, exactly.
Yeah,
Kyle, magnificent.
Yeah, it's like my interactions with him were not a ton, but a lot of questions were asked his way via the internet, and when I'd see him in person, and he was always quick to answer. Whether it was a technical question, a race car question, and just such like an idol for a lot of us younger guys coming up. And he made a career out of a sport we all love, and not only was he a great driver and a wheelman and just like a great personality for the sport, but he was a designer, a developer, a fabricator, a builder.
Very intelligent.
He literally checked every single box of like the dream of this sport.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just some guy with a checkbook and a race car.
Nope.
He was out there literally making any sacrifice he could to be the first guy on the track. And it's just, he
really made a lot of innovations, I believe. And so he left his mark on the sport.
100%.
Yeah. And he's a legend. And and really the whole LeDuc family is an
legacy.
iconic family of the off-road industry.
Absolutely.
So,
I mean, I think we all grew up with the Skyjacker hero cards with the pro lights on them, or the old Kurt LeDuc 8 stuff and all that. And it was just like, that was such an iconic family. And me personally, as I got further into the sport and you start, getting to this level and meeting these people, and it was just amazing. Like, they always say don't meet your heroes, because they would let you down. But the LeDuc family has always been like a great group of people to meet. And
that's a great point. Great point.
Yeah, Kyle will definitely be missed.
For sure.
Absolutely, 100%.
Not gone, just not here.
Yeah.
That's the best way I can look at it. So, that being said, we will continue to get back into our Baja 1000.
Yeah, he wouldn't want us dwelling on it. Let's talk about some more race cars.
No.
Let's talk about a cool thing, innovator in all-wheel drive.
Walsh.
Bryce Menzies still putting a heater on everybody. It looks like, waiting for an update. I got 10 seconds.
10 seconds for the trophy truck update. All right,
I got
fair
10.
enough.
What do you got?
Fair enough.
16. Let's see what we got. I got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see where we're at.
All right, this just in.
Still, yeah. Bryce seems to be, according to this track, putting some time on everybody here. So
okay.
Pretty good. We got Ampudia running in second now.
Okay.
0 minutes, 0 minutes. Yeah, this is a current update. So you got Bryce in the lead at 3:52. You've got Ampudia at 3:57. I'm reading that wrong.
Hold on, let me pull that up. That was down the UTVs here.
All right, it's got the mileage off. But yeah, if you
I'm
look
refreshing.
down at it.
Sorry.
No, you're all good.
Little play-by-play.
So I'm looking at the lead UTVs. They are... You've got 4 cars that are in a heck of a battle right now. It looks like Brock Hager may have taken the physical lead again from Lambert. I'm showing Hager, Lambert, Kristen Matlock, and Brandon Sims, but they're all really bunched together. And they have kind of gapped themselves out a little, although we do have Caden Wells and Wayne Matlock that are kind of hanging a little ways back. But probably still in striking distance.
Got you.
And that is going into Santa Rita. So we're a little past race mile 100, I would say right there. And this is where it gets kind of silty and dusty. But I'm honestly amazed. I thought in the fast sections of the southern part of the course that the 10 cars were going to be able to kind of gap out on the UTVs, and that's not happening. It's their UTVs are right with the leaders right now.
Yeah, they're all stacked up. That's a dusty battle right there for all those guys just trying to keep on track and stay in position.
Try to
stay on pace.
I'm going to see if I can get word from someone with the Polaris team and see if something happened with Brock.
Okay.
I'm thinking maybe he had a flat, had to change it, because it looks like he was leading, dropped back to about 4th or so, and then came back to the lead if the tracking info that we're getting is right.
That makes about sense for a tire to go to bad or something like that.
Yeah,
like
something that was maybe quick that they had to pull over, lost a couple minutes, got going again, because it looks like he has worked his way back into the lead. So he seems to be the fastest guy on course right now for the UTVs. But I'm going to try to talk to the team, see if I can get some more info.
Cool. Sounds good. Just kind of scanning the course right now. Give you an idea where people are at.
I'd like to see where the spec truck layout's at. Let's see here if I can break this back down. You know, there's so much in these spec trucks. Here we got Mason Colin, Clemente, Beal, Riley Herbst. I want to say I saw a Brenthal up there.
So while you guys are looking at this, I just got word that our crazy Australian is at race mile 450. Yeah, Wooter on the 741X.
Yeah.
And he's leading the Ironman class.
He's still in the lead.
So just to put this in perspective, guys, this is a guy, if you didn't hear earlier, that flew over from Australia, bought a dirt bike, had to get a ride, I think, and then, if I heard this correctly, rode it to La Paz.
Yeah.
And then now he's racing, and he put duct tape numbers on it. I think the only thing would have been better is if he had a pie plate, which is like
old school pie plate.
Super old school, but we were joking about that last night. But yeah, I mean, apparently he's leading right now.
To make sure you could see the X, though, he Sharpied in the X.
I like his
over
touch.
some duct tape.
I like his touch.
It's very Aussie.
I mean, you go back to this Mexico racing, like Baja racing, it's an adventure. And that guy is on the ultimate adventure.
Maybe this isn't as hard as we're saying.
Well, maybe not. Maybe we're a bunch of wusses for sitting in seats.
Maybe the three of us should form a team and see what that looks like.
Not a bad
idea.
We're all gonna buy dirt bikes.
Absolutely not.
But you're paying for it.
Yeah, right. I don't know. Well, we'll just run around inside here. We'll see if we can grab some, we'll put something together. Nick will build it.
Yeah.
There's something over there, and there's a tire
there's enough stuff here in the shop.
We'll
I
figure
wish you guys
it out.
could see
All
around
right,
here.
to be determined.
But yeah, the spec truck race looking here, man, what a battle. Like, these guys are all stacked up. Like, they're all, like, yes, we have trophy trucks that are stacked up together as well. But we have, like, the entire spec truck class stacked in there. And it's just, it's cool. And so, it's something we talked about in previous broadcasts, but we say the word spec truck and unlimited truck. I guess we could do a little bit of breakdown there.
Sure.
So, like, an unlimited trophy truck is exactly what it is. It's unlimited, 100%, no rules, no hold bar, build whatever you want. 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive. monster truck engine, V6. You got the Honda team out there with a twin turbo V6 engine. It doesn't matter. Spec trucks, same rules for chassis, completely unlimited, but you have to run a sealed engine. There's like 2 or 3 engines you can pick from. I believe there's a Ford option. There's 2 Chevy options. Majority of the class is running a sealed LS3, a 525 horse GM Performance LS3. It has to be in front of a turbo 400 transmission. You are allowed to run an underdrive, and your tire size is unlimited. So they are kind of just like a small motored 2-wheel drive trophy truck is what it is. And what makes it so exciting to watch these races is because, yes, there are like the fast guys and the slow guys, but at the end of the day, everybody who's done their R&D, these trucks are all within seconds of each other because these trucks are so similar. And a lot of it does come down to your shock package or your shock tuning or your converter tuning, whether you use like Dynamic or somebody like that that's going to build you a custom converter. Or if, whatever it is, there's a lot of things you can go through and gearing options. And then just keep your foot on the gas. And we're
we're back here, the Hearst.
Speaking of spec trucks, we got the spec truck righted again.
This is truck 263.
He doesn't look real happy there.
No, I'd be disappointed too.
So a question for you. A lot of the fans that are watching are Ford fans or Chevy fans or Honda, Toyota, whatever. Who do they root for? So if you're a Ford guy, who are the people that you think they should be rooting for? And if you're a Chevy guy, who should you be rooting for?
It's tough because on the surface, like body panels are body panels. Technically in the rules, your grill is supposed to match your engine. So technically we should all have Chevy grills. My brother and I are big Ford guys. Like I have a 95 F-150 cab on my tube chassis truck. My brother's got a 69 F-100 cab on his tube chassis truck. And so a lot of us are Ford guys, but we all have Chevy engines. So it's hard from an outside if you're a Chevy guy, you're a Ford guy, because unfortunately we're all a bunch of cross-dressers with Chevy engines in our Ford trucks. So, but like we had touched base earlier, like talking about Ford coming in, that just potentially opens up the conversation. Like, hey, like Ford, you guys are putting all this money into a factory team. Like, let's get into the spec truck stuff. Arguably, maybe the largest entered class in off-road racing. There's more spec trucks than trophy trucks, and they're up there running the pace. I believe like the return on that would be insane if Ford were to put some sort of support behind the spec truck. And maybe knock Chevy's LS3s off their podium that they've been on for years. But then again, that takes a lot of money because we've put a lot of R&D into these Chevy engines, and we figured we can see everything down, getting it all together. We can start to see here some signs of frustration, exhaustion as they strap back in. They were once upside down; they are now back upright. But mentally, we've seen this with a couple teams already. That devastated feeling inside starts to grow as these cars blast by you, and seconds are ticking away. Especially when you can hear in the background. You're not hearing V8s go by. You're hearing other engine displacement sizes going by, and that's frustrating.
He's not hurrying. There's no panic or anything. He's slowly just putting in his monitors, getting ready to go here. But, it's...
What a rough day. But hey, you know what? He's still driving a race car down in Baja. It can't be that rough of a day.
I mean, in a point like this, you just got to shake it off. You made a mistake, or who knows, maybe a part broke or whatever. But something happened that affected your race. It threw off your plans, but you can't let that mentally completely throw you out of the game. Because you still have a lot of miles ahead of you, and you got to be on point. Otherwise, it can get a lot worse.
Well, you might end up upside down again.
And that's a lot. That's just life lessons in general, like expectations. Yes, you plan and you want and you drive and you work to get on top of that box and you podium, but you can't let those expectations and those needs overshadow the entire situation that's going on.
And he's young, and so this can be a learning point for him of. Something that might help springboard him later on in his career. Because right now he's feeling a ton of disappointment. All of the work that you put in. And you also feel like you've let down your team and your crew.
Well, what about the family? Right. Let's talk about those kind of interrelationships too. You can see he's in his head right now.
And the other thing is, it's like the Baja 1000 only happens once a year. So now okay, I've just spent months and months preparing for this, training, working, getting ready for this, and now we've blown it, and and now I don't have the opportunity to do this again for another year.
You got 365 days to get it figured out again.
So it's
so why?
I've been there. I've had that frustration.
And
Luckily, it looks like they're not DNFing, so if they can get going, put your head down.
Where's
and then
the
just start clicking off miles. You can do what you can.
Yeah,
you can only control what you can control at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big part of that is going to be your outlook, your mental focus.
You can even see that the crew member in the window. Just tell him, calm down, everything's okay.
Right.
Yeah.
His face is red, and it ain't from the sun.
Yeah, I think he's got all his fingers and toes. The truck runs and drives.
Yep.
Make the best of the day. Go back out there, sightsee, and support your crew.
I'm curious. It doesn't appear to be, but I wonder if there was any kind of damage taken to the vehicle when it went upside down. Yeah.
Like we were talking earlier, these trucks are so stout these days. Like they take a pretty solid tumble. It takes something pretty serious for him to goof something up to the point of not being able to drive it again.
How are like the steering racks or tie rods and things like that? I would think in a rollover you might bend or damage.
It'd have to be pretty catastrophic.
Yeah.
So, though, in my opinion, I think, and I could be wrong, but I think the weakest link when you roll these trucks over or tip them over is the upper links on the forelink and the rear suspension, because it could be a couple different tubing sizes depending on what you run. We run like a large 2-inch diameter, but some guys will run a smaller diameter tubular and let that be the tubing and allow that to be the fusible link.
Right.
So maybe when you do start tumbling these trucks, you'll bend a tube versus ripping a whole pivot out of your chassis or a whole pivot off of your housing. And so 9 times out of 10, when you see a rollover or some sort of tumble, usually you'll see a rear end housing shifted over, and from the outside looking in, it's a very dramatic sight. But a lot of the time, if you're lucky and your shocks didn't get bent shafts, you can just swap an upper link in and get back on the racetrack.
Right.
And that's something we carry on the truck, so spare upper links, just for that instance. So.
And it's almost good to design a weak link that's easy to replace.
Yep.
So that,
here they go.
Because if you make everything so stout that you don't have that, then it is catastrophic sometimes.
So that's a big conversation we always have when it comes to wheels. We talk about wheels, and it's like, do you want a forged bulletproof wheel, or do you want that when you make that and you tag that giant boulder, do you want that wheel to just explode and just eject itself from your vehicle? You land on the hub, you jack it up, put a new one on and go. Now you have some big wild forged wheel. Like, is it going to take the whole spindle off the truck and then you're done for the day? So it's definitely, you got to find those things, and that's, like we talked, all day long preparation.
I think with the trucks, they're generally carrying 2 spares.
Yeah.
But like on a UTV, I was always scared to run a cast wheel because if I have to drive on a flat.
Oh, for sure.
If I double flat and I got to drive 15 miles on a flat or something and it's cast, it may shatter, and then I'm
then you're done. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely something to think about, and that's, every class, every car is different.
It changes class to class.
Yeah.
100%.
And it's kind of driver preference. The other thing I was going to say too with the truck is they're designed to go fast in a straight line, not take side loads so much. So when you're rolling, like barrel rolling, it wasn't really designed to take that.
Yeah,
right.
So that's where you're going to end up bending some of those things.
Yep.
100%.
Some great in-car action happening here. A little pause in the lower left, but we got 2 Herbst trucks blasting away here.
Yep. Looks like the Unlimited, so I'm assuming that's the 19 in the top left.
They're
shaking.
putting the hammer down.
I'm going to say that a couple times today, but that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're out there making dust. So you can still see, vision's a little cloudy, so they're still chasing somebody down.
Yep.
And if we look here, we have technology. We got computers. We can see these kind of things. But let's see who he's running down. I mean, that's something we can absolutely do here.
So back to UTVs, I'm showing Lambert, Kristen Matlock, Brandon Sims, and I got Brock Hager. I believe he is sitting at the BFG pit right now in Santa Rita. It says he's going 35, so maybe he's in the speed zone.
Hopefully, yeah.
But now I'm going to go back on the tire change, and I'm going to say something else may have happened that they had to actually work on it in the pit.
Push them into the pit.
So
it looks like he's lost some time. I'm still waiting for some updates from them. I'll try to get more info from the Polaris factory team. But if the tracker's correct, it does look like Brock lost some time. But, I mean, we're 126 miles in.
Yeah, you never know.
So now, going into this race with the factory Polaris team, and you're Brock Hager, and all you got to do is finish this race to win the championship, having that factory support's got to be huge. Having the transmissions and the arms and literally everything aside from the tagged engine, I'm pretty sure you can swap out on that car. So, and it's like to be able to have that sort of support to where your chase trucks have an entire car in them.
And that was a discussion I had with the team leading up to this was, so Dakar, you'll have the vehicle that you think's going to win, and then you'll have another vehicle that runs the race, but he's the secondary team, and if he has to, he's going to give parts off of his car to the other car to keep it going.
Look at this. What the heck is going on here?
A little pit miscommunication.
Something's going on.
A little don't let me get past, and looks like
get
they're
out
about
of the
to
way.
get past. Probably a good thing we cut the audio for that one. Probably catch a couple Saturday night, late night words through there.
Is that E-Kid again?
No, that's a trophy truck. So that'd be the 19, I'm guessing, because that's them jumping into the highway section.
Okay, so this, I'm going to say that is on the road to La Purísima, and they're going to make a right and jump off and head towards San Javier.
Gotcha.
I'm pretty sure that where that's at, just looking at this.
Right. Wes, you were talking earlier about, this is right now we're looking at a trophy truck spec, but earlier you were talking about, pits, and with 9 pits on the course for this Baja 1000, BF Goodrich once again provides impeccable race and tire support. So let's watch this highlight reel of how BF Goodrich gets it done.
BF Goodrich tires will once again provide on-site tire and race support at all SCORE races. Their reputation as a tire manufacturer is already well established, and their pit service truly reflects their commitment to excellence. As teams navigated the challenging terrains of the SCORE International race, it is evident that BF Goodrich's race and tire support is a seamless extension of their tire expertise. One of the most remarkable aspects of BF Goodrich's pit service is their impeccable timing. Every second counts in a race, and their pit crews demonstrated remarkable efficiency in changing tires, refueling, and addressing any mechanical issues. This not only minimized the downtime for the teams, but also showcased the meticulous planning and training that BF Goodrich invests in its pit crews. For the Baja 1000, we will see a total of 9 BF Goodrich pits on the course. Their tire expertise, combined with their meticulous planning, efficient execution, and effective communication, showcase their dedication to supporting teams in one of the most challenging and demanding off-road races. BF Goodrich's pit service is not just a pit stop. It was a pivotal part of the race experience that undoubtedly contributes to the success of the teams they support. In a race that demands precision, durability, and lightning-fast support, BF Goodrich's race and tire support stands out as a crucial player in the success of the competing teams at SCORE International Off-Road Racing.
Sometimes we say, it takes a village. Well, in this race, it takes a city, and most certainly it takes BF Goodrich tires and these 9 impeccable, important pit stops. Nick, talk a little bit more about how BFG really brings it for this
so you got to think, aside from just a great product and a great tire and like the most reliable tire in the dirt, arguably, as any team, just understanding that you can share some of your load with BFG and them running pits down all the way down from start to finish. You can almost, rely on them for your fueling or rely on them just to have a tire and a spare, and that saves you having to send a chase truck there.
Right.
So it just takes a little bit of load off of your shoulders, planning this race and making it all happen, and just understanding that you've got real professionals down there in 9 spots.
Sure.
They're going to take care of your vehicle and help you get to the finish line of the race.
And ultimately, in such a competition of mental fatigue, you're going to have a little bit more of peace of mind knowing that that's there for you and your team. Right?
Yeah, you keep an eye out for that big BFG band.
Yeah, thank God it's there.
Yeah, the thing that we always did when I was running with BFG is the 2 keys that I saw out of their pit support was, one, the amount of time and effort that they put into creating their pit books. If you're a BFG team, they provide you with pit books that have every access road.
Wow.
Like, the detail that goes into that is invaluable.
It's extraordinary.
And I literally kept every one, so I have all of them. So I have a history
just in
of
case.
it,
There you
because
go.
I mean they put a lot of time and effort into that, and I felt like that BFG pit book is like your Bible for the race.
And that's something you can't buy. That's just experience,
Yeah.
That's impressive.
And then the other thing is they generally have a semi at each one of these pits. and just you've got a welder and a lot of access to a lot of things that most of our trucks didn't have. You know, I don't have, or we didn't have $200,000 chase trucks that had all this cool stuff that a lot of the trophy truck teams have.
Yeah.
So we leaned into that with them, and it was like, if we really need help, then we got to get to one of those pits, and then we'll use their welder or their resources.
Pretty solid little safety net, knowing that you've got that, you know.
Yeah, 100%. I like to use my own guys for pitting just because we know the car better, we know how to fuel it better, so you can get in and out quicker. But having that safety net, I guess, is very valuable.
That safety net, that peace of mind.
And then if you're more of a, I guess like a sportsman team, or you're not really like trying to win at a high level, you can give them tires and give them your fuel, and they'll do everything for you. So you can come down and really almost not have a support crew, and they'll handle it for you.
That's amazing.
So that's, you know, that's a very valuable resource.
Huge.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's something that's kind of unique to off-road racing that maybe a lot of people at home watching don't understand. It's like, you know, you think road racing, go-kart racing, circle track racing, any other form of racing, you know, your pit crew's your pit crew, and you don't talk to each other, and you're kind of working. With off-road racing, everybody's there to help everybody.
Sure.
For the most part. You know, obviously, I'm not going to help you get in front of me type thing, but like if you have an issue, you have whatever, there's always somebody to lean on, and I feel like BFG and BFG Pits just really just showcases that, and is just like the hub of that, you know, let's make sure every car gets to the finish line safely and nobody's left out in the dirt.
There's a through line of camaraderie, and most certainly a massive debt of gratitude to BFGoodrich and everything that they do for the sport, and most certainly for all the Baja races.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely.
Here we are back into it.
They've been a big part of it for a long time.
Absolutely. You can
Since the
say that
start.
again. There's a great shot of I think of Walsh going through a pretty deep crevice there for a minute. Yep, that's the
Those
Brandon.
always sketch me out when it gets narrow like that, of just if you swap a little, and if you get crossed up in that,
just pinball back and forth.
It's over.
Oh, yeah.
And that, I think where the Baja Vita truck is right now, that's that real long whooped
strip
out road.
For sure.
And it's just, you're in those ruts and you're going so fast and the truck's just kind of dancing through it.
Is it one of those moments where you just sort of have to say, use the force, Luke? You know, I feel like he's coming into the Death Star and he's just got to let go and relax and just
I literally
blast.
was saying that, of how like when I'm in the UTV and, you know, say like right there, I'd probably go maybe 80.
Yeah.
Maybe 90 or so, and a lot of times you just get in the zone and ease up on the wheel, and you just let the car work, and, you know, or the truck.
Yeah, I was used to right here. Like Carson's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You try not to. You don't want to overreact and put too much input in it, because then you're gonna start chasing it, and then it's gonna get away from you.
What do we have here? Yikes! That does not look good.
Ooh, talk about a rear end housing being crooked. There's a perfect example
of
it.
Yeah.
So Walsh goes right around that.
There, yeah, that's a vision wheel spec truck.
Dang.
Yeah.
That ain't.
That's not good. And that's something, you know, we were talking driving and all that stuff. You can't teach that stuff. It's hard. I've sat passenger seat and tried to teach plenty of people how to drive these things, and it just comes from time and experience and understanding. Like, as much as you want to tell this truck what to do, like, hey, you're going here. No, you've got to work together, and you got to ask permission. Like, hey, how do you feel about turning right? Yeah, let's turn right. And you got to wait for the terrain and the everything, because the problem is when you start trying to monster truck out of the 2-track and pushing into the berms, you're just creating resistance for those tires and the shocks and for everything, and it's just slowing the overall vehicle down.
Hold on, fellas. Here is our leader. Live shot.
Is that 270? Is that
this is where we were earlier this morning. Yeah, this is.
275.
That looks like Bryce coming through.
The water crossings,
275.
San Javier. Yep.
There he goes.
So we'll get actual footage here of what our standings are.
Okay.
We're hoping to see the number 1 truck of Rob McCackern, Luke McGowan.
Yep, there we go. Pull that up on our map as well. Got Bryce out in front.
Got a text message from my good buddy AJ Beck. He says, "What happened to Cameron Steele?" I don't know. Let's look.
I'm looking for the 16 truck.
Ooh,
very true.
Seeing it on the track.
I don't see him. I got Bryce followed by Luke, Dan.
16's way back by the highway.
Yep. 16
he
truck.
updated 2 minutes ago. So that might be down on some time there. Yeah, it's got.
Has the first generation gone to 0 generation? I hope not.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully it's a.
We'll see.
Hopefully it's a quick repair back on the track.
Exactly.
But yeah, he's sitting still. He's still in the pack, a trophy truck. So hopefully.
There we go. This just refreshed.
Just fell out of that lead pack. And
all righty.
These fans just been hanging out since 1
Just
o'clock
hanging
this
out,
morning.
skipping stones.
Yeah, watching dirt bikes go through, hanging out, cooking food.
I mean, you want to talk about rocks.
Yeah.
There's a great example of blasting through some rocks.
Sign me up.
Yikes.
Talking to a couple teams here, trying to get some updates from feet on the ground.
Okay. Love that.
Let's keep looking here.
Let's see who. I would think any minute.
Shoot, yeah, we got
we'll
an update.
have someone else coming through here.
Cameron's tracker still is not updated. For
It hasn't
3
updated,
minutes.
yeah. It's either going to be.
Hopefully, it jumps up real far forward here in a couple minutes. We have the same
It's
issue we
gonna
had
be
with the 1X.
Alan or Luke coming through, depending. Oh, hold on a second. That's
Got
Walsh.
Brandon out of the car. No, not looking to fix anything. Cleaning glasses.
Oh, they got a tire change going on here for Brandon Walsh.
Being that he's texting and he
checking
has
his
his helmet
stocks.
off and he's standing there, I think he might have something more going on.
Could be more than just a tire change, perhaps. Asking for help, texting SOS.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
calling
something
for
bigger.
parts.
Calling for parts.
Let's see. Hopefully, we can cut back to that water shot.
Oh, they're both out. Yeah. So.
Oh, no. From Fishgistics, I just got word that Cameron Steele lost an engine.
Oh,
yeah, thanks, Fish, for that. That's a bummer.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, it
Cameron
really is.
Steele losing the engine. You need one of those.
You do, unfortunately.
I'm going to put my money on an all-wheel drive truck
I
wins
guess.
this race then.
Yeah, that was something we discussed
The
earlier.
one shot that someone had at it.
The next trophy
Well,
truck.
yeah, I mean, Cameron hadn't even made it to the 275 mile mark.
So
yet, you know?
actually, the next
Is there another
trophy
that's in
truck-
striking
Larry.
distance?
Let's see if I can get this to stack up. Oh, man.
Good to see the 43 truck still doing the best it can.
So the next two-wheel drive truck, I mean, I could be wrong here, would be Ethan Ebert in the Honda truck.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's Walser. Oh, Roberto Romo Jr. and Dallas Luttrell. Okay, so yeah, it's pretty far out.
It's a long shot.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. No. Andrew Myers in the 69. He's in a two-wheel drive Herbst truck.
Okay.
He's running up there, and he's right behind Dave Taylor. And Tim Herbst. Okay, no, I'm off here. I got to scoot this thing over. I'm way out of line. Tim Herbst would be the next two-wheel drive truck.
Yeah.
And he's running currently 5th.
It gets
6th.
It gets a little tricky with this
Yeah,
live
the trackers.
tracking every so often.
Yeah, let's be real. I dropped out of college, too, so I'm not the most computer literate guy. I got a hard time with this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, from what I'm looking at, you got a massive lead from Bryce all the way to Allen,
Yeah.
and then behind Allen's Luke. But we'll see. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, something tells me
Little
it's
pit
not a
stop
tire
for another
change. We're
four-legged
hanging
friend.
out.
Trying to keep the dust down.
Yeah, every little bit counts.
Yeah, it looks like Bryce is coming into San Javier now, which that's by saying was my favorite little towns.
Sure.
It's up in the mountains, and you've got the old mission there. It's cobblestone roads.
Yeah, right
it's
on.
just
little walk through the history book.
You're
That's
100
cool.
years back in time.
Wow. Yep.
And then he should be
There we go.
fairly
So
close
it's
to
Luke.
getting into a speed zone.
Unless we missed something.
Yeah. So it's.
Unless we missed Impudia coming
Yeah,
through.
I was showing
So,
Impudia ahead.
yeah, that's what it says here, but it looks like Luke is
That
the
is-
first to come through.
No, that is Impudia.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that is. That's the 10 truck. So far, live tracking's accurate. Bryce in first, and Pudia in second, and then most likely McMillan right behind him.
We're getting more Fishgistics update.
Oh.
He gets it easy because he gets to check back and tune in every top of the
Sure.
hour. We're here staring at everything. Concrete looks like they lost a transmission. So that's an issue there for Kevin Thompson. I mean, that is something they are familiar with swapping on the racetrack. So
Got you.
hopefully they can get that swapped out.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's not an engine.
no,
You know.
not swapping an engine.
Andrew Myers
Can't-
in the 69.
He's in a two-wheel drive Herbst truck.
Okay.
He's
He's
running
talking
up there,
back
and
to us
he's
here.
right behind
Oh.
Dave Taylor. And Tim Herbst. Okay, no, I'm off here. I gotta scoot this thing over. I'm way out of line. Tim Herbst would be the next
Little
two-wheel drive truck.
Yeah.
And he's running
issues,
currently 5th.
It gets
6th.
It gets a little tricky with this live tracking every so often.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, we're back. A little glitch in technology. Don't worry, my dad's a TV repairman.
Yeah, I can fix it.
So hopefully this is Luke.
It's got to be Luke coming through.
Rob.
Rob. Yeah.
No, Walser.
Oh, this is actually a Pulvati replay.
What's going on here?
Playing with us, messing with us. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's got... I don't even have Walser on my tracker.
Is there a particular part of this? Okay, here we go. Now this looks more like Macmillan.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I lost.
So did we have Pulvati come through ahead?
So if that was Pulvati, then yeah, that puts
I'm
Luke in fourth.
Seeing him on the tracker, but yeah. So maybe he really is ahead of him, how we were seeing it earlier.
It's possible.
It should be Dan coming through.
Dan would be next, yeah.
So sitting here looking at this, they're coming through San Javier, heading down into Loreto.
Mm-hmm.
Loreto is race mile 300. So
900 plus
you guys
miles
are
to
good at math. Yeah, we still have over 1,000 miles to go. Yeah, so this is going to be one heck of a
Settle
Baja
in,
1000.
everyone.
Yeah.
Settle in.
Hopefully I got a good spot on the couch for this.
Mm-hmm. All right. Rocks, water, dust, cactus, shrubs.
Where's this update here?
Okay, so I just got an update from Justin Lambert's crew chief.
Yes.
And they came through, let's see, it says they came through their pit at 126 about 15 minutes ago, and they had the physical lead.
Gotcha.
And I believe he would have the adjusted lead as well because he started behind the guys that were close to him.
So 23 truck coming through.
Yeah, Dan. So it should be Josh Daniels still driving.
There we go.
Moving and shaking, he's doing it.
That's your top 5 so far.
I think
Race mile 275.
Real good, all blue. I like it.
Slick.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Quick little wash, little dust off,
That's
and
it. Keep the sponsors happy.
Yeah.
Cool the engine down. Let's get that thing washed up. That's cool.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's exciting. This is an exciting race.
So far, so good.
Yeah, they're just jamming along. A long day, though, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Where are bike guys at this point?
Let's take a look. I will pull out and then go all the way up at the top. Let's see here. Perspective-wise, at the very top.
Right at 650 or 550.
So far, looks like
650, yeah,
Karen Aaron's still up front, followed by Samuels. But I'm curious what happened to
1X is Ghost.
Juan Carlos. Yeah, that's 1X. Oh.
Get a little pit going on here.
Pit action here now. Right. A legitimate pit now for these guys.
So this is the second time because if you see they got racks or spares in the rack again.
I was going to say, do they take some time, get some couple spares on there? Look at everybody coming over there. Yeah. They're just getting mobbed.
So I just got an update from Brandon Sims' team.
Yes, sir.
So apparently there was a trophy truck stuck on its side in the silt.
Yes.
And Brandon didn't see it coming into it because of the dust and hit it. And they bent their front bumper pretty bad. Unfortunately, on his car, the majority of his lights are on the front bumper.
Oh, boy.
So it sounds like they're going to have to fix that front bumper eventually for their lights for night. Mm-hmm. Luckily, everyone's okay. Everything's all good. They lost a little bit of time. And right now, they are third physical and I believe third corrected.
Great.
So
impressive.
Great.
Thank you guys for the updates.
Yes, love that. Thank you for that. Quick pit, and they're back on the track here. Now here's an example where they're dealing with traffic, being safe in the speed zone.
Yes, I got a picture of that front bumper. I'm going to see if we can get that uploaded and show you guys.
Love that. There we go.
Truck's still looking good.
Yeah. So far, so good. A little...
Having a rough day, but at least we got all the body panels still on it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's got...
cooking along. All right.
Back to a Herbst truck here. What do we got? 19 maybe?
Let's see.
Some uncharted territory we haven't seen before. Maybe coming up and around, getting ready for that water crossing.
There we go. Just, you can hear it. Look at all that dust, though.
What a scene.
Oof. It's down there somewhere.
Yeah, so fun.
Yep. 19 truck, that's Tim.
You see maybe running down the, wait for this thing to update.
Look at that. There you go. That's just caked. Oh, he's making his way. I think Dave Taylor just above him.
Oh, we got slowing down. Oh, just the camera angle here.
Yeah. Got a curve coming up. There we go.
Talk about a team that's just taking, you know, all the satellite imaging and everything to the next level and really putting it to use, you know.
For sure.
Putting Starlinks on every race vehicle, having a helicopter, having communication, live streaming everything they've been doing.
Yeah.
I know Brian Moore over there has been in charge of a lot of that, and he's just doing a great job. But we got some social stuff
social
here.
stuff coming up. Yeah.
Yeehaw, there's racing.
Here's a moment. Here's a moment.
Oh, I should have held your ground.
Hey.
That's a bad place to drive.
Oh, there it is. Roll over.
That'll do it. I would have stuck my line.
Look at this.
Nope.
Merge.
Nope. Hit that guy. Oh, boy.
This ain't F1, yo.
Yeah.
Pow. Ugh.
That kind of looks right by Santa Rita.
Let's check it out one more time.
I don't know.
Fans loving this, but not the driver is flipping.
Yeah.
Listen to that.
Just a couple Legends trophy trucks out there doing Legends things.
Yep.
Rowdy. You had room to come back. Slam that door shut and don't put yourself on the lid.
Well, see, that's the beautiful thing about off-road racing. You can just buy one and go do it. Don't need a license. Don't need anything.
Yeah. Oh,
just
man.
Put the money up for the entry fee and let it rip.
Great little social action, so we appreciate that. Thank you for sending that in.
Yeah.
Keep them coming at Score International on IG.
So, UTV update. This is from Lambert's crew. Coming through 125, which would be kind of near that Santa Rita area. Lambert was first physical, Hager second, and they were within a minute of each other. And then Kristen Matlock a minute back. Brandon Sims a minute back from there. And then 4 minutes to Wells and 7 minutes to Matlock, which, according to my math, that would put Wayne Matlock in first on adjusted time, being that he did the rear start. So that's playing into what I was saying of the rear start. Let them get into the 10 cars and the slower trophy specs and get held up, and then you creep up on them. Yeah. Next thing you know, you got the adjusted lead.
What a strategy. Bold move.
That's why they're paying the big bucks.
Let's see. We're going to cut back to that Herb shot and see if he's catching that truck that was in front of him. I'm wondering who he was chasing down.
We'll see. Oh, there's a bumper shot.
There it is.
Yikes. So yeah, there you can really see where the lights are going to be crucial tonight.
Yeah, so I mean, he's got a light bar on the top, and then, you know, but the majority of his lights and his ambers are down on the bumper. So I don't know if he carries an extra bumper or not. They may just have to try to bend that the best they can.
Bend it back.
But I mean, that's a big deal because they're going to be racing through the entire night.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see this. We got this two-wheel drive battle shaking up. We got Dave Taylor and Tim Herbst. So those are your two first two-wheel drive trophy trucks.
Yeah.
And I believe that's who we've been watching the footage of, is Herbst catching up to Taylor.
I wonder what truck they got into there. You know, but obviously he hit it pretty good to bend that far. He's lucky that he got into it with the bumper and not one of his front tires. Because that would have probably bent a corner on the car, and then that would have been not catastrophic. You could fix it, but he would have been down, you know, for a substantial amount of time. Wow. Hopefully they can bend that front bumper. maybe adjust the lights.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was
just keep the
gonna say.
bumper where
Yeah.
it's at, because I don't know how easy that bumper is going to.
If it was me personally, I wouldn't even finick with the tube work. I would just try and readjust lights with a couple Allens and send it down
And
the
then
road.
Yeah.
send it in. When in doubt, send it.
Yeah, that's it.
And speaking of sending it, we're going to actually send to a commercial break. We're going to do a talent swap. We'll have Dave Arnold coming back up here. He'll join Nick. And then Wes and I will take a break. We'll be back a little bit later. So don't go anywhere. There is much more of the 56 Score International Baja 1000, sponsored by BFGoodrich, VP Racing Fuels, and KN Filters. We'll see you in a little view.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
hambre. Le siguen unos burritos. Welcome back to the BFGoodrich Baja 1000 presented by K&N, the 56th edition. Hello, everybody. I'm Dave Arnold. I got Nick Eisenhower still sticking with me right now. The boys are catching a little food, but we've been watching some epic footage. You folks at home are catching, some great overhead shots from the Baja Vita truck, and of course,
all kinds of stuff. Yeah, we've seen some upside down cars.
It's just been insane.
We've seen passes. We've seen water crossings. We've seen moto guys riding bikes since 1 o'clock this morning, and it's just wild. And you got to think, moto guys are just now getting through the halfway point. We got the 1X bike still in the lead. I just got an update here from my buddy Zach that's been building the bike, and they're doing great. I mean, it's just phenomenal, like what these guys are doing and getting through this racetrack.
So the 1X has moved. He was running third earlier.
Yeah,
That's Juan Carlos Civicheria.
So apparently the 1X bikes tracker has not been updating properly.
Okay.
So I believe it is 1X, 3X, 7X.
Okay, so you got Sarah Naren, and then of course Samuels,
Mark Samuels. Yep.
On that, you know, it's great. I know Mark, you know, took a little time off from here and then, you know, but he's more of an experienced veteran.
Yeah.
Like Juan Carlos.
Yeah.
And the younger team, the Sarah Naren.
Yep.
So there are a bunch of young bulls out there running around, you know.
So what's kind of wild now is if we're like at home, like we talked, you go on Score International's website, you can watch live tracking. That's what we kind of base everything off of here. And if you dive into here, you'll see the trophy truck leaders just now starting to work their way into motorcycles, which is going to dramatically change the pace of the race, I would think, because now as a trophy truck driver being first on the road, you're now basically on the defense, keeping your eyes open, your ears open, and looking for bikes and trying to drive a lot safer than just being mad whacking taters wide open all the way to drive as fast as you can.
And I know Wes has pointed it out, getting into the silt beds. I mean, that's always a problem. And of course, as the later on this evening, you know, some of the back markers and, you know, in both the four-wheel and also the quads and the motorcycles, you might get into some of those in the dark. And
absolutely.
That gets nasty out there.
Absolutely. That's definitely not a situation you want to be in. That's not somewhere you want to be at night, especially. So, you know, obviously everybody tries to play it as safe as they can. And, you know, you think as a driver of a four-wheel vehicle in the silt at night in a situation like that, you're on extreme high alert. You know, you're looking around, you're looking for your surroundings. You know, you're charging where you can charge, and you're being conscious where you can be. So.
A little bit more stressful.
Just a touch.
Just a little touch.
Just a touch, so.
But you still got to keep that pace up. I mean, there are so many fast guys, you know, that are running in this, you know, trophy trucks and the bikes and everything. These guys, they got to find that right on the edge of running ragged.
Exactly. Yeah. So you got to try and find the balance of things because, like we talked, it's a 1,300-mile race.
Yeah.
And so you're trying to save equipment, trying to save just your well-being, your mental well-being, your physical health. You know, you want to make sure you're eating and drinking. You don't want to be on the ragged edge of driving these things, and you want to make sure you deliver a intact race car to your next driver.
Yeah, great shot on board there again. One of the Terrible Hertz vehicles I can see.
Yeah, I believe this is the truck that was upside down earlier in the day. So
you can see the camera's a little skew from that.
Just a touch of skew, but out there making pace. I want to say this is maybe EJ Herbst.
EJ?
Yeah. Yep. So
that's EJ right on the top of the visor there. Good catch. So I was looking for my cheat there also.
Yeah, and you'll notice too when you're watching this live stream, you'll hear on the in-cars that beeping noise. It sounds like your microwave going off. That's the Stella. It's telling you where your turns are, where your cautions, your VCPs, your speed zones. And you'd be surprised, like in that truck with a helmet, everything on, you hear that beeping through everything. It's such an intense beep. But
I mean, we're hearing it great. The microphone's picking it up. It's coming through over the noise of the truck and everything for us. So that's kind of great to see.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's so important. I heard you know, Wes was talking about he lost you know, a race because of 3 feet on a VCP once. So you got to really pay attention to that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the whole thing is so, you know, Mexico, like racing down here in Baja, you're essentially VCP racing. So you're VCP to VCP. You have a course, but you know you can kind of make your own lines from here and there. And it's so critical to make sure that you land in those spots at the right times and you don't bypass something, because that's the difference between first and fifth place, especially when it comes to trophy trucks, where the top 5 guys are within minutes of each other.
Yeah, and I watched something earlier when you guys were on. They saw a quad, and they were getting into the silts there. I think they were just north of Loreto at that point.
Yeah.
And the guy was going a little bushwhacking there, going through there. But you could see, you know, it's like, all right, is there a VCP there? We're not sure, you know.
Sure, yeah.
It's like you don't want to go too far.
Exactly, yeah. We watched them move. They were running all the way out to that fence, making the U-turn, and then running back in. So I guarantee you there was probably VCP at that fence line. And so they needed to hit that spot and then work their way back through and then make your line through without getting stuck or stuff.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, we're back on board.
Brandon Walsh
Brandon
here.
Walsh.
We're back in the car. Not quite sure what happened. They were out for a while, and dogs were hanging out. Co-drivers smoking cigarettes. I don't know what was happening, but we're back to racing again.
I saw him doing the Fonzie on the front hood, trying to pound something. You know, maybe this will fix it. You know, loose wire.
He's trying to get the jukebox to turn on. Who knows what's really going on? But yeah, you know, they're so early in on this race that you have time, especially on a race this long, that if there is an issue, there is a hiccup, then you know you have time to fix this car. And You know, that's where it really comes in handy to have a navigator or somebody in that car with you that is mechanically inclined and that can help you fix that problem.
But I know Brandon's had, he raced in that, Toyota for so many years, and he made the jump to the UTV thinking, you're going to have less problems.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's really...
Well, that's the problem. Yeah. Racing's racing. You have problems in any kind of race car. I mean, you could wash out all this off-road stuff and just go straight to street racing, and you're going to have just as many issues.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. That's how it is. I mean, look at this. We got a legitimately top-tier team having nothing but issues today. And I mean, it's not a dollar and cents situation here. Sometimes it's just the luck of the draw, and it's just how the cards fall, unfortunately.
I mean, what is the old adage? Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug.
That's it, exactly, yeah.
That's one of the things these guys are going. I mean, you really have to have everything fall into place perfectly to make this happen, just to get to the finish line, let alone trying to win this race.
Right, yeah, and so that's the whole thing is, for us and for a lot of people, it's like, I don't know, man, you got to give this a couple times. It takes you 2 or 3 years to get something figured out, the ins and the outs, the how-tos, where to fuel, where to pit, all that stuff. And then once you kind of get that system figured out, then you can start worrying about actually trying to win the thing and go fast and get the logistics dialed in of all of it. But it's so hard to come in here. Can you imagine just somebody coming off the street and I'm going to go win the Baja 1000?
You have no idea. Walter from Walter from
the
Australia guy.
Yeah, maybe he's going to do it.
Yeah, you never know.
Them Australian fellas are something else.
They are wired differently, that's for sure. I mean, speaking of the Australians, Paul Wheel, Toby Price, you got to have a little bit of the loco nicabeza.
Yeah,
to do this anyways.
He used to fending off all those giant bugs and animals over there.
He doesn't have to worry about any roos down there, though.
Right.
That's a good thing. Keeping the wombats clear.
Yeah.
But, one of the things, too, is, a lot of guys with new trucks that are out there. And I know with you guys building trucks, there's the new truck blues.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And I know that Paul and, has had, him and Toby, they burned down a truck. They've, had to rebuild trucks, new trucks. Could that be an issue?
I mean, I think so, but the problem is this isn't a new truck. I mean, that's Andy's truck.
That's
true. Andy had most of the bugs sorted out.
Yeah.
I honestly think...
And that's a proven truck. That's right.
Yeah, and
it's a championship truck.
I think maybe they should put the wrong sock on first. I don't know, man. Really broke a mirror a couple of years ago. Who knows? They're just trying to shake off some bad luck because none of these issues they're not prep failures. They're not this. It's just bad luck.
Well, and that's something that's really curious too to bring up is the superstitions of drivers.
Oh yeah.
It's like
we've all got them.
Yeah, everybody's got them. I know Cameron. He's called me before. We were staying in a hotel, and he goes, "Dude, they gave me a handicap room. Can you switch with me?"
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, "Why?" And he goes, "It's a handicap room."
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
but that's when you're thinking as a race car driver, things like that, are important. The lucky socks, the lucky underwear.
Right.
I know guys, that have taken inserts out of their old helmets and put them in the new helmets because it just didn't smell right.
Yeah. Well, heck, if it works, it works. You know,
yeah.
Let the results pay. But yeah, I mean, we could jump back here. Let's look at some results. Or some standings. We still got Bryce out there running up front. I don't have an update. It looks like we've got Imputia's fallen back a while.
Yeah, Alan was running in second for a while, but he's really fallen.
Yeah, but it hasn't updated for 21 minutes, so I have a hard time believing that. Even Luke's 4 minutes out. We got a stuck truck here. Talking about the Silt. Having issues, so I wonder which truck this is. That was a very abrupt stop.
Looks
so I'm
like
wondering if
one of. There's a local. See, there's another fan out there.
Yep, flagging.
Oh, it's flagging. Well, that's interesting.
Oh man.
That is not a place you want to break down. Right in the race line.
And
you see lights coming up.
Who knows what's going on? Oh man.
Good shot there.
Unless, something potentially
There's a DNA set on the side there.
Yeah, another spec truck.
Spec truck.
Oh, they got him stopped. Oh, this is frustrating. Oh, they're in the pits here.
Yeah, there's some kind of issue there.
Looks like they bumped into somebody else who was currently stuck.
Oh, okay.
Man, so that's why they stopped so fast. So this would be a Carson Warnemont entry. They need to hook something up to that thing. Oh, man.
Yeah, they're going to be just digging to China on that one. Yeah, you can hear the motor going, but they are making no progress whatsoever at this point. And that is a frustrated
that's such a
driver.
bad spot to be in right now.
Let alone you got someone in front of you trying to get somebody hooked up. They might have to drag them back, actually.
Yeah.
Or at least get the one in front of them out of the way, but they're still going to have to get help. Once you're in that silt bed, it's like, and let alone how deep each side.
Oh, there you go. So something you can do cool. So if you look what he's working on now, I'm assuming he's working the jacks. So you can run the hydraulic jacks and you'll try and lift the truck up. put something underneath it, set it down, try and jump forward a little bit. But with that truck in front of them stopped, like, what a frustrating situation to be in.
Yeah, it looks like they're working on getting something underneath that truck too. You can see the drivers on the passenger side and the driver's side there. I should say the navigator side.
Yeah, I would get out of that thing and help them.
It's great to have some people helping you at least.
Yeah.
Though.
Well, that's the beautiful thing, you know, when you're down here in Baja, you've got the locals, you've got spectators, you've got people standing around. That's not something you get stateside, you know. Stateside, you're closed course racing, you're up there all by yourself. You get stuck. It's hopefully you made friends with the guy at the bar, your race competitor the night before the race, so when he comes up on you, he can help you get out. But yeah, this is just a bad spot to be in, unfortunately.
And these are just fans out there, and they've got the yellow, they got flags, they just want to help out, be part of it, and that's so great about that.
Yeah, and you'll see the truck raising up, as crazy as that is. You know, that's them using the hydraulic jacks to lift the truck up, and whether they're putting the sandboards under the tire, or maybe stacking rocks, or just moving dirt to try and get the truck moving. But
there it is.
Yeah. They're going to do that a couple times, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's just valuable time you're losing. Oh, man.
And that's the worst, too, is when you're sitting there and it's kicking it up there and you're sucking all that silt in, and that filter.
So the nice thing here about the Herb trucks, and most spec trucks nowadays, is they run that air filter right here inside the cab. So that's what his elbow's sitting on right now, is the actual air filter.
I just saw everything
Yeah,
just come right in
it
the
comes in.
Yeah,
it definitely still gets in there, and it's definitely not ideal. But, yeah, man, just a rough situation.
Yeah, that
but
is
I mean, the goal here is you got to stay calm, because getting worked up and mad and upset, it's not going to get you anywhere. You got to work as a team.
You can't panic.
No. You got to work as a team. You got to try and figure out what you got to do to get out of this situation. But if you look ahead, I mean, I don't even know where these guys are going to go.
Even if they get the momentum, they're not going to be able to get around that guy. They got to get him out of there.
Let's see.
I wonder if they're going to try. Yeah, they're getting passed left and right, and that's getting frustrating for him right now.
Mason Cohen potentially.
I mean, here's the good thing. It is still nice down there. It's beautiful. I know. I've been looking at the weather. It was coming in. They got a lot of rain in San Felipe and Ensenada last night. It's not due to come back in again until Friday afternoon to evening. So I think it's going to be good. Well, it looks like he's going to have to get out on this one.
See, I'm not sure which truck this is. Because we got EJ, we know where EJ's
is that
at.
Thor or Riley?
Thor's in the 219, so I believe this is the...
Appears too.
Yeah.
See the locals all trying there. You can see him going back up in the jacks again. Yeah. He was actually, I believe, just telling the folks, hey, okay, we're going to lift it up, put something underneath the wheels.
So that might be the 298 of Riley.
Riley.
No, dude, that's just a good spot.
Jordan Dean is what they're saying.
Yeah,
possible.
it could be a Dean driving. Yep. Well, it is. Let's see.
We're speculating Jordan Dean. There we go. Trophy truck's back. Up in the control room, they have a little bit on the feeds coming in, so they know who's.
Yeah, they got more information than we do.
They're helping us out. We appreciate it, guys. You guys doing an awesome job for us. But you can just see it's just, I mean, the silt's just covering the truck right now. All right, some local horsepower.
Yeah.
Nope, we're telling him to back off. He's going to get up there and see what he's going to do here. Oh, there's the tools. They're going to get something out there. It's a little traction.
No, I got a toe strap there, so hopefully you can find somebody off the side of the track willing to use the 4x4.
Yeah,
what's frustrating is it looks up to the left. It's a highway.
Yes.
Oh, that's got to be just the most frustrating thing, to be just stuck right there on the shoulder.
And everybody's there, too, watching.
Yeah.
That's the worst, too. It's also thankful that there are people, and we got...
was it Joe Dulce entry, the Spencer Lowe built truck? Yeah, man.
Just the frustration now.
Right.
Jordan Dean, one of the Herbst trucks there, Herb Smith Fabrication, of course.
Yeah, those Dean boys are quick too, so they're no stranger to off-road racing. They know what they're doing.
They've been coming down with them and the Herbst and all those guys for a lot of years. Yeah, the frustration I can just see right now in their eyes through his glasses.
Yep. Yeah, watching the tracker right here. Yeah, that was the 205 of Joe. Just went by him. So that is the 298 O'Reilly Herbst, stuck with Dean driving, obviously. Then if you jump ahead, I mean, if you're at home watching the tracker, you got a pretty solid stack of a truck. So it looks like leading spec truck is still the 207 of Mason Cullen, followed by the 277 of Travis Williams, 244 of Oliver Clemente, David Ziegler in the 266, and then Brent Fox in the brand new 282 Herb Smith truck. I believe they finished it like a couple weeks ago. So it's very impressive to see that thing up and running.
It's really cool to see Oliver Monte. He's moved up through there. Now, he's becoming an actual threat now in the spec class.
Well, he's running in third
right now.
Yeah, according to the tracker, he's sitting third place, which is an impressive run, especially here. I mean, we're right before mile marker 250, so we're very, very early in the day. We've still got, like we keep saying, a whole Baja 1000 to go.
Well, that's a crazy thing. We were talking about it last night, and we're going, when they get to San Felipe, that's 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
Then they got to San Felipe 310 after that.
So now what I just saw here was a Herbst truck up on the highway just to go past this truck. Now I know if it was my brother and I would make him stop and hook a strap to me on the highway and yank me out of there.
Yeah, get some traction on that asphalt.
Yeah, so let's see how this plays
locals
out.
Are trying. It looks like they might be trying to pull him back. Okay, we got another switch up here.
Yeah, the 392 here.
3924 Ricardo, looks like.
Working his way through a 12 car. Must have had
nice pass.
Yeah, must have had a stop to be back there. Oh. There we're losing.
A little bit of interruption there on the feed coming in. And we have a mile on them. We're going to take a look here. 3924 Ricardo. We'll get it. Nick's going to take a look here and see what mileage they're at. Great shot there.
What is it? 3924?
3924.
Looks like they're running right up into 150. So they're probably like the
150.
130 range, 125 range. Working it through very, very early in the day.
Still coming up on the Loretto area there. Still getting to that section. They haven't even seen the Silt.
No, they haven't seen nothing. They're fresh. And shocks are cold.
Yeah, that's for sure. And they're going to be using a lot of fast sections until they get up through there, and then I believe it becomes a little bit more technical from that point on.
Absolutely.
I mean, the scorer folks have done such an incredible job of laying this track out. And it's like, you can't just say, we're going to run what we normally do in reverse.
No, you can't do that.
You have to figure that out. Some of the things aren't going to work going in one direction as they do in the other.
No.
It's like a lot of people, they'll say in short course, you want to run the other direction. Well, you can't do that. The lips are different.
Yeah, jumps are wrong, corners are wrong.
And that's the same with Baja.
Yeah, a bunch of decrease in radiuses. Can't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
So it looks like we cut away from the camera. We're just getting back. It looks like he's putting the tracks back on the truck. So it looks like maybe they're out of the situation and back to moving again.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't get that right away.
Yeah, if we're watching here, you've got the Rossler driving the Paul Wheel entry, catching up to a spec truck. I believe my buddy George Lamita's in the passenger seat of that spec truck right there.
And they're coming up
MC
on him.
Painting spec truck. There we go.
There we go. Yep.
Man, what a rough little downtime.
Little Max Tracks or Action Tracks or one of those manufacturers that have it.
So riding back along here with which we're thinking is a Dean. Getting strapped back in, back to race pace. Now you just got to make up some ground, unfortunately.
And it's like, there goes my rag.
Yeah.
He's trying to look like he's going to hook up his pumper there. I mean, he's wasting their time. We're going again. And it's like, you just figure it out here, and I'm just going to go.
Yeah, you in? Cool, let's go.
You got your seatbelts on. That's all I care about.
Exactly.
Great shot there. Look at that little back, that spare tire's bouncing around a little bit.
Got a little shake to it, so I wonder if maybe one of the locals popped the wrong strap or something, trying to help them out.
And we already saw one fly off.
Yeah, we're getting all the good shots there.
There's a souvenir for a fan. An expensive one.
Yeah, hopefully you can return
or a projectile.
That. Right.
Yeah, that is curious now. I have to keep an eye on that through the rest of the races. Due to the fact that we're going to be seeing this for quite a bit, I hope, as long as they keep their forward momentum going.
Yeah, but now you just, you spend all day holding those guys off, you get stuck, they'll go blowing right by, and then shoot, now I got to make up all that time all over again. Here's the 219 entry.
Getting back on board. A great shot as they come around, a little bit of a slight radius turn.
Let's see here.
So, Nick, here's the big thing. You just went through all that. You were stuck. You're frustrated. Your tires are spinning. You put the jacks down. It doesn't work. Then you throw that. The guy's got to get out. Got to get directions. Where is your mind at this point? Do you have to just take a deep breath? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Like we're talking, we're mile marker like 250. You're so early in this day. Like you're not gonna. Hopefully that was just a hiccup. Hopefully that was just a quick story. Oh, our day was this, and oh, remember when we got stuck? Oh yeah, that was quick. Because I mean, realistically, they were down for what, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Really, not that much time.
A few vehicles got by them though.
Unfortunately, it might put you out of the contention for the win in the class, but you could still make that time back up. Hopefully, that maybe somebody else had some issues later on. But yeah, I mean, number one, you're just calming down.
Calm down, yeah.
You gotta calm down.
Well, and the reason we want to bring this up too is, early on, 22 miles in, we saw, Larry Rossler, Paul Whelan, their entry.
Yep.
Had the problem, broke down. They might have pushed too hard, got that flat tire.
Yep.
May not have secured. They got frustrated, weren't paying attention.
Lost the spares.
Lost the spare. Now we're seeing a loose spare there.
Yeah.
Do you think there was a little bit lost there with that frustration? Because they tend to push it. Now, are they going to push it, or is it's like you have to actually go, all right, I got to back it down a little bit?
I would think let's break this up into stages. As a first stage driver, your job is to deliver a truck to the second stage in the best possible condition. So maybe not make up ground. Obviously, never want to lose ground.
Yeah.
But they're not expecting you to leave the line 6th off the line and then be first on the road by the time you get to the driver change, because that's just going to wear that truck out. Because we talk about tires, we talk about this, we talk about that. What we got to think about too is brakes.
Yes.
1,300 miles on a set of brake pads and rotors. Sure, they're all running Brembos and big this and big that, but it's still a wear item that is eating away at material the entire race. So if you're driving past the apex of every corner on the binders, you're going to eat up that material a lot quicker. And then when you hand the truck off to the next guy, you're handing him some clapped out rig that's not ready to go to the finish.
They heat up, they get hot, they start to fade.
Yeah, this is the ultimate endurance race,
And I've had a lot of guys say when they get into some of that silt there, they will get up into the brakes sometimes, and you'll come out and feel like you don't have any brakes until it actually clears out.
Yep, gets all slipped up and everything like that. So, but yeah, we talk a lot how in unlimited trucks and in spec trucks, how there is no more like pacing yourself and like running a slow pace for the first half and turning it up. I think this is probably the first time in a very long time, with it being 1,300 miles, where you almost have two paces. You have your let's get to the halfway point, see where we stack up,
survive,
and then turn it on for them. But that's just me. I don't know.
Well, actually, it makes sense. It really does. I mean, it's a long race. I mean, what is the old tortoise and hare scenario?
Yeah, exactly.
The rabbit, he burns out and he's all gassed out in San Felipe, and then everybody's just like, all right, we just cruise on by, and here we go.
Exactly it. Yeah, and that absolutely can happen in a race like this.
You just wave them as you go by. See you guys later.
So let's see. We get a little refresh here on the unlimited trucks. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. So I don't have an update for Bryce. Yeah, we got to... I don't want to say nothing too soon.
Yeah, we're looking a little bit at the tracking. Some of it's behind. But while Nick's figuring that out, we've got some folks at home that are, or I should say down in Mexico, getting some great social media. They're showing us what's going on down there. And that's kind of the greatest way, I think, to find it out. And you can always add us at Score International, to let us know you got some cool footage of somebody going by. So let's take a look at it. There we go. Beautiful shots there. Love seeing the comments.
Yeah, coming from Nick Sawyer's Loose and Lost.
Loose and Lost. There we go.
That's the best dude. I love it. I think this is his first Baja 1000. He's down there chasing some like 11 teams and stuff like that, and just taking it all in. So
it's very cool. In 2020, I was able to go down and I haven't done it in a while, and do a little pre-running, and then we chased for a while. And I forgot how much fun that was.
Yeah.
And just experience from the other side.
Sometimes, you get so caught up in this stuff and you kind of forget how much you enjoy just going to the desert, enjoying being outside and driving around. So, yeah, I definitely can understand that.
There we go.
Oh, there's a Bronco 2?
All right. Yeah, old school.
That's a strange race car.
Yeah, I know, really. He's pulling the trailer.
Yeah.
Wonder if the trailer's going to win. Oh, look at that. Pachito.
That's some Class 11 activities.
Yeah, Dennis Hollenbach.
Yeah.
One of our RFC.
Perfect. There he is.
Loose, lost. Love it. Loose and lost. Oh, look at that shot. And we got a shot there. It looks like Alan and Pudia going along the coastline. It's not hard to pull over and pull the board out and paddle out for a few sets. Can use those action tracks there to go get a wave real quick.
Yeah. A little boogie board action?
Yeah. Oh, that'd be Cameron. Hoping he's a sponger.
Right, yeah.
He's going to be looking over
he
going,
would be a sponger, huh? Well, hopefully,
like,
with that engine broken down, maybe he's right there by the beach.
Yeah. Just break harder there.
Yeah.
Breaks my heart to hear that. But Alan Pudia, beautiful shot. And
so cool.
I understand we got Luke McMillan, a little pit stop action.
Oh, all right.
This is going to be cool. Let's see how fast a championship team comes in here and does this.
So something to talk about here, like obviously there's going to be a lot to unfold here, unpack with this pit stop, but Rob McCachran is driving the first half.
Yes.
Luke McMillan is driving the second half. Jason Duncan is riding the entire
race,
thing, which is very impressive. And I spoke with him a little bit, and he was telling me, and I'm like, man, aren't you burned out and tired, like calling notes and doing all that? And he told me Rob Mack doesn't need anything.
No.
You just sit there in the passenger seat, and you kind of just run logistics from the passenger seat. You let Rob Mack be Rob Mack.
Yeah.
And then when Luke gets in, then they work together. Like that's like the team that's standing the test of time, the two of them. But it's just pretty impressive to hear Rob Mack's just, I'm pretty self-sufficient, you know, king of the single seat 1600 guy.
Yep.
Like, let him go.
Well, it looks like we got Bryce Menzies, our leader. There's getting a great shot of him coming by here. Definitely hauling the mail. Look at him getting a little sideways there. Just insane. Look how rocky that is.
Yeah,
and he looked like he's not on the race lane itself. He was kind of splitting the two possible lines.
Yeah, and you got to think that's all pre-running, and that's all just picking lines and being smart and being safe and trying to not get a flat tire. Like, the ultimate goal is not to have to get out of the car.
Or we've also talked about earlier, you guys were talking about the booby traps. And I know the old adage, you know, why are these people all here in the middle of nowhere?
Why is everybody got a camera out?
Yeah, why are they all got the camera waiting for me?
Exactly. Yeah, what's this guy doing with an old VHS recorder? What's he trying to film?
The old beta cam.
Yeah.
Great shot there, but yeah, you can see he's keeping his momentum up through there. Really rocky.
Yeah, that's a quick spot to get a flat tire. That's the last thing you want to do. Is
and you can get some really sharp ones and punctures, you know, and
especially sliding around sideways and stuff like that.
It's not even Saturday for Slideway Saturday.
Looks like we're back to Brandon Walsh. Yep. What do we got going on here? A little radiator repair job?
Yeah, Brandon. We got the bubble gum up and the pepper and the egg.
That's it. Try it all.
Just throw everything in there.
That's right. I remember.
Well, that hood did not look like it earlier when they were pulled over. He was pounding on that hood, trying to get some of the mud and dust off.
That could be the issue. Like, honestly, running through the mud, running through all that, just packing that thing full of silt and sand. And
up
maybe
into the
it's just
radiator.
not cooling. Yeah.
You can see he's got cover up there.
Remember, I did a Laughlin race years and years and years ago, and Pete Soren loaned me some stop leak from my radiator. I'm like, this guy would have this in his pit box. I looked in his pit box, it was duct tape, zip ties, and radiator stop leak.
And
like, hey, all right.
a big jar of slime.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Yeah, God bless your soul there, Pete.
Yeah. The cool thing about that stop leak is it stops the leak, but then you got to take your whole engine apart after that.
It's done.
Especially when you pour it into a race motor. That's the last thing you want to do.
Yeah, it's, you know, you have to worry about it narrowing some of the passages where it goes, and especially where the leak was, it goes in there, and it will actually start to build up, and it can restrict the flow.
Just intentionally sanding your own engine.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I was like Ted Moncure there in the background as my old boss when I worked at 4 Wheel Parts in the engineering department.
Nice.
I know he's supposed to be driving a leg of this race with Brandon. So good to see him with the cowboy hat on, hanging out, enjoying Baja.
I understand that they had a spare radiator in his chase truck.
Perfect.
So looks like they're trying to pull it out right now, and
that's a beautiful.
Or they're actually putting it back in.
Something or the other. That's the beautiful thing about these UTVs is, man, they're just little Lego kits.
Yeah,
just click it in, click it together. Spare parts aren't $1 million. You know, it's like I can't have a spare radiator for my spec truck. You know how much money that would be?
I know.
There ain't no way. But you could probably get this one on some sort of, AutoZone lifetime warranty deal and get it swapped out.
Now, how difficult is this swap out for him? You said it was pretty easy, like Legos, but how long is it going to take usually?
Oh, I'm sure this is probably a 20-minute swap because you still got to bleed the cooling system still, and you got to do that. You're still down enough time to put a damper on your day, but like we were saying, we're so early in the race and so early in the day, you got 1,300 miles to go, and judging by the spirits and everybody smiling here going on, that they're just there to see the finish line. You know, they want to see Ensenada, and whether it's nighttime or daytime or nighttime the next day, I don't think they care. They're just here for the adventure.
You know, Brandon's going up. Here we go. Baja's got me again. You know, she's been cruel to him the last couple of years. Yeah. But he's still down here. He's a real charger, and that's so great to see. But, you know, and he made a comment about the change, but I know in the past I've done my own vehicles, and you have to worry about air bubbles and stuff like that. You know, you said bleed the system.
Yeah, so bleed all the air. Yeah, you got to bleed all the air out of the cooling system. So I'm not extremely familiar with the UTVs and all that stuff, but I know in the trucks, we'll usually vacuum bleed these things.
Yeah, I was going to burp them.
Yeah, and you got to get the air pockets and bubbles out because there's so many little passages and whatnot, especially with this car with the radiator being in the front of the vehicle, the engine being in the back, that's a lot of cooling lines you got to go back and forth, a lot of spots where that air can get trapped.
Yeah.
And then your car's overheating even with a brand new radiator.
Now, one thing I've always, wondered with the new, fans that they have for cooling and them running them radiators up front, you get a lot more brunt. Do you have to worry about, I know they've got on some bearing list, but getting dirt and the silt in there and then cooling issues too?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, we run rear mount radiators just to protect them from the rocks and the boulders and chasing stuff down. But yeah, absolutely. And that could potentially have been what happened here in this situation, is maybe that radiator got packed up full of, because we saw him go through the water crossing all muddy and the in cab of him all tore up. So maybe the radiator got packed full, maybe it swelled up. It's kind of hard to tell. It looks like they're filming something, so we'll find out eventually. But especially
I'm sure.
with him
It might be up in social media very soon. Hopefully they add us at Score
International. That's it.
That's great. And you can see in our lower hand corner there, another shot there of Larry Rossler, Paul Wheel, and Toby Price entry.
There's that moving along. It's just great. All this live footage we're getting with the developments of the Starlinks and everything, and how serious a lot of these teams are taking it, and how nice it is for us at home or here in the studio to be able to sit and watch most of the entire race.
It seems like every race, it's new technologies come out, and these guys got it pretty solid. I mean, look at that picture that they have. I mean, the beautiful blue skies. Every color is just so vibrant, and then shot from the helicopter. How smooth! They're running a Starlink on that too.
Oh yeah, that's exactly it. So I'm trying to get some refresh, trying to get some times. It's got a bunch of guys stacked back, but they haven't refreshed in 15, 20 minutes, so I'm sure they're still all stacked.
And it's weird.
Together.
You get into certain sections down there, I guess. It's like, whether you have a satellite phone or a satellite or even the tracker.
Yeah, the Stella's not going to do its job.
Yeah, it's going to have some dead zones.
Yep, exactly.
It's very noticeable.
We're starting to see the spec trucks work their way through some of the unlimited trucks, which is exciting to see. I know we had talked at I believe it was the 500. Was it the 500 when Jason McNeil, or it was the 400? When Jason McNeil, got third overall in the class, which is an exciting thing to see. And speaking of McNeil, we haven't seen him. We saw him stopped with Mike Marsal earlier in the day, pulled off to the side, so I don't know if they broke something or they were fixing something. I guess we could dig back deep in here and see if we could find a little bit of an update on Jason McNeil.
And looks like the 3924 Ricardo is off. We saw him earlier. Now they are stopped again. The driver's out of the car, and we've got a local kid there.
Hanging out. Hey, take
He's
my
gonna
picture.
They're not moving anywhere.
No.
But we're already seeing a little bit of attrition.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to happen in a race like this. It's a very long day, a lot of racing.
But it's so early on right now.
I know.
That's what's amazing. And it's
take
like,
a deep breath.
I mean, guys that were dropping out early with motor problems and, call it driveline failures. It's just insane this early on. I mean, what is your thoughts with this being such a brutal race and running in reverse, 1,310 miles? Do you think we're going to have a higher than normal attrition rate?
Absolutely. I really do. I mean, a lot of teams are going to put in the effort to get to the finish line. So, there's a lot of guys that when it's a San Felipe or a 500 or something like that maybe they're not going to we want to see the checkered flag no matter what position, and maybe they'll call it, save the truck, save the prep. But it's the end of the year. These guys, it's no holds bar. They've put every ounce of effort into this one race this year, and I'm sure a lot of them just want a finishing pin.
So it's not a lack of planning on some of this stuff. It's just Baja.
Yeah, it's just racing in general.
Yeah.
It comes down to you could have the old story of a 5-cent part wiping out my entire race program. That's a thing, It's just racing in general. As soon as you start racing a car, all of a sudden everything falls apart. So that's just part of it. Fortunately,
my parents, when I was young, I never understood it until now. For once the nail was lost, for once the shoe was lost, because the nail was lost, for once the shoe was lost, the nail was lost, the race was lost.
Yeah.
So it's those little tiny details and parts that can cause the entire thing just to fall apart.
That's exactly it. Yeah. And there's so many intricate moving little parts and pieces in these trucks that, everything has to work in perfect fluid motion, or else you're going to have issues and you're going to end up on the side of the course or stopped or down on time or what have you. So,
and these guys have been down there for a couple of weeks pre-running, and they started planning this race. I mean, probably the year.
Yeah.
I mean, they're a lot. Everyone looks at the Baja 1000 as the granddaddy, the big one, the manufacturers, the testing.
Yep.
And all that. We're seeing the Bronco R, and we're seeing the Raptor.
Raptor R and the Bronco
also
Raptor.
The Bronco Raptor.
Yep.
The Braptor.
The Raptor, yeah, if you will.
As we call it. We also saw, I do believe, the smaller version that finished
the Ranger.
The Ranger
yeah,
Raptor.
Yeah.
And That one had the steering wheel on the wrong side. But that's another subject to talk about. But
them Australians.
Yeah, so it's really testing a lot of stuff, but the planning that goes into that, it's just insane.
And I can't emphasize this enough. Like it kind of seems to be the common trend of this whole broadcast has just been the planning, the preparation, and it's not so much like having a plan; it's having your backup plans, and it's adapting and moving, and it's just a very pivotal part in off-road racing is just making sure that you can adapt and overcome.
I believe this is the first time I've seen 4 feeds, us, onboard,
cool?
forward, back, and a great helicopter shot.
Yeah, technology. Welcome to the future.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
Yeah, I love this. In my opinion,
it looks like Ricardo 3924 back up on the road again. Driver popped back on there. You think kids got their social media post out of the way?
For sure.
Hopefully, once again, they added Score International.
Yeah, Score International. Let's see it. Where are these posts?
Let us know. You can tell us what happened too. But back with the onboards there, I see a couple of the Herps vehicles. A little interruption there with the Baja Vita shot from the copter, but again, back to Mr. Baja himself, Larry Rossler.
He's out there making dust, enjoying his time. I hope, hopefully you can overcome the fact that, you've had a rough start. You kind of maybe threw away the win contention. So, hey, let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy Mexico. Have a great cruise up the coast, Use it as a test for next year and put your plan together and just try and collect data on the vehicle, when it comes, putting miles on it and seeing where things are going to wear out.
And this is such an important race to so many people. I mean, it is the 56th running of the Baja 1000, but the important part is it's the 50th anniversary of Score.
That's impressive.
And this is the one you want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I would assume there's a very large trophy involved.
Yes, I have imagining it is.
A good one for the mantelpiece.
Yes.
Or stowed away in a box in the garage where I put all mine. But, yeah, absolutely cool.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that it's the coup de grace of races.
And so to kind of put this in perspective, we talked about it earlier, it was like the actual distance you're covering in this race from start to finish. It'd be like driving from San Diego to Seattle. Or like we were talking, going from New York down to Florida. That's impressive as heck.
Yeah.
Think about that. And you're in that truck or on a bike or anything just for hours and hours and hours. And it's just absolutely insane. Most of you probably have to take a pee break at your 2-hour drive. You have to get out and stretch your back. And these guys are going to be in the car for 6 or 7 hours at a time. And it's just absolutely impressive and a test of the human body and the vehicles and everything. It's just...
And that's something also to bring up is, fueling your body out there.
Yep.
Keeping it up, but for a lot of the guys that only have 2 drivers and like McCachran and McMillan, you got to hold things. So,
You're planning your diet around all that stuff too. You're hydrating far enough in advance where it's not an issue, and you're eating the right foods, and you've got. I see a lot of guys, they'll keep gel packets and stuff in the trucks or granola bars or whatever. You'll see a lot of guys pulling to pits, just eating lunch meat, just something to get you the nutrients to keep you alert and on pace.
So is it a protein or a carb thing?
No, it depends on how your body works. It depends on how your body metabolizes certain sugars. So it's kind of for you to figure that one out.
And of course you're losing a lot. It's warm in the trucks, even though it's not. It was 85 degrees, I think, down in La Paz. It's going to get a little cooler, but you're still sweating in that suit. You're drinking a lot. You got to stay hydrated. Does it? And some of the hydration is just not just water because you have some electrolytes.
Yeah, you need the electrolytes. Yeah, absolutely. And you need your sugars and you need all that stuff too. Me personally, I'm just a big water guy. I stick with water. I'll do an electrolyte or something of that sorts before. But yeah, it's just making sure your body is in key or in tone and ready to sit in a race car for that.
Do you pre-hydrate quite
absolutely.
a bit?
Yeah.
So a couple, 4 or 5 days before, a week before, you're starting to hydrate. Okay.
Yeah, because that's the thing is drinking a ton of water the day of the race isn't going to do anything. It's just going to go right through you, and you don't need that.
Have to pee.
Yeah, exactly. So your hydrating happens weeks in advance. So you need to definitely start mentally and physically preparing yourself for that.
And I see a lot of people are getting, IVs beforehand and, right before the race, the night before.
Just giving you all the nutrients and all the stuff that, maybe you can't get through foods and get through whatever, It's definitely an advantage and it definitely helps.
A few extra vitamins I know I've seen when they have the podium bag that you get. And it's got all the B12s. And,
good stuff to keep you alert and keep you going. Yeah, absolutely.
And what about your body? I mean, I've had a lot of athletes talked about the, getting injections for Toradol or something for, the pain, because you guys are in that truck for so long. I've never done anything near this long. I couldn't imagine what you guys go through.
It's not so bad. in the car, it's not terrible unless you're having a bad day or say you slip, you hurt your back or do something before the race or what have you. But in the car, you're not thinking about it. It's more of the recovery after. I've never, like, nobody I really knows sore in the car or, like, even, like, directly after. Everybody is sore the next day. It's cool we got some good footage here. This is the silt bed section I think we were talking about earlier today, where they're going to go out to that VCP, make that U-turn, and then try and navigate their way through all those silt sections. And
of course, we see it's race mile 330 at this point. Bryce Menzies.
So we'll see him coming into frame here shortly, I hope. See what kind of creative lines he's got to get through this stuff.
He spends a lot of time down here, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure who exactly is driving. I don't know. I don't know if it's Tavo driving or Andy. I'm not sure quite what the breakdown is of that. If somebody knows, shoot me a text and or DM. Could figure that out.
Bryce, Andy, then Tavo.
Okay, so Bryce is starting. Okay,
yeah.
cool. Yeah, I'm looking here on.
I have voices in my head telling me smart things.
Wow. All right, here we go. You got a clip here. Is that actual Menzies? Let's see.
Let's see if it is.
Looks to be so. Yeah.
Yep, it is. Red Bull on the side of that machine there. He's definitely got wings at this point.
Very, very cool.
What a great shot.
Absolutely on a mission.
Love seeing the cactus. That just is a coincidental Baja shot.
That's it.
As he navigates through here, there's a pit set up there. Looks like one of Paul Vardy's pits. I see 94.
Yeah, the big chase truck. I love those chase trucks. You see all the crew guys running over, trying to catch a sight of it, going back around.
Yeah, that's a little U-turn. Oh, look at that dust. Yeah. That silt is nasty.
See, and that's exactly where those all-wheel drive trucks are going to come in clutch, honestly. And like how quick he's pulling up through there and just making traction.
Right. And look right there. Oh,
poor spectators. What are these guys doing?
You got a dirt bath.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody knows you stay on the insides of these turns, not the outsides.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest rules, and that's what I always try to tell people is never stand on the outside. No matter what they're racing, never stand on the outside of the turn.
No, absolutely not. We've all got faith in tires, but not that much.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care how good of a driver you are. But that is nasty.
Yeah. And it's just going to keep going because I believe it just keeps following this fence line.
Now, we saw the bikes earlier, and they're going through there, and the quads. And you can see that the farmer's field was right there, so it's a very narrow. There is no options to the right.
No.
It's all fence line. Now, that's a big thing, too, is we go through a lot of private land, too.
Yep.
And we work with a lot of the ranchers and farmers to go through the land. I know the government, and I know Jose G. and Juan Titos, you know.
Work their magic and make it happen.
Magic. Yeah, it's so great.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just, what a blessing to be able to go and explore these places. And, like we had talked earlier about all the missions and all these, like, historic land that you're ripping a car through. It's just opportunities most people will never get in their lifetime. And coming down here and racing with Score, you get the ability to go do this on such a cool level.
And it's kind of cool that, Ricardo.
Yep, back in the
Ricardo Beckett, and it's on a 16 car.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's going to give the old siren or
It's early
bump.
in the day. I hope they just find a way to get around.
Yeah, it is so narrow. There is nowhere to pull over either.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there he goes.
Smooth.
That was a gentleman thing to do.
That's the thing too. You may know how no matter how frustrated you are and behind somebody or following somebody, you don't want to ruin somebody's day or wreck their race or what have you. So you want to try your best to be cordial and be gentlemanly and get around it the best you can.
Okay, so what is the protocol so much on this one? Do you give them the horn, the siren, and do you wait a certain time until they don't move over and then you give the desert bump?
It kind of just depends the race and the situation. If we're talking like a short race, like a short loop race or something like that, and you don't have time to do that, they know you're back there. Like they hopefully they've got their guys giving you time split. So I'll hit the horn, but if you're in my way, we move through. But a situation like this, big long race, I call like a Vegas to Reno even, or some sort of like big long distance something or other, or like a big race. Like you want to take your time. Like, hey, we're back here. Like,
because you can cause damage to your vehicle too.
Absolutely, yeah. Because you think in your mind that bumping somebody, you're both just going to move forward. But when you hit somebody, you back down. It stops you. And sometimes it'll catapult that guy. And then all that ground you just worked to make up, you just gave him a little booster shot. And then you're like, oh, now I got to catch back up. And if he got hit, obviously emotions are going to run high, and he's going to run from you. So you got to play your games just right. And sometimes it is just quicker to pass on the course somewhere and just get around that car.
Just, bide your time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think I've talked about this a lot, and like I'll drive this in until the day I die. But off-road racing is just kind of an average of everything. Like you could have the fastest cornering car, you could have the fastest straight line car, you could have this, but you need something that does okay everywhere.
It doesn't have to be the best in each particular.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of averages here and there, and then it adds up to a really good finish at the end. And so when it comes to that, like you want to, you don't need to be slamming in the back of people and doing this. No, just make up that time on the inside, do whatever.
Yeah, you were talking earlier, you guys were talking about someone's bumper from a bump, in fact.
Yeah, we were looking at photos of that. Yeah, all twisted and tweaked. I mean, that was an accident. That was an upside-down truck or something that he ran into. But yeah, think about that. A lot of us put our lights on our bumpers, and you go bumping into every truck that's in front of you. You're not going to have any lights left.
And you are going to be running in the night, no matter if you want it or not.
1,300 miles you'll be running at night for sure.
You can see back on. You can see that still bouncing around there. The spare tire still there.
Yeah. What's super exciting is I'm looking at the lead bikes here. We don't have an update for the 1X. I'm assuming they're still in the lead. I got a text message here that they're running up in front. 3X, 7X, and
Chavo.
Yeah, they're up running at mile marker almost to 750. So they're making up some time. They obviously left the line at 1 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
So they've been on the bike for quite some time. It's 12 hours of racing so far.
Now we're looking probably getting close to 2 a.m., 1 to 2 to 3 in that range.
Yeah, I mean, I would think. I mean,
we've talked about average speeds. I know the bikes.
Yeah, they're just past halfway. So yeah, we got another 12-ish hours. So. And then they got to go through San Felipe, which we know is bumpy and rough, and it's going to slow you down on a bike, especially.
The whoops, and it gets real technical going up the hill.
Especially for the Ironman guys, too. Like, those dudes out there doing it alone, like, that's such a long day. Like, insane, especially getting thrown just through the thicket of it at the end of your day.
Now, a lot of people talk about the hallucinations of long times of the Ironmen out there.
Sure.
If you watch Dust to Glory and you watch the cactuses waving at you out there. So
yeah, that's something. I don't have much experience with that unless I've had too many beers or something like that. But yeah, no, like that's definitely something I can imagine would happen. You get delusional just in your own state of mind and being on a bike all by yourself and just the hum of that engine all day long, all night long. Like,
well, speaking of hum of engines, there we got Alan Ampudia, possibly is what
we're getting told.
We're possibly guessing.
Eye in the sky.
Educated guesses, I'm hoping.
Yeah, it's looking here like it goes Ampudia and then Luke. I saw somewhere on the internet here that Ampudia had gotten by Rob in the pits earlier today. So
interesting.
That could be the situation at hand. Yeah, it does look like Ampudia
looks
to me.
Looks like Ampudia there.
Let's see if that camera would say panned out. We could see how far back the dust is.
Oh, my goodness. That is Alan Pudia. You definitely see that. Papa some beer, Monster Energy.
Pretty truck.
A very beautiful truck that they have. And I understand Alan and Aaron have teamed up now. So great to see Aaron back in. I know Aaron did a little short course racing with us in the past, and he was doing a little bit, and he kind of stepped back for a while.
Sure, you got to think these guys run businesses, and they got a lot of life going on.
Yeah.
Maybe racing isn't the biggest priority. So.
Oh, look at that Silt.
Uh-oh.
He's got it going.
See, it's going to be very interesting later on today when we see the spec trucks and the two-wheel drive trucks coming through these sections.
Yes.
Because that is an all-wheel drive, million horsepower, top-of-the-line machine struggling.
Yes.
So
he was definitely on the rev limiter.
Yeah, very fearful for the poor guys in the 16 cars and 12 cars and all that. So hopefully they can find a smooth way through. But let's look back here. Yep, it looks like we've got Luke coming in the screen now.
Not that far off there.
No. Not at all.
Great shot there from our drones.
Yeah, pan right a little bit. See him coming in.
I mean, honestly, if you're going to be in a section to watch, this has got to be an incredible spot.
Got pulling into pit. Who is that? Yeah. Oh, that's the Walser entry. Polvardi.
That's Christopher Polvardi. Mike Walser, course driver record too on this one, I believe. Or
what are we doing? We're taking fuel and tires.
That is the new, a brand new Mason truck there.
That was fast.
That was really fast.
That was fast.
I was going to say that was faster than McMillan's pit stop we saw.
Pretty darn quick.
With the double pressurized fuel system.
So now I'm wondering
if here we go. Little alternative line there. Now, where we just saw Alan and Pudia struggle a little bit, he didn't struggle because he changed his lineup just a little bit.
So I'm not seeing the Walser entry on the tracker.
It's going to be under Paul Vorty, I believe.
No, it's under Walser, under
It is
89.
Walser?
Yeah, so
Okay.
his tracker hasn't updated because it shows him way
back.
So we may have had somewhat of a position change in everybody.
So once again, 330 miles down, only 1,010 miles to go. Or 1,020.
A whole Baja 1,000 to go.
Yeah.
Impressive. All right, who's that? We got Luke coming in now. Or Rob?
Should be
the number 1 truck. I'm hoping.
truck. I'm thinking Luke and Rob McCachran.
So they must have had some sort of issue.
Looks like we possibly lost the feed coming in there. It's been so solid back here again. And that is Luke McMillan. And they had just literally pit stop there before Parvarti, and that's why I think they were. I mean, the incredible Walser's pit stop was so fast. I think it was literally about 15, 20 seconds faster.
Looks like they just took fuel. They were probably watching where the McMillan truck was coming in and probably just keeping track of all that.
Well, McMillan just took fuel too. I didn't see him changing tires. And they have a double pressurized system going.
It's impressive stuff.
Yeah, that is just. Phew. I remember back in the day, and Robbie brought it in. He had the fuel system up on top of his truck with the double, and nobody had done that yet.
Yeah.
And just to watch him do that pit stop was incredible.
Very cool. Let's see here.
I remember we pulled into the Baja pits, and Clyde Stout's going, I want one of those.
That's how it is. Monkey see, monkey do when it comes to all this stuff.
That was back when they were all part of the DA there, the Desert Assassins. So we should hopefully have some more people coming by here. We're waiting to see. Such a great section there.
Yeah, we got the. So next should potentially be Dan.
Now the strategies we're seeing the pit. Sometimes we'll see some a lot of guys pit in the same areas, but to pick these little pit areas, and to have a pit area right next to the Silt.
Yeah,
it's amazing that they got enough momentum to get into it.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a smart spot. If it's somewhere you think you might get stuck, send the chase truck there. Send a 4-wheel drive truck there. But I mean,
they know there's a lot of people there.
Yeah, and kind of crazy though. Like, do you send a 4-wheel drive truck to pull out a 4-wheel drive truck? like how does that work out? If you get that big old trophy truck stuck, you
get two of them stuck.
Now I know they're not 4-wheel drive in reverse, so I can imagine that could be an issue. But that's the last thing I want to try and do is pull something like that out.
Yeah, it's not exactly a light machine.
No.
Another great shot there behind.
Yeah, Herb spec truck.
Yeah.
We have to have a talk with those guys. Put their numbers on the toolboxes back there or something like that, so we know who we're looking at.
Good point.
Or
at least where you see their VP Fuels, King Shocks.
Yeah, give me something there. I want to know which car I'm looking at.
Well, if you're watching some of the NASCAR stuff, when you watch, they'll actually have a plate with sponsors and their name on it.
Yeah.
Very smart. Now that this technology's come to us, it was a lot easier to have inboards on a circle track versus in the middle of the desert.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm so grateful for everything we get. This is so cool.
Speaking of that, I was pretty stoked to see Casey Mears.
Yeah,
down there. He
in the old South Point 1 car.
South Point 1 with Brendan, a good friend of ours, and so great. And of course, they used to bang doors in NASCAR together.
Right. That's cool. Racing's racing, I guess, man. Get you into anything.
He actually was right. He went back and raced in Crandon, one of Ryan Beats' trucks.
Yeah. Beats got a great operation.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's quite the operation. It's a lot of undertaking.
Yeah, so it was great to see him, and he's really wanting to do something. Of course, his dad, Roger Mears,
a legend,
absolute legend in Baja.
Yeah.
So it was great to see Casey now trying to put his own stamp on it.
What do we got going on here? A little side-by-side versus spec truck action.
Yeah, a little 280 Brenthal truck there.
Ricardo's
on the move.
Yeah, he's on a mission.
He goes, I was pulled over a couple times. I got to keep this going.
Yeah. I got ground to catch up on. Let's see if we can get a little spec truck update here.
Oh, he's ditched his gloves.
Shaving weight.
And I've seen it where drivers, and I don't know if you've seen it, but when they get out and they'll start working, they'll take their gloves off and they'll leave their gloves on the car and then take off and realize, oh, crap.
Yeah, which is interesting to see here. Okay, I just got an update.
So we're getting some updates now.
Yeah, I got Mason Cullen still. He's been running up front all day today, which is a great thing to see. It's cool to see that guy having a great run. Flemente right there behind him as well. The 266 that David Ziegler running. Brent Fox on the 282. It's pretty much the same group of guys.
That's good.
And it looks like there's like 7 of them, 6 or 7 of them that are just packed up. There's about a 2-mile gap between them. And then we've got another probably 7 or 8 guys. These guys are just running in these little pockets together.
I mean, again, I can't say it enough how impressed I am with Oliver from Monte and how well he's done. I'm not, Collins, their family has a long history, racing down there. The kids raced a lot over the years. Yeah. But Oliver for jumping in and being the newbie in this class this year.
Yeah, and he's up there running second on the road. It's very good.
Do we have anything on Jason McNeil?
I haven't seen anything, so that's why I keep digging through here.
That's our points class leader.
Yeah, we got Mike Marsol's up and moving, so they were stuck together.
Yep.
And Vince is moving.
Back, great shot there, the Rossler wheel and Price entry.
234, hang with me.
As Nick checks out and tries to get that tracker updated and let us know where everybody's out on the course at this point. And some interesting topography as we move through. You can see that they actually had to create a road across there, that wash.
So it looks
during the storms, it washed it all out.
Jason McNeil's still sitting at mile marker 50. He hasn't moved.
That is not good.
No, that's a total bummer.
That is a heartbreaker.
Very curious as to what happened there.
A lot of his parts are on a lot of these trucks, old Fiberworks.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find some sort of update here via the interwebs.
We used to have a joke, get Fiberworks, the old Mako commercial.
Yeah.
It was a great shot there. Baja Vita Snacks. Love a lot of their stuff. So a lot of cool stuff's happening, a lot of surprising stuff happening. But I think the biggest surprise right now is, of course, our spec truck of McNeil.
Points champion,
Yeah, points champion out there, defending champion. It's going to really put a little wrench in his program, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to upset things a little bit. It's very exciting to see. The group of guys that are up running up front is exciting because it's not necessarily the names you think would be first on the road for spec trucks. And it's cool to see it mix up. It just goes back to prove my point with spec truck racing that as long as you get that, equation figured out with the car and you can have a good clean day, it is a very evil playing field of off-road racing. And it's just cool to see these guys up running as smooth and as, quick as they are.
Not as shocked in the trophy trucks.
No, trophy trucks, those guys are wild.
We pretty much knew. I mean, if things go together, another great shot as we see here back to the Silt areas where we just watched our leaders go by.
Dig through Class 1. Let's see where Class 1's sitting at right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious where old Brandon Gahn and Casey Mears are sitting out there.
Yeah, we got Cody Reed leading.
Cody, not surprised, the RPI car.
Wilson, followed by Wilson, then followed by Jeffries.
Okay,
who had a rear start.
Damon Jeffries,
worked his way up. Cody Parkhouse following through there. And then we got the 162 of Brendan Gaunt. He's back in the pack a little ways, but still making pace. He's still moving. Good. So they're all good. Then followed by Kyle Quinn, and then down through the rest.
Kyle, I believe, is in one of the Wilson cars?
Yes.
Again?
Yep. In the Wilson
and the
car
other
here.
one was Brad Wilson, of course, I'm sure.
Yep, and then we're back into 10 cars. So everybody's right there. It's a very popular spot right there around mile marker 300.
There was a lot of 10 cars.
There was.
Yes.
An impressive amount of 10 cars.
Very impressive. And I think this is the most Class 1s that we've seen in a while, too.
Yeah, and we discussed that a little bit, too. It's cool to see the buggies making somewhat of a comeback.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of buggy guys got kind of not stolen away, but taken away by the attraction of a side-by-side and the ease and how to get into it.
Yeah.
Not to discredit a side-by-side because it still works.
Oh, it's still more economical.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah, and there's the potential for factory backing and all that. So it is definitely cool to see the buggies making a comeback. But
yeah, definitely. He's got some great shots there.
Yeah. Look like the top left. That's the Brandon Walsh ride. There's a Ted Moncure in there, getting the old wheelman in action. We got the Herbst truck in the bottom right with Dean still driving. He's probably trying to make up time, unfortunately, after being stuck there for a couple minutes.
New radiator.
Yeah.
New make.
Uh-oh.
I'm hearing VCPs.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that beep. Beautiful shots.
I keep saying it for everybody at home, scoreinternational.com. You can definitely watch the live tracking. I'm right here. It's on the trackleaders.com. You can look at exactly what we look at. So we're basically just discussing what we see that you can see at home as well. And then obviously all this great footage we're getting from all the way down the race course and all the racetrack. And it's just definitely a very, very cool way to watch off-road racing right now.
Well, yeah, I know. I've talked to a few of my friends and, some of the shops, and they're still operating, other guys are racing, and they said they'll put it up on the TV in the shop, and, you're not really watching it, you're listening to it.
Yeah, it's just on.
Yeah, it's just on.
You can listen to us jammer on about this and that,
Babble about absolutely nothing that we know what we're talking about. But from Oh, what a beautiful shot they're going across there. Little water.
Definitely cool.
You can see the shot. The old microfiber pass.
Mm-hmm. What a great deal.
Now, I don't know if I'd want to be in a car without gloves.
No, absolutely not. Never.
No.
I'm a big safety guy. We're on the safety gear all the time.
Yes, always. That's the biggest thing. And
yeah.
I've got a good friend of mine that reps a lot of the MP to the Alpine Stars and all that.
Yeah.
And he says the biggest thing is people forget about that stuff.
Yeah.
How important it is. Don't wear regular socks. Wear your Nomex socks.
Nomex socks, Nomex underwear, all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to think oxygen tries to escape your body at all kinds of weird places.
Yeah.
When there's a fire around, that's what it goes for.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't want
Whoa, man, we got Ted. Oh, my gosh, what is going on here in the in-car?
Almost
a tip over into a ditch.
I think so, man. He got on the bike for sure.
Yeah, we're moving here. We're moving and grooving here. Man, that's exciting.
I have a feeling it's, we saw how deep those ruts were getting.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the clearance of some of the bigger vehicles, so you're going to be either a little lopsided going through there, and you're going to be riding the skid plate, kind of a little rail slide.
Whoa. This ride's looking a little rougher than it was earlier. We're on a mission here, trying to make us some time maybe from the radiator swap. Poor navigator's looking a little uneasy, but hey, he signed up for the job.
Did he bring his puke bag?
I hope so. Oh. Those are not noises you want to hear.
No, I'm hearing a lot of rattling going on.
Oh, I love this.
This is just, this is like better than a video game.
Yeah. There we go. Get the forward action.
Okay, so they were in the deeper silt.
Yeah.
They were, and you can see how off uneven.
Yes.
So it's actually starting to come together.
You get a little tippy through there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I can understand that. Let's see.
Definitely a pucker factor for sure, and some of that when they get a little sideways. And that's when you're really fighting that wheel.
Yeah, right.
So that's a big thing for this many miles. For the fatigue on your arms and your shoulders, and
it kicks butt.
fighting the wheel.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully, you did all your push-ups before the start of this race. Spending like a couple weeks before, doing your push-ups, doing your sit-ups.
You're working your strength of your hands too,
bit,
a little there, trying to hold on to that wheel.
Yeah, power steering's a wild thing. These days it's not so hard to hold on to these things,
but those things the wheel gets kicked around a lot though. And
yep.
I know one thing, when you do start to roll over, you let go of that wheel. You do not want to hold on to it. And looks like we got the 91 there. And that's Palvardi.
It's not Palvardi, so that's the entry got passed over.
Yeah.
So that's another all-wheel drive Mason truck.
Trying to see.
I believe these guys usually run in the Legends class, and I believe they probably took this spot, obviously, just for.
Is that?
I'm trying to remember.
Did that say Norseman? I couldn't see what it said on the side.
This is Horseman.
That wasn't Helen.
Oh, let's look.
Rolf?
Yeah, that's the paint scheme.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there's Rolf, Helen there, which I know Ricky Johnson, and Rolf. I know Lee Perfect helps out quite a bit on that. And there is Gustavo Vidosla Sr.
Yeah.
Big Gus.
That's it. He's doing it.
The question is that Ricky? Are they saving Ricky for the technical section, or are they going to let?
I know, as a car owner, I might want to take the green flag, guaranteed driving spot. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Guaranteed to see some race course.
That's why I'm wondering if they're going to let the technical stuff for Ricky Johnson. I can't really say the real Ricky Johnson. We're talking the motorcycle Ricky Johnson.
There's too many Ricky Johnsons.
Will the real Rick Johnson please stand up? Please stand up.
We need to have a meeting of the Rick Johnsons. Everybody's got to decide who's going to be who.
Well, there's 4 of them.
There's a lot.
Yeah, 4 or 5. There might be a 5th one.
I've been in the sport for quite a while, and I can't keep them all straight. I know the motocross Rick Johnson. That's the only one I can keep straight.
And I know we got Barstow Rick, the Rick D, and then you got Cabo Rick, the window guy.
Yeah.
And then Little Ricky.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see some of these two-wheel drive trucks come through this little silt section right there we had seen earlier. The four-wheel drives, obviously aside from a bobble here and there, but made pretty easy work of it.
And watching Alan there, he struggled a little bit in that four-wheel drive, and I was like, oh, that stuff's getting really deep, getting really torn up.
Yeah, exactly.
And he was sitting, third, fourth?
Yeah, I think Pooty's running second.
Second right now, okay.
So there's our first two-wheel drive through.
All right.
You guys see the momentum difference just trying to keep the thing digging forward. And it's so early in on the day, too, that these are the guys making the track.
There? Is that
yeah, that should
Tim?
be 19. Impressive.
So Tim and Troy teamed up on this one, where they usually drive separately, their own trucks. I mean, this one, there's so many strategies that go into this one. How many drivers? Oh boy.
It's happening.
They're talking. That is a two-wheel drive.
So the Adonia truck?
Yeah.
Stay on the gas, brother.
Adonia Yachts, the 26 there. Is that Davis, I believe?
Yeah, I was getting mixed up.
Oh, just an epic shot right there. You can see him. He just plowed into it. He's still moving. Yeah, it is the Adonia Yachts 26.
Yeah, he's still going. He's good.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you, he had a lot of wheel spin going on there. That thing was bouncing off the chip out the rev limiter.
Doing something.
That's another thing too with massive horsepower. The Joe Gibbs Racing, the Hendrick Motors.
Yeah.
Guys are going to, setting the rev limiters. Things there's so much horsepower possible. Where do you find that happen? Does it affect your top end speed, or do you want to save that motor for when you get on the gas and get in the silt?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of all a preference thing. I guess it comes down to the engine builder. Like, hey man, I got to go this far. Like, what's the safest spot to put this thing at? And then whether that driver's trusted enough to be given that high of a rev limiter. I know the Gibbs engines have the potential to run very high RPMs, but whether they'll last the 36-hour test that those engines have to test or to survive, who knows?
Or if you're not lucky, 50 hours.
Right.
Which this is a 50-hour timeout. Back on with the Walsh entry.
Yeah, we got Ted Moncure here driving side-by-side entry. Now this is Brandon Walsh owns the company Star Mounts. That is the Starlink mounts for the chase trucks and the race cars and all that stuff. And it's a great unit. It works so well. We just used it at the Nora 500 a couple weeks ago.
We're using it for a lot of the score ones, yes.
Great unit. So, and it allows us to do stuff like this. We've got a 4-screen split. You got our ugly mugs, you got some side-by-side racing, and a spec truck. What more could you ask for on a fine Thursday?
And you can see that was the truck that went over earlier. EJ Herbst there driving, and you can see the camera did get askew a little bit.
I'm pretty sure that was a forward-facing camera earlier today.
It probably might have been.
Yeah.
But it just gives a great perspective of what these guys are going and the different terrains they're at. And now that's a spec truck. They have some great suspension. They're still getting a little bit of a rough ride. Okay, this is the biggest thing. The Hans device, you got the hybrids and all that.
Yep.
Your neck.
Yeah, your neck gets sore.
So
holding the helmet up from bouncing.
Yeah, I was going to say, I from years of motorcycles and racing, I've got what they call like a surfer's neck.
Oh yeah.
And the helmets have gotten a lot lighter nowadays. We had heavier helmets back then, so it affected your heads and your bobbling a lot. So do you have neck issues at all from racing over the years? Or?
A little bit, not too bad. We lately switched to carbon fiber helmets, which helps a lot.
Nice.
I wear a next gen, so I can rely on the straps to keep my helmet going forward. And then something my brother and I do that's a little different is we run a full containment seat. So we run a head bolster.
Okay.
So really when things get wild, we kind of lean our heads into one side or lean our head into the other side.
Put pressure into it?
Yeah, and hope that the seat kind of holds our head still so you don't get the whiplash side to side. We were both my brother was in some really bad crashes early on in those seats, and we've been firm believers of head bolster seats since then. So, but yeah, aside from just helping you with fatigue, it's just kind of a safety thing for us.
Yeah. So you don't want to be looking somewhere quick or somebody drops something after the race because my neck.
Yeah, your kid's jumping on you.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So let's get a
Daddy, ow!
Let's see here. Let's get a little trophy truck update. See if we got something figured out.
So it looks like we got another Herbst vehicle still. Is that the 19 again?
Yeah.
Trying to get a look on it.
Looks like the 19 as well. Dave Taylor should be right behind him in the TE Motorsports Herbst entry.
We'll be looking for that.
And Andrew Myers as well.
Andrew, yep. TE Motorsports there, Trade of Escondido.
Yep.
Myers family, great. And of course, I know the Myers girls are racing back there.
Yep.
That's rough, the 10 car. There's going to be a long, drive. And we don't think about that. You know, we've been talking about the trophy trucks, we talk about the spec trucks, we talk about the class 1s, the UTVs.
Yeah.
But the 12s, the 16s, the 10s, the class 5s, the class 11s.
Yep.
I mean, some of the smaller class are, you know, I almost have more respect for some of those drivers when they finish than
absolutely.
they do in a trophy truck. And I mean, I love the trophy truck, I love the feel,
Yep.
but to know the adversity that they've had to go through with those underpowered two-wheel drive,
dune buggies,
you know,
yeah.
And that's really what started this whole Baja thing, is, you know, going back to the Volkswagen.
Yeah, going to Volkswagen things, going to Volkswagen Beetles, and you know,
and a lot of like the 12s and 16s are back. Of course, it was Tim Herbst, but the beam front end.
Yep.
You know,
big old plow.
Big old plow, exactly. All right, we got, you know, how many leaf springs we're going to pull out of the torsion bars there.
Yeah.
Remember doing that. All right, we're going to raise the shock mounts.
Yep.
Still got a plow in the front. And that's when you get into the silt beds on those. That's gnarly.
Yeah, you're literally, especially with how deep the two tracks get with these 40-inch tall tires, and you know, now, you know, we'll beat this dead horse, but all four wheels are turning, digging that hole deeper and deeper and deeper.
And these guys are in the back after all those other vehicles have gone through.
Just plowing through. So it's not getting so bad here in this shot, you can see, but I wouldn't necessarily call this silt. This is just some nice sand sections here. But even there, you can see that, you know, there's a good solid 5-6 inches of that tire disappearing down into that two track. And when you've got a much smaller tire, that's a lot. Especially when you've only got, you call it 8-9 inches of ground clearance.
Yeah. And you can see, and I heard you mention earlier in the corners, that's where it's going to get the siltiest, because when you're spinning the tires, and there we go.
Right there.
And that's when the smaller, less horsepower vehicles really going to struggle.
And especially, you got to think too. So a lot of those dune buggies, they've got, you know, not 100% open diffs, but somewhat of an open diff in the back. Like they do have some sort of locking systems in the back of them. But when you get into something like that, if you don't have full traction going in and you have one wheel spinning, it's not going to lock that outside set up. So you're not going to pull through that corner as well. So a lot of guys will rely on their turning brakes to kind of lock that diff up a little bit to get around those corners. Whereas a truck with a live rear axle, it's locked. It's a spooled unit. It just digs both tires no matter what.
And that's something I'm sure a lot of people don't understand, turning brake.
Yeah, the
buggies. Why don't you explain that a little bit?
So in a dune buggy, you have what's called like a turning brake, where if you push the lever forward or back, depending on your setup, most people, I believe, pushing forward locks the right tire and pulling back is the left tire. What it does is it locks the rear tires inside or outside. So when you go into a corner, you can use that to set the car into the corner, because you don't have the benefit of a live rear axle and a spooled rear end to kind of slide you around.
Okay.
So you rely on the brakes a little bit.
You know, they do that with short course buggies and stuff to do that.
Yep. Those guys will use it for front brakes. Some of those guys are crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Like a split pedal and all that stuff.
Yeah. Which actually some of the big trucks have split pedals too, which is insane.
Short course guys are something else.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty good pace if you look down, like mid-50s running around.
Oh, yeah,
here.
it's running great.
Yeah. Losing some art, looks like, on his visor. Picture's falling out. There's the TE Motorsports 69 entry. I know Adam Householder is supposed to jump in that truck at some point today. It's a cool team up. Missing a spare in the racks. Looks like they've stopped already, had some downtime.
Yeah, it just looks like water when they go through there. It's just so like talcum powder.
I feel like a kid in high school driving through the mud puddles.
Yeah, exactly. Splash.
Yeah.
It does look like it.
Gotta keep her momentum going. What a cool spot to spectate from, though, huh?
Oh, insane.
Just sitting right there watching those big old monsters plowing through this stuff.
I like how you pointed out when the teams ran from one side to the other across, and you're like, you're going to go. And sure enough, they were there. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, we're all just enthusiasts. We all love off-road racing. Whether we're chasing, racing, pitting. Like, I'll run across the desert.
When we start watching it, sometimes we go, we got to talk too, because we actually get caught up in this, shots, because we've never had this.
No, absolutely not. This is so cool. Like, man, going back, you just sit and watch a tracker. That was off-road racing. You'd listen to Weatherman and you'd watch a tracker.
Yes, exactly right. Exactly.
For years and years at work or at home or whatever, I remember my dad would turn the computer on, the old dial-up internet, and you could listen to Weatherman way back when. And then you'd sit there on Race Desert and you'd just hunt for updates and hunt for updates. And man, that was just such a cool time. And this is just incredible, being able to see these live shots of these sections and just the quality of footage as well.
One of my favorite would be when Weatherman would be there, and another God rest her soul.
Yeah.
Where Robbie Gordon? Right? They're coming across the emergency channel. All these fans are like,
Robbie.
Yeah.
Where's Robbie?
Or where's Royer?
Yeah. Where's Royer?
Roger Neuer. Where's Roger? Where's Royer? He used to get so irritated at those people. Please keep this clear for that, and we'd be listening
these
at
are
home.
For
going, emergencies. We just want updates, darn it.
Yeah.
Another great shot there. I mean, just insane seeing all the great footage that we're seeing. It's just mind-blowing. I got to say, he's keeping up a great pace there. I mean, it has not slowed him down. We saw him getting tossed around.
Yeah. What are we honking horns for? Oh, man. Oh, boy.
We're
making passes.
Yeah.
Ted's making passes.
And I actually heard people in the background
yelling
cheering,
and whistling.
for him. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Ted's no stranger to Baja.
No,
so, like I said, he's got a lot of experience down there. They raced a 7S truck for a long time. He's got a spec truck that he runs in the record races and all
Super
that
nice
stuff.
guy.
Yeah, great dude. Absolutely. And so he's out there just living his best life.
Yeah,
Talk about planes. He's a pilot, so I know he probably flew down there and back a couple times. And
I got to say, I'm a little jealous.
Same here. Like we had talked earlier, I've been in a plane like 3 times in my entire life, and these guys probably did it 3 times a week. It's absolutely cool. Dallas Luttrell there.
Luttrell, Dallas, yeah. Got that camo on there.
Looks like he did some chassis updates because those spares aren't how I'm used to seeing that truck.
Oh,
laid
yeah,
out.
they are split on either side now. You're right.
But he's, I think same thing. Got to keep that forward momentum. No slowing down here. Got to keep it moving.
And he's moving in that section now.
Yep.
He's definitely keeping it on there.
Oh, boy.
Was that a all-wheel drive?
No, that's
two-wheel drive. You're right. Yeah, I can see there's
moving
nothing coming
and
off.
shaking. He's on the pipe. Sounds good. He's going.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's riding with Dallas? Do you know?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I didn't see the names on that.
Neither I.
We'll have to take a look at it later when we come in.
But we're starting to probably start getting some pretty heavy traffic here through this section because you got to think the
getting
lead guys
busy.
are out and through, and now we're starting to get where everybody was stacked up. And I mean, if you did your pre-running and you're thinking straight, like I wouldn't want to be on somebody's bumper through this section. So maybe you're holding off on your pass, but then again, racing's racing, so you're trying to make your ground when you can get it.
You can see some of the chase trucks I saw pulling out of there. The guys have already gone by.
Yeah.
Moving on there. It was a great spot they picked here at race mile 330.
Judging by the tracker here, looks like Rob's making some time back up on Allen, but they're still stacked up. Bryce, Allen, Luke, Dan, and then it goes back to the 91 entry, then Tim Herbst, and then Dave Taylor in the 26, which is the Adonia truck. Speaking of McMillan, here's the ex-Luke McMillan truck, the Racer Engineering two-wheel drive. Doing cool stuff.
Which is still a heck of a truck because it's proven. Nice little farm there, though.
Get a little bike update here. Let's see.
Yeah, I'd like to know what we got going on there with Chavo, Juan Carlos Zaviteria, and then Sarah Narin. We got Mark Samuels. They were the top 3 there.
Yeah, so we're still stacked up 3X and 7X with the 1X not responding. We're not tracking, so assuming he's still up front, obviously, chime into the Score International Instagram and let us know. But
we would love to know if you guys could give us some footage or something in on the bikes.
Yeah, I have a guy who's on that pit crew. He helped build that bike, so let's see if we get an update here.
Yeah, he had something stupid happen at the 500, I believe, like a chain popped off or whatever, and I know Salas ended up getting him on it. I feel bad for Arturo Salas. I mean, he started his own team, a young guy, and like broke the leg or something.
Yeah,
it was just heartbreaking to see.
That's rough. All part of the sport, unfortunately. Yes. There comes a certain time in life where you get off the bikes and you get yourself into a truck.
and the Ricky Johnson that he said with age comes the cage, and absolutely have lived by that myself. Yeah. I mean, I love my Polaris and have a good time in it, and it's got a cage and harnesses and
flip-flops in it.
Flip-flop,
You're not wearing flip-flops on a 450, that's for darn sure.
Yeah. So another great shot there, EJ Herbst there, and we were talking about some social, hopefully doing. I guess we got some more social.
Yeah.
People have been chiming in. Hopefully they're letting us know what's going on. Yeah, I want something cool.
Show us something.
Give me some little Chavo shots or something too. Oh, great shot of Bryce Menzies there.
On the brakes, doing something.
Top 4, I understand they got there. There's Alan Acudia.
Yeah, the Walser engine.
Oh, Walser, yeah.
Because his tracker's not updating, so he probably, if it makes sense, so he's running third. And Luke's running fourth. Which, like we talked, could be a strategy thing. Rob's just doing Rob things and keeping a truck in one piece. Take
another look at it here again. This is race mile 300. We saw a lot of them already went through 330, so probably up around 350, 360. But this wasn't that long ago because they are definitely moving.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we know, don't want to, Impudia is rather aggressive on the vehicle. Rice is aggressive. Tavo is aggressive. They're all aggressive. We know who's not aggressive is Rob Mack.
Rob Mack.
Yeah. So hopefully Rob can keep that truck together. We're all
so calm.
Yeah. I mean, the McMillan family here, local hometown team. So always rooting for those
Shop
guys.
right down the street from where we're at.
Exactly.
We got some more social we're going to take a look at right now. And what else we got for us here? Let's take a look here.
Brenthal truck.
Oh, the 85 or the Clay Lawrence
65L. Yeah.
Oh, there he is, 85.
Oh, yep.
I picked a good spot, and that's a two-wheel drive Legends truck there.
Yep. Legend versus legend.
Legends, yes.
All right, watch that one again. You can see
Same
here.
shot.
David
Just take a
Payne,
look
yep,
at
Clay
it.
Lawrence,
David Payne.
Yeah, it's the thing. You sit there, you hit the push to pass, and then find a bad spot to pull over, and didn't quite pull over
Payne's
enough.
like, all right, you give me enough room. Slam.
Yep. Ah, man, that's rough. You just hope no damage happened. It's still good to go.
Great shot here. What are we going to get here coming across here again?
Yeah, a little 5-car action.
Oh, left the phone out there. And it still works.
Yeah.
Is it one of those new titanium 15s?
Yeah, maybe it's a Nokia brick phone.
Brick phone.
Yeah. Motorola Razr out there doing the thing. Who knows?
That was a beautiful shot, though, I got to say.
Sky looks nice.
Oh, how cool is that?
Wouldn't mind being outside right now.
No, it's beautiful.
But
yeah, well, the good thing is, it's like, the weather is like cleared up, but my big question is they had a lot of rain in Sonata, a lot of rain in San Felipe.
Yep.
When these guys are going to be going through, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, some of the bikes and stuff, what are those washes going to look like? Do you have
rough, I would assume.
Rough?
Yeah, I mean, you got to think water's water and it moves dirt. That's what water does. So it could be smoothing things out, could be making them rough. It's been the last couple weeks 3 weeks of pre-running down there. So the water may have done some favors, It could have flattened some stuff out, filled some lines up. Luckily enough, you would think that maybe you have some intel from people there if you're coming up from the back, like, hey, what's it looking like out there,
Yeah, what have you seen? Or some advanced teams up there going, dude, this section we ran is gone.
Yeah, you can talk to some of the bike guys and what have you.
Looks like electric there, 225, spec trucks.
Yeah, and so this is what we're going to start seeing here at this section. You're going to start seeing all the guys stacked up. Spec trucks they're like that. You don't get anybody really out running far, and you get these guys all packed up. And
Yeah, I saw the one go by. It looks like the old Spitfire.
Yeah,
that looked pretty cool.
The old Jimco truck.
Jimco. I remember interviewing those guys before on the ramp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great team there. Everybody, Jacob Andrews works with them and helps chase for them and do all that stuff. So,
were they out of Texas, was it? Or
I think something like that.
Yeah, I think it was they're out of Texas.
Mm-hmm. And trucks are obviously managed and prepped here in town.
Yeah. A lot of them are right around the area. I mean, I know Tisco's down here, McMillan shop there. I know, Brenthal shop out in
Corona
area.
Yep. Yeah, we got Jimco and Lumacraft. So, yeah, it's kind of the hub here. Autofab, the originator of fiberglass stuff. Lots and lots of shops.
Speaking of Brenthal, there's another one there.
Yeah. Jake Velasco's shop's just here up the road. Yeah. He does a great job prepping. He worked here for a long time, actually, for Rogers stuff.
Prepped by Jake.
Mm-hmm.
They live in San Clemente? Or?
That Jake did, yeah.
Yeah, the other Jake?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man, what a spot.
I know.
How do we get this job? I'll hold the camera for score and hang out by some water.
That is just gorgeous.
The other thing we're not seeing, there might be mosquitoes down there. Then sign me out. I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah, we've got enough problems this year with
mosquitoes, man. I went camping up earlier this year and nothing but mosquitoes.
Bring your Centinela candle and hang out. Your little electronic buzzer.
Yeah. Man, these guys are moving and shaking. They're almost at mile marker 800, the lead bikes.
That's just insane.
Yeah, they're making great progress. I mean, that's, almost 13 hours on the bike.
We could actually see it faster than what we predicted, because I know they were looking at, an average speed to calculate the time, and it might be a little bit quicker.
What if this is our lead Class 10 car here? It's the first 10 car we've seen here on the screen. Catch a number on the side of it. 10:06.
Wilbert?
Let's see if my glasses run this down. Class 10.
Back into another spec truck here.
Bunch of Brenthal trucks missing the front ends. Rough track out there.
I wonder how many vehicles that Brenthal did bring down. It's not only their race vehicles, they had the ride and drive, and then they prepped for a lot of people that bought the Brenthals.
So that was the 10:06 of Stan Potter, and he should be followed very closely by the 10:02.
Okay, it's Potter.
Mateus, can't say your last name. Sorry about that. Jorna? Arjona? Yeah.
The fourth?
He's doing great.
Argona?
It's going fast. There's a big gap between those two guys. Those guys have somewhat checked out a little bit, it looks like. 3 guys, so apologize.
I mean, back in the day, I mean, Class 10 was really a premier class. Everybody talked about it. It was the trophy trucks and the class 1s and then
Class 10s. Yeah, because I remember, like, Serapis ran a 10 car. I believe he won 1,000 in a 10 car. Great shot here, the Honda team, the Proctor factory
Ethan
Honda.
Ebert?
Yep, Ethan Ebert running here.
One of my short course kids from back in the day, and he's been got to ride with him. I went to a Honda event, and we were in Oklahoma, and they brought out the race car, the Talon race car, and it was it was fun.
Cool. Yeah, no, what's cool about that truck, and I've talked about it a little bit, is it is a Honda-backed race team.
Yes.
So it does have a Honda V6 engine with turbochargers and everything.
Twin turbos.
Yeah, 2 turbos and all that stuff, and it's a Tisco-built chassis specifically to house that engine. So it's very, very cool to see that. It is 2-wheel drive. It is competing in the trophy truck class.
Yep.
And he's not doing too terrible, honestly.
No, not at all.
He's up there running pace.
I believe Jeff Proctor running that program.
So we're back in car with Ted Monk here. I don't think that's the right audio, but it looks like, maybe it is. Yeah, it sounds like a truck, but we're moving.
Hey, you could have lost a muffler on that thing. You never know.
Oh, maybe.
No,
that's Polaris sound.
Yeah, you can hear it's like engaging the belt and the clutch.
Yep.
Very distinctive on that.
Yes.
That's a crazy thing. I mean, now the Pro R, does that still run the belt system on it?
Okay. Yeah. They're much more reliable than
much more reliable now.
But those cars sound completely different.
Yeah, definitely.
It's got more cylinders and everything. It's just a much more extreme vehicle.
It was at 1,900, just under 2,000 cc's. So it's a lot quicker. It runs. I know Roger's running an unlimited one, and that one's
something else.
Something else, yeah. I was so impressed with the cryo heat program, and I talked to him about that and what they do and strengthening things and less failures that way.
Yeah, it just smooths everything out and gets the molecules all the right speeds and. That's a big part of it. All right, back on, see if we get this clip to come through. I'm wondering if we keep pulling back to this, maybe something wild that happened. Back in the Brandon Walsh entry, driven by Ted in the side-by-side.
Yeah, I guess one of the guys said it's like tempering like sword or a knife.
Yeah.
To realign, like you said, the molecules and get it stronger.
Yeah, I think you speed those things up, you slow them down, temperature does all that. You want to make sure everything's aligned. Very similar to the heat treating process, but going the opposite way and cooling it down.
So cryo heat.
Right? So we got the Cody Reed entry here, the all-wheel drive Alumacraft car, RPI car. Just making quick work of that Silt section.
Yeah. Tell you, Cody's been rather impressive, you know, stepping in for Mom, for Shelby, you know, with the championship and carrying on the legacy. I know they're in the aerospace industry and, you know, bolts and fasteners, but it's really translated well a lot of the products onto race vehicles.
Yeah, it's the only fastener we trust in our shop. So,
and it makes sense because I mean, if you're going to fly with that stuff, you know it's going to do well in a race car.
Yeah, hold
you don't want that stuff breaking in an airplane.
So I'm wondering if this is our
Cognito.
First, side by side here. Let's see, a UTV. What do we got going on?
1069 or 1869, right?
Yeah, sorry. Lost our UTV specialist on his lunch break, coming back in here shortly.
I'm still figuring out all these the UTVs. There's so many classes now, and you know, the forced injection, naturally aspirated, you know, so open classes.
Yeah, so that's the 1869 of Justin Lambert.
Okay, Cognito.
Should be followed by Kristen Matlock, Brandon Sims, and then Caden Wells behind that. So
now Brandon Sims, you know, I was talking to Wes about that a little bit. The fact that no pre-running for them. Guys had to work, couldn't make it down here. They're going to wing it, but Brandon's no stranger to this. He knows this area, but this is a lot of new areas and a lot of familiar areas. You just see it in reverse.
So something interesting here. We've been talking a lot about Brock Hager and the Factory Polaris team and how he is in contention for the championship. He just has to finish today, and he has fallen pretty far behind, but he is moving. So that is exciting to see him up and going again. But yeah, this UTV field sure is stacked up.
Yeah, it's so competitive. There. I mean, there's so many of them and all these great products that work out there. Well, while we're letting that all sort out, We're going to take a quick break, grab some food ourselves, give Nick a break. He's been on here for a long time.
Quite a time, amount of time.
We'll bring Brandon back in, and of course Wes Miller. And so, folks, don't go anywhere. We're going to have some great footage for you, some commercials, and we'll be back with some more coverage here of the BF Goodrich Baja 1000, the 56th edition, presented by K&N Filters. Don't go anywhere.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
A love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.
right. Welcome back, everybody, to the BFGoodrich Score Baja 1000, presented by K&N, VP Racing Fuels, and BFGoodrich Tires. Wes, good to see you. We had a nice little break. We want to take a moment and send a shout-out to Nick Eisenhower and Dave Arnold. They did a fantastic job.
Yes.
Always good to have them up here.
For sure. And what epic shots. I mean, watching the
Epic
leaders
shots.
come through north of Laredo in those silt beds, that was pretty awesome.
It's incredible. So with that, now that we're back, let's take a look at our leaderboards and just kind of catch everybody up to speed here as to what we're looking at. We'll bring some graphics up here in just a moment, and we can see where everything is at here. Oh, maybe we'll just do this. More race action. Here we go. Pro Unlimited. Unofficial right now, we have Juan Carlos Sabatier in the 1X bike in first, Karen Nairn, 3X in second. Third, Mark Samuels in the 7X bike, Austin Eddy in fourth, and Adrian Ortiz in fifth. In the Pro UTV Open, unofficial times right now, Justin Lambert is in first place, followed by Wayne Matlock, followed by Kristen Matlock, giving him a run for the money. Fourth place, Brandon Sims. Fifth, Caden Wells. In sixth, Caden McCachran. Seventh, Dylan Schmoke. Eighth is Tyler Backus. Ninth, Kyle Arsenberg. And 10th, Brock Ager. Then in the trophy trucks, we've got Bryce Menzies still in first place, followed by Mike Walzer. Third is Dan McMillan. Fourth, Alan Impudia. Fifth, Luke McMillan. Sixth, Tim Hertz. Andrew Myers in seventh, Dave Taylor in eighth, Roberto Romero Jr. in ninth, Dallas Luttrell in 10th spot right now. So, if you look over to the right, look how close these times are. These guys are right up on top of each other.
I was literally just going to say that.
Look at that.
You know, we're this far into the race, and you've got, up to 8th place within 6 minutes of each other?
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's crazy. And, you know, we were chatting just a little bit ago off camera about let's see what happens once these trophy trucks, these Mason trucks, get to about the 600-mile mark. Let's see mechanically how they're operating.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. But the fact that these guys are so close and this competitive still right now, even with so much left to go, I mean, it's really going to be a test.
Yeah. I mean, we're far into the race, but not far into the race.
Not that far race, but we're still into it.
And we haven't even gotten into the night yet.
Yeah. Here's the trophy truck spec real quick. We got Brett Fox up in first, Oliver Flemete in second, Travis Williams in third, Pat Sims in fourth, Mason Cullen in fifth, Joel Ducey in sixth, Stephen Beal in seventh, Charles Dorrance in eighth, Riley Herbst in ninth, and wrapping it up, Santiago Creel in 10th. So that's a battle. To our Class 1s, we got Cody Reed in first, Brad Wilson in second, Damian Jeffries in third, followed by Cody Parkhouse, and rounding out the top 5, Brendan Gaughan. Then in Class 10, Matthias Aronha the fourth, followed by Bruce E in second, Stan Potter in third, Manilo F. Diaz in fourth, and Jose Ruvalcaba. Jesus, that's not how you say that last name.
We're testing your Spanish.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it, folks. Anyways, so going back to...
I'm going with Flamate on
Flamate?
that last. I might be wrong, but we'll see.
I think Flamate sounds better. Yes, exactly. So we've got a great race in all these different classes, highly competitive right now. But a long way to go.
Yes, I mean, if we want to kind of take a look at what's these different classes and what's going on, I think, let's look at the bikes here. It's a 3-way race.
Yeah.
It's been that way really all the way from the beginning.
Yeah.
You've got the 1X, 3X, and 7X. They're all within, striking distance of each other. Yeah. No one has dropped out of that race yet. Mm-hmm. They've made it through. We talked about where are going to be the tests out on the course.
Right.
And I thought that Laredo area and all that silt was that's the first real test here.
Okay.
And, so they made it through there. They're getting ready to go into my second test area, which is basically from Bay of LA heading over through the coast. So we're looking like race mile, I believe that's, let's say 750 to 900.
The difference? Yeah. You got 800 right up there. So
there we have
775-ish.
So, right in they're in some kind of rough stuff right here. It's kind of whooped out.
Yeah.
But then everything I was getting from intel on people pre-running is once you cross Highway 1 right here, this whole section is super rocky. There's narrow trails with drop-offs on the sides, and I know that you get into this area right here, and there's silt. And then you come back through Catavenia and cross over the Highway 1, and that's where you get into Fred's Tractor Trail, which is infamous. When we came through there 2 years ago, I know when I was pre-running, I was like, what are they taking us through here?
Yeah.
It's just solid rocks. So that's going to be a real test for the bikes and later on for the four-wheel vehicles when they get there, because they're going to be there at night.
Right. And speaking of that, going back and looking at what we just took a peek at on the course map there, what do you want, as far as the course miles go, we just saw 750, 800, etc. What do you want to get to before the sun goes down? We still got a couple hours, 2-3 hours of daylight left, but you know, what are these guys thinking right now is like, I got to get to this point?
Well, to me, the further you could get along in the daylight was an advantage. You know, so if you could get to race mile 750 and still have daylight, because you can hold a good pace at night, but you still like, you back it down a touch.
Gotcha.
You know, so if you can be just logging miles in the daylight, and you've got another competitor that, you know, is 50 miles behind you or something, he's got to do 50 more miles at night versus you doing it during the day, you should be quicker through there. So it's an advantage.
Now, at what point are these teams going to start switching out drivers?
I mean, the bikes have probably made multiple changes. I'm going to say most guys probably did 250, 300 miles, somewhere in that range.
And they've got sometimes 5 or 6 drivers for some of them.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah, with the trucks and cars, I think most teams have 3 to 4 drivers.
Right.
So a lot were doing their first driver changes around San Ignacio, which is 525. So we're not too far out from starting to see some driver changes. You know, Bryce is getting close to San Juanico, so he's probably maybe 2 hours out or something.
And the driver on deck is itching, ready to go.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I always felt like you wanted to focus on what you can do because everything else is out of your control.
Right.
So as a driver, I can't worry about what the other driver is doing because that's not my responsibility. I always felt like focus on what you can control and just do the best that you can do. And if each driver does that, hopefully, you know, at the end of it, you've got a great run and take the checker.
Metaphorically, this is almost a baton relay in some way, you know? Passing that point, you know?
Except you're passing $1 million trophy truck.
There's that, a little heavier. Here we go, some more action going through some silt.
Yeah, so we got the one cars getting into the
coming
silt.
Through. Yep. This is at 330 race mile.
Yeah, so this is a little north.
And look at those crevices now. They're getting deeper and deeper.
The ruts in the silt are getting gnarly.
Oof, look at that. There's a bath.
And this is what we talked about, is the silt was getting bad throughout the week, but then race day, once all the leaders go through, it just gets exponentially worse.
Right.
So, and after all the big horsepower vehicles come through, when your limiteds come through here, I think some of them are going to struggle. As well as, you know, we got a couple more hours of light, and then it's going to get dark, and then it's going to get a lot more difficult going through there once the sun goes down.
And keep in mind, the bikes have been out there for the last 14 hours. And just putting things in perspective sometimes is pretty wild.
Yeah, so
pretty crazy.
We talked about the lead bikes.
Yes.
With the lead trucks, you've got Bryce's out front, but that's a real tight pack there. And they are crossing over from the Laredo side over to San Juanico or Scorpion Bay right now. I would say Bryce is probably in La Purísima at this point. There's a BFG pit in that area, so you will probably see some teams pitting in that area.
Okay. That might be, is that the 3L truck?
Yeah.
That's the Black Diamond. That's
exactly. That's post.
Yep. Raglan.
Yep.
Mark Post. That whole team.
But
there we go.
The takeaway from those leaderboards, it's amazing to me how many, like every class, it looked like you had almost 10 vehicles within 15 minutes of each
Striking
other.
distance. Yeah.
And that's 15 minutes is nothing. That's, one little mechanical issue, and that 15 minutes goes away real quick.
And we'll see if anybody actually does have a breakdown in the middle. We talked earlier about potential bottlenecks or something like that happening too. That'll affect it all.
That silt's getting gnarly.
They're just battling through there. Push.
The slower two-wheel drive classes aren't going to make it through that. They're going to have to find lines around it.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to get brutal for those guys.
Yeah.
And I don't know how. I guess the Class 11 skid on the belly pan, but if your wheels aren't touching the ground, what's driving you as you're sliding on your belly pan?
And we've seen that before. We've seen trucks get stuck like that. They're just sitting there, their tire feet dangling, and there's nowhere they can go. Someone's got to clear them off. Wow.
Yeah, those are some great shots.
Yep.
So, you've got lead trophy trucks are almost over back to the Pacific side.
Yep.
Once they get to La Purísima, that area, it really opens up, and they're going to be, I bet they average 75 miles an hour or faster through there. There's a lot of stuff that are going to be 100, 120.
Mm-hmm.
There's another Class 1.
Here we go. Got a Class 1 coming through.
And so we got our trophy specs. I've been getting some updates on the UTVs.
Okay.
And
wow.
So this is from the Polaris team. Apparently Brock Hager had a little bit of an issue.
Okay.
But they were able to get that fixed. I believe he was leading at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They got it fixed, and he's back healthy on the course.
Good.
And Justin Lambert is physically overall the leading UTV, and he's in that 4-seat Pro R. So again, I find it interesting of the 2-seat chassis versus the 4-seat and that wheelbase difference. And then really your top 6 are really tight. You got Lambert, Kristen Matlock, and Brandon Sims are neck and neck. And then Caden Wells, Wayne Matlock, and Caden McCachran. So it's still anybody's race. There's a lot of miles to go.
Sure.
The other thing with the UTV class is they compete for the overall. And you've got the Pro Open UTVs, which is all of your Pro Rs, and then you've got the Pro UTV Forced Induction, which is your turbocharged cars that are 1,000 cc limit. The other ones are 2,000.
Right.
And you've got Phil Blurton is leading that class. And right now, according to this, he is 8th on corrected time. So he's a little bit of a dark horse that I think could sneak in here and get in the mix.
Okay.
And we talked about this showdown between the Pro R and the Maverick R. This is kind of the first. This is the first Baja race where they're going head to head. So it'll be interesting to see. I think Phil's going to have his work cut out for him because he's got a stacked field of Polarises that he's going to have to try to beat.
There we go.
Yeah, so it looks like all the 1 cars are coming through the Silt right now.
Yep.
Or one of the Silt areas.
One of them. Have a listen here.
Yeah, is that 127? Or 121?
That was 121.
Yeah. And another thing that I find crazy is, so according to this tracker, there's a dirt bike right ahead of him. And if I were the dirt bike right ahead of him right now, I would be getting out of the way.
Get out the way.
So earlier we watched Bryce and Alan. That's so deep.
Look at that.
And we watched Bryce and Alan come through there, and they both went all the way out. I'm assuming there's a VCP right in that corner.
Yeah.
And that's why guys are going to it. But then Polvarde cut inside of that and made a little bit of a shorter line that gave you more momentum through that corner.
Right.
And it looks like that's become the line now.
That's the move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the silt, especially with a two-wheel drive, it's all about you got to keep your momentum up.
Right.
You know, as long as you got momentum, you can get through it. But if you lose your momentum and then you got to go from a dead stop,
No way.
You're probably dead in the water in a two-wheel drive.
Well, the 121 car makes it through there. Still more in-car action here. Looks like we got Herbst up top. Excuse me. Out here. Just listen.
Yes, we got some in-car
just
there.
Listen to all those engines just roll.
The upper left there in the in-cars in the trophy trucks, it just makes it look so easy.
Yeah. Well, we've had a couple of moments where we've seen the juxtaposing some of these other vehicles, and one is ping-ponging around. These guys are just kind of coasting over it, so to speak. But yeah, it's quite a difference for sure.
Well, you know, with all the years racing down here for me, I had never been in a trophy truck. And at the Baja 500, I got the opportunity to actually co-drive for one of my friends, and I was in one of the Jimco trophy trucks. And right away, you take off and you're coming at some of these big G-outs and stuff, and you kind of pucker.
Sure.
You're like, oh man, this is going to hurt. Because in a UTV, it would. Or a quad or a dirt bike or whatever, and the trophy truck would just soak it up.
No kidding.
And so the analogy I came up with was riding in or driving a trophy truck is like getting to play a video game with the cheat codes on. Because
that's a good
compared
analogy.
to the other classes, the things you can get away with in a trophy truck. So there you go. There's the dirt bike getting
Here we
caught.
go. Yeah,
I would highly suggest getting out of the way.
Let's see what happens here.
But yeah, so when you're in a trophy truck, it's just amazing how well they work.
Yeah. Slowly catching up.
I would hope that dirt bike went on the line.
Yeah.
His left, our right,
left.
but it looks like.
Well, we'll see. There's still some dust.
And the thing is that trophy truck's two-wheel drive. Yeah, he needs to get. Okay, that was a smart move.
And here's some silt for you.
When you're that far back, and you're getting caught by these guys, just get out of the way.
Right. Okay.
So with our 10 cars, they're coming into Laredo.
Okay.
Looks like Stan Potter is in the lead, but he's got the 102.
Just like that. Hold up.
Now he's stuck.
No, do you think he oh man. Look at that.
So
when he came through, did the silt just push him into a crevice and he just couldn't get out of it? Roberto Ruiz right here, struggling right now, fighting.
Yeah, he's stuck.
He's stuck, but what pushed him into being stuck?
It looked to me like he tried to straddle that rut instead of dropping in it.
Right.
And what happens is you'll get cross-rutted, and then you drop in like that, and then you're stuck. So it's a catch-22. If you stay in the ruts, you're in the deep ruts, but a lot of times you can find some hard dirt in the bottom.
Okay.
So as long as you don't get high-centered, but but it looks to me like he tried to straddle that inside rut, and then slid into
just went
it.
Funk.
Yeah,
and then
and now he's high-centered and stuck, and this is what's going to get interesting.
Here we go.
We got another truck coming, and so now he is going to have to find a line around him.
And all these other spectators are going to have to get the heck out of the way here. He could blast to the left here, take that line.
That's what I'm. Well, there's a VCP out there. That's that corner.
So he's got to hit it, and then just go around.
Yeah, he's going to have to come in and then come back hard to his left.
Okay, let's see.
And try to skirt around this.
Yeah, it looks like
he's doing a good job right there. He stayed out of the silt.
Yep, they're yelling at him.
And stay out of the bushes. He's doing exactly what we said.
There you go.
That's what he had to do right there.
No
it
choice.
Looks like some spectators are kind of directing these guys now.
Yeah, they're letting them know.
But they got a tractor out there now.
They got a tractor out there to pull. Jeez.
So I think the tractor's going to go try to pull him out.
Oh boy, let's see what happens here. Yep. Yeah, he's got it.
There's so many more vehicles that have to come through here. This is going to get interesting.
Oof.
Everybody at home watching this that wants to be a Baja racer, this is some of the stuff you got to deal with sometimes. So it's not super easy.
Now, when these guys come through and they experience what we just saw, do they ever let anybody else on their crew know? Like, does the word telephone almost go backwards, saying other crews start to find out about it and be like, yo, look, race mile 330, it's getting hairy as you're approaching it, so be careful. How does that communication chain work? Or you don't say a word and you go, well, that's victory goes to spoils.
Yeah, I mean, it's... If you've got teammates, like say the Polaris factory team, they're going to be communicating this amongst each other and passing information down the road.
Look at this.
But I guarantee they're not going to give that information to Phil Blurton. Just like Bryce isn't going to give that information to Luke or Alan or anybody.
Let's see how this plays out. Tractor.
I want to see how well this tractor's doing pretty good.
Not too bad.
Tractor's doing better than the trophy truck right now.
They're both not moving. Well, a little bit. Slowly. The tractor's spinning.
Yeah.
Those rear tires. Putting a little more weight in it. Looks like someone jumped in the back there. Oh boy.
Wow, you almost
that was close.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if Roberto Ruiz can get out of here.
Yeah, so we got another truck coming.
Yep. We get used to this because this is gonna.
Yeah, bust out the popcorn right now because this is going to be a show.
Oh.
He's still going out to get that VCP.
Yeah.
Or he might be pitting because some guys were pitting in this area too.
That one kind of froze for a second here.
Yeah, I don't think there's a pit there. I think he's just going deep enough to hit that VCP.
Nope.
Yeah, he did. Okay, so everyone's doing the right thing so far.
Yeah.
Where it's going to get interesting is when somebody doesn't do the right thing and they come in right behind him and then they're parked and then another guy gets parked. But
isn't that how it always gets interesting when someone doesn't do the right thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. And oddly, we
listen to Spike Lee.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so we'll see. Okay. Looks like the tractor got Roberto out of there. They're going to unhook and hopefully he'll try to get back in.
They're so lucky that tractor was there. Because that wasn't that bad of a.
So what do you do in a situation like that when you don't have an incredible tractor just sitting there right there? Like
looking at that, he's got boards on the back there.
Yeah.
So your co-driver would have to get out, and then you're going to have to. The problem is those boards are only about this long.
Yeah.
And you've got to keep leapfrogging them.
Yep.
Or try to get enough momentum off of them to get out of it.
That's what we do back in the day when I was in Minnesota growing up in the snow. We get stuck. You just got to have a board in your back of your car, your trunk. There you go.
Getting some silt showers.
Get out of there. Get out of there. Oof. Yeah, to your point, we'll see how two-wheel drive does.
I mean, even when the specs get to this, because I think that's a trophy, so he's got horsepower, and I think the lead specs are through here, but there's a large class there.
Alrighty. Little pause right now at the race mile 330 here. We'll see who else is coming through. Back to some in-car action and outside. Oh. Okay. Sure. Okay. .282 truck coming through. Making its way through there. Oh, let's see if it's gonna fighting for its life. Still in it to win it though. Coming up. Passing spectators, wondering if, sees the tractor, made it past the tractor. Got some good momentum going into that curve. And these incredible drone shots, you just really get a such a strong perspective as to how remote and how far out these competitors are. Now back to some in-car. Starting to make their way. You can see their co-pilot, co-driver giving some directions here, referencing. There we go. A little direction. Extra animated in these moments. Just cruising.
So that Silt area,
Mm-hmm.
the lead 10 cars are close to getting to there.
Okay.
As well as the lead UTVs. So you're going to have smaller tires, less horsepower.
Deeper ruts, more
deep
silt.
Ruts.
Right.
Folks, it's going to get interesting.
Oh my gosh. All right, well, we'll have that drone parked at race mile 330 and we'll see how that all plays out. In the meantime, let's jump in the hot seat here. See what it's like to be behind the wheel here.
Just cruising around, waving.
Nice. Hey, how's it going?
Good time.
Yeah. Still plenty of sunshine, daylight out there. You can see, you talked earlier about, relaxing and letting the wheel do what it does, and some of these parts now we're really seeing these guys work, getting a perspective of how slippery it's possibly getting out there, though plenty of horsepower to get through it.
Well, those ruts, and especially in the silt,
Mm-hmm.
they get so deep that you get a lot of feedback.
We got Israel Chong, Class 10 broke down.
Yeah,
And that's got a 275.
That's at that water crossing
Yep.
right before San Javier.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for him, he's probably was doing halfway decent for the 10 cars. Let me see if I can find him here.
Hey, almost all the trucks came by.
But the lead 10 cars are coming out of Loreto already. So
got you. Let's see if we can get our eyes on this truck.
It's 41 or 47.
And they're about to enter.
Oh man,
race
he almost
mile.
went into that tree.
Took that tree out just about. And here he goes. So he's going right into it. He didn't take the bypass, so to speak.
Yeah.
He's just going through it. Still had good momentum, so why not? Still has a horsepower. Blasting through there, not a problem.
Earlier I was talking about the corners, how they were going to get
deeper and deeper.
And the exits, where it's everywhere where you got that wheel spin, it's just digging deeper. You can see on the straight right there, it's not as bad.
Mm-hmm.
But where they've got to slow down and then
slow down,
accelerate.
they come down into it, and then they're going to punch it even more. They're going to grind it and make that rut deeper and deeper.
Exactly.
No momentum. Try to get it back. There, going through race mile 275.
So we've got more trucks coming into the silt.
Yep. Still no update, though, on Israel Chong.
If
car off to the side. Oh.
Any fans are out there are in Laredo, we've got all the lead 10 cars and UTVs coming through. If you get some video of that, tag Score
at Score
and post
International.
it.
Yeah, we'll definitely throw up your videos if we get them.
Yeah, Justin Lambert just went down the Malecon, which is so cool.
There we go.
That's starting to look like a pretty smart line to me.
I guess so.
Stay out of that deep stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
He really wants to stay out of the deep stuff.
Okay, he's not.
He might be going a little too far.
He got on a line somewhere. Let's see. Follows. Oh, no. Look.
Yeah.
There we go. Is this going to bring him back?
Okay, he's on a road. I kind of like his line, to be honest. Yeah, look at that.
And this is going to link back up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at that. So he avoids all those other deep ruts.
Just as long as he's not missing any VCPs.
Yeah, I was going to say, but from this perspective, it looks like he's really out to the left here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because the course is on that fence line.
And
that
hopefully
kind of
in
looks
pre-runs,
like
he's going to know that, though. He's going to know that.
He's getting pretty far off to the
he's
left.
Probably, yeah, there he goes. Now he's starting to notice I'm going way too far away
There's
from that
probably a
fence line.
VCP off over there, and they got to cut back to it, and his co-driver realized that. Yeah, I was going to see if I can pull up that on my more detailed map, see what we got going on for VCPs in that area.
Zoom back in, bring you back to race mile 330.
Yeah, there's kind of VCPs all over that.
There you go.
So,
oh yeah,
every corner in what we're looking at is a VCP. That's why you're seeing these guys drive all the way deep into every corner.
Sure. Let's see what.
And for those of you that don't know what a VCP is, it's a virtual checkpoint. So there are trackers on the trucks, and basically you've got to ping those, otherwise you get penalized for missing it.
Yep. Yep. Oh.
That's getting deep in there.
Oh, just got through it. Is his
I think is his
heart skipping a beat there for a moment when he starts to dip down deep into it like that?
He probably had a little panic.
Yeah, but he's through it, and then
he's got another truck right behind him.
He's got another truck behind him blasting through. What we got here? Oh, okay. Let's see if we can get a number on that.
Yeah, so that line that he took the car a couple before this, he may have missed some VCPs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a couple in there that, because I'm looking at that road on
Brendan
Google
Gaughan.
Earth. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's our stock car guys.
The NASCAR mirrors. Team.
So yeah,
Brendan Gaughan.
They're probably wondering why are we turning right, and what happened to the asphalt?
Yeah, exactly. This is a lot different. Not in Kansas anymore. Yeah, you just look at that. Oh, where are we at here? We got the 3924 car. We've seen for a minute here, but he's off to the side. So, do we have a mechanical issue?
So I can see on his screen there, on his Garmin, he's running dual Garmins, that he's at race mile 240.
Oh, he's stuck? Towed? What's going on here?
I'm going to say they're broken and they're getting towed somewhere is what I'm thinking here.
That's police.
They might ask him to tow them to where a chase truck is,
where they
gotta
go. Sure.
What might be
they
going
might
on
be out.
here?
It's not looking good here.
Yeah, and which team was that?
It's got the. It's 3924.
3924.
3924. Helmet's off. That might do it. All right, back inside. Herb's truck.
So that's Ricardo Zaragoza.
Ricardo's truck. Some more in-car action. Just letting them go. good. What do you think he's saying here, Wes? What is he signaling at?
I don't know.
To the right, there's an issue? All right.
Maybe there was spectators. I didn't see any, but it looked like maybe he's telling people to get out of the way.
Perhaps, yeah.
Because he's trying to carry momentum in there, and they stand so close on the edges of the course. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like a truck going through there.
He may have been worried of hitting somebody.
Somebody, yeah.
Either that or their intercom is down.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so
here we go.
Let's
see what we got. Is that the orange truck? Is that, oh, wow.
Yeah, that's 235, I think.
It's a trophy truck. Spy trophy truck.
Okay, yeah, stay to driver left.
Yeah, it's the Spy sunglasses trophy truck. We got someone taking a new line here.
This is going to be interesting if people start doing this, because I think it's right on the edge of missing some VCPs.
Okay.
And they're starting to stack up into this now.
So in that moment, when they start to take these really radical, I mean, it's not that radical, but they start to really go off the course a bit, is it the co-driver's job to be like, look, we've got these VCPs we got to hit, so don't go too far? Or
100%. And so it looks like he's maybe stopped to let the dust settle a little here.
Okay.
But I'm looking at the tracker, and we've just got
look at this
truck after truck after truck coming in. Yeah. Probably a spectator told them that to stop and wait because there was a truck stuck.
Yeah. Whoa.
But these
guys are moving here.
That whole area is going to be real interesting here for a while, because there's multiple trucks coming, either already there or coming into it.
Right. This tractor's going to get a workout.
100%. But back to like co-drivers and VCPs, things like that, is when you're marking the course, when you're doing your pre-running, you generally would want to have, obviously you're going to have your race line, but knowing that it's going to turn into this, you want to have alternate lines.
In your head, ready to go.
No, you'll have them in your either lead nav or Lowrance or Garmin already marked.
Gotcha.
That's the whole point of pre-running.
Right.
And you're going to have those marked, and you'll have maybe like an A line, a B line, and a C line in a situation like this. And it's like, okay, if A is looking pretty clapped out, then I'm going to go to B.
Got you.
And have a couple options there.
Just click on that, go to
and
go
then
to the next solution.
But then you got to make sure you hit your VCPs.
For sure.
So that's when you're making your line, you got to make sure that you're hitting VCPs.
Yeah, I think that's going to be, Race Mile 330 is going to be a real traffic jam.
Well,
it already is.
I said this is going to be one of the make or break points of the race.
You did.
Seemed like the lead trucks got through there clean, but we've got our lead 10 car and our lead UTVs coming into this, and it might be a mess when they get there. So just like Brandon Sims was running towards the front of the UTVs and got in the back of a trophy truck that was stuck in a silt bed and bent his bumper.
Yeah.
We saw that earlier. You could have more things like that happening out on the course now.
Yeah. And the last thing you want is some kind of, handicap or situation happening to your vehicle right before you're going, especially your light system, like right before you're going into darkness.
Yeah.
The last thing.
So it looks to me like he's given up on the silt and he's just going to go bushwhacking and try to pick his way through here.
Okay.
Which,
he got around
after his experience right there, I don't blame him.
Yeah. And you can just see the
you don't want
residual silt just flying off his truck.
You don't want to need 2 tractor pulls.
Right. Nightmares about that. That's a 236 truck, Spy sunglasses truck. Off it goes.
But honestly, having that tractor there, they're getting people that are stuck out of there pretty quickly.
Curious if they knew that was going to happen, so they called it a tractor just in case.
Yeah, well, there had been rumors that they were going to grade some of these areas, which is a little bit of, it can be a pro and a con, because when you do that, you end up, that's a good view right there of that other line.
Yeah.
I think it might actually come back in for the VCPs, and if you can do that, that would have been a good line to mark.
Yeah. All right, let's see. They're going into it.
Once you get to that point, you just got to stay committed.
Yep.
Because now he's getting cross-threaded and losing momentum.
Got you. But here's what you were talking about earlier about how he's trying to avoid. He's only picking one divot, so to speak.
He actually did a good job of straddling the ruts right there.
Yeah.
And he was able to keep momentum. Because in the very beginning of that, he got cross-threaded, and I thought he might lose his momentum and get stuck.
He's off and running. And
but when you try to straddle those ruts, the risk is getting cross-threaded and dropping in and getting stuck, like the car we saw a little bit ago.
Right. Let's see what happens here.
Some of these guys seem committed to go through the deep silt.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay.
Okay. That's one way to do it.
That is one way to do it.
Although, once you're in, you got to commit. At least he didn't let off.
Right.
You know, so if he would have let off, he'd be stuck.
Thank God there wasn't a spectator back there in that vicinity. You know, it's hard to see when all the dust and they're all over the place behind cactuses, shrubs. You can see him navigating the rut.
So he kind of got cross-threaded a little there.
There he goes. Got through there. Some of these drivers make it look somewhat easy. Others, different experience. You see a POV here, the guy's getting towed. And then back at race mile 275, looks like we got a 10 car coming through. I think. Let me see. 10, 12, what was that? No?
I think that was a 10.
I think so.
So I did check on the tractor, and Score arranged to have that there.
Okay, smart.
So that was good preparation on Score's part.
Yeah.
And anticipating this happening. So this might be our first Class 5.
Let's see.
It's a Class 5 for sure. I just don't know.
12.
Yeah.
How far are we from those Class 10s starting to creep into 330?
Yes, that's what I was just checking right now. It looks to me like the 102 of Mateus Aronha is, I'm showing him first right now, and Stan Potter second.
Okay.
So I think those two just flipped.
Okay.
And I'm showing Justin Lambert right behind the lead 10 car. Okay. So we may have the UTVs overtake the 10 cars here in the next few minutes. And I would actually say once we get to the silt, that's going to happen for sure. So that's one of our Ironman guys.
So we got here we are. This is race mile 330, 768 bike. And did we get in a, looks like you're walking on the moon. Look at that silt. Getting a
I'm wondering.
Good perspective. Was there an issue?
I'm wondering if this is in the silt.
Yeah.
And he just pulled over to let all these trucks go by.
Just go by. Didn't want to deal with it.
Maybe the drone landed to put a fresh battery in or something.
Yep. Possible.
And yeah, I'm going to say that that 3900 car is done.
Yeah. 3924.
Yep. Okay, so according to my tracker now, the UTVs have overtaken the 10 cars.
Really?
And when we get into the silt, they're just going to pull away.
Gotcha.
So that was one of the storylines of this race is, was a 10 car or a UTV going to beat each other overall?
Yeah.
I said I thought the UTVs had a good shot, and it's looking like that's going to happen a lot sooner than I thought it was, actually, to be honest.
Look at that.
I mean, what's crazy is where this silt is at.
This is the Herbst car 19.
You know, say 325 to 330 area.
219, sorry.
You've got basically have 1,000 miles left after that.
Yeah.
So these guys have been racing
After
pretty
you blast
much
through that, yeah.
all day now, and yeah, now you have a Baja 1000 to do.
Yeah, it really puts it in perspective. Well, we see Thor Herbst just battling away here. We've seen a few perspectives of in-cars. These guys pull over to the side, but even Thor at times, people upside down, people stuck in ruts.
Yeah.
They keep going. They keep going. Hopefully the Rossler truck is still good, you know.
So for the UTVs, I got an update from Reese Millen, who he is co-driving with Caden McCachran.
Yeah.
And so Caden started 7th, and he's now 5th physical.
Okay.
He's got Wayne Matlock right behind him, and Wayne started 15th. So Wayne probably has him on adjusted. And then only 8 miles behind them, though, is Phil Blurton.
Yeah.
He's the lead forced induction UTV.
Got you.
And so, so Phil is doing pretty well overall. He's in the mix on this.
Yeah.
And then Brock Hager's now 29 miles behind Lambert, and Lambert's physically first on the road, and I believe probably has it adjusted, although that might be real close between him and Kristen.
Okay.
I think I want to say Justin started ahead of Kristen. Let me check that. Yeah, so Justin started 1 spot ahead of Kristen.
Yeah.
So that you basically have 32nd. There's not a whole lot of adjusted time differential there.
Not too bad. I wonder how the Bronco Raptor, the Raptor R are doing. I wonder if there's a way to check in with anybody down on the course, see how those vehicles are making out.
Yeah, for sure.
Look at this. It's almost going back to Thor.
So
it's just
with the amount of hand signals that they're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's just their rapport, or no, they got to be able to talk to each other, because it seems like he responded to something that he was saying. But
he might be just saying, "Hey, like, you know, watch out for this. Look over the, you know, look at this, blackout, blackout." So where are they right now then? You'd think from what we've seen so far with all the silt, that they're somewhere around race mile 330. But look at that.
Yeah.
Like, we got through that one. Pounding it out.
See if I can find him.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna say they have to be in that Laredo area. I mean,
they're 335 approximately right now.
Is this Riley?
No, this is Thor. Thor Herbst in the 219 truck. So
okay, so he's right ahead of Riley.
Yeah.
So
he just got through the 330.
Yep.
And that's got to feel good. However, about 1,000 miles to go. All right, we got another Herbst truck. There we go. There was a shot from the heli. 219 truck. So inside the car, outside the car, but making their way. A different feel when you're out in the air just looking down, as opposed to being literally in the truck and seeing what's coming at them. Here we go.
You got another truck
stuck. Another truck stuck. New lines are being made, and soon that secondary line will tractor trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, tractor almost getting run over.
Yeah, that tractor's going to have to find a new spot, because pretty soon both of those lines will probably be so deep.
You know, if there are some score officials down there or some savvy spectators, they should be trying to direct these guys out of that deeper hole.
Yeah.
Although it was probably making for some pretty good entertainment on their behalf down there.
That was Damian Lewis that just came through.
Yeah, it's...
Look at that. Let's see if we can see who is that. That's actually not their fate for the time being.
See, it looks like he did this exact same thing of trying to straddle that rut and dropped into it.
Yeah. How wide do you think that rut is? I mean, looking back, is that's about like 3 feet?
As
I mean,
horizontal width?
Yeah, just like,
I mean,
you know, tire width, you know, you're looking at that from just that last perspective, it looked like it was about, I don't know.
The bottom of those ruts
big.
are probably about 2 foot deep on each side.
Okay. But that one is getting more and more wide.
It is, and deeper.
Yeah.
And it
That's
really
the
looks to
294.
me like, sometimes what happens is you'll have a rut develop under the silt, and you'll kind of have 2 ruts going different ways, and you can't see them as a driver because you have the talcum powder over it.
Right.
And you'll get cross-rutted. And I think what's happening with some of these guys is as they're driving out of that corner, it's pulling them to driver left and bringing them kind of right in that tree.
Yep.
And then they're steering away
in.
from the tree and then dropping into that rut.
Right. That was Vincent Munzo.
There's a
in
great
there.
shot of exactly
There
what
you
we're
go.
talking about right
But do
there.
you see how deep that was? Like to our camera,
I
right?
mean, that is a deep,
That
deep
is
rut.
deep. It's wide. So very hard to navigate around. Look at that.
It's honestly getting
Great shot.
It's honestly getting to the point right now that they would get high centered on that if they go straight through the middle.
Yeah.
So they may be trying to straddle it because of that as well. Because it's so deep on the driver's side there that you're gonna get hung up on that.
Right. Here we go. One car coming through. 1090. Oh, actually, that was a 10 car. My bad. 91. Francisco Vera.
Yeah,
Coming
so
through 275.
Francisco actually is an old quad rider. He's won, I think, numerous score races and possibly a championship on a quad. So
wow.
Shout out to all the quad guys out
Hey.
there, because we got a whole bunch of us that are doing real well in four-wheel vehicles nowadays.
All right, it's Jimmy Diaz's turn. Let's see what decision he makes.
I don't like his line at all.
Gonna have to change that.
I mean, unless, okay.
He's going around, but boy.
You better stay over there.
Yeah, keep going. Do not make a right.
And then he's going to get into that fence.
He's in.
Yeah.
Okay. Time to swim.
Looks like he's got momentum, though.
Swim, swim, swim. Yeah, there he goes. Nice. Back to 275. Let's see who's coming through there. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
There's those 2 guys standing on the edge of the fence right there that are just getting silt sandwiches all day long.
Kevin Derby just came through 275.
Looking at my watch,
Big.
and we're start getting into a point where the sun's we're getting into late afternoon down there. And
3 o'clock PST.
Yeah.
Coming up on
so
4
it's
o'clock
4
Mountain
down
Time.
there.
4 o'clock down there, yeah.
So
they're going to start losing light in a little while.
At best, they have 2 more hours of light,
At the
I
most.
believe.
Yeah, at the very most.
And then things get really interesting.
Yeah.
Because trying to go through that and find lines through silt beds in the dust at night when all you can see is what your lights are showing you, that'll be interesting for some guys.
Looks like a little moisture starting to come on the lens a bit. Hopefully it's nothing too extreme, probably just a little, again, moisture in the air. Just dusty, dusty, dusty.
So we're probably maybe 15 minutes from the lead 10 car and the lead UTV getting into that area.
Into the 330?
Yeah.
Okay.
And according to the tracker here, there is still a 10 car in the lead. It's the 1006 of Stan Potter.
Okay.
And then I'm showing Justin Lambert basically a mile behind him. And it looks like Lambert has a decent lead now in the UTV class.
Some more cars coming through. Race mile 275. Flash down there quick. Julio Garza coming through. Making his way. behind Julio.
I think that might be.
Let's see what we got. Let me see.
That's probably a turbo. It might be a 3900.
Well, that is blasted through.
See,
all right. And
he's got a
right
truck on him.
Yeah.
Cantina Racing.
Is that 240? Might have been Chris Miller. I don't know. They're not wasting any time.
This section's fairly fast. That
Yeah.
UTV is going to probably be pulling over to let him pass very shortly.
Very shortly, yeah. Good back. Aerial shot of the Herbst truck. Man, oh man.
I want to take a look at...
What's up with the bikes?
Yeah, I was just going to check right now and see where our lead trucks and our lead bikes are.
Okay.
Okay, so lead trucks just came through San Juanico or Scorpion Bay. They're working up the course. This is the area I was talking about that is really high speed. I would say you're going to be seeing speed. Well, let's see what Bryce is doing right now. 74. But I think you're going to see speeds over 100 miles an hour through this section by these guys, and a really high average speed all the way until they get close to San Ignacio.
Got you.
So let's see where our lead bikes
Bryce
are.
at one point was going 164 miles an hour. Or no, I'm sorry, at the 164 mile mark, he was going, yeah, you're right, 75 miles an hour. But this, he pinged 4 minutes ago, so we're not exactly sure where he's at, but, you know, it's Bryce. He's going to hammer. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, so lead bikes.
And then our lead bikes.
They just came through race mile 800. They're probably around, let's see here, 813. Unfortunately, the 1X isn't tracking, but it's a three-way race between 1X, 3X, and 7X.
Yeah.
I believe 1X is still in the lead unless something happened. I'm trying to get some updates from feet on the ground.
Got you.
But where they're at right now is...
They're about an 813 mile mark, approximately.
Yeah, and that's an extremely remote area.
Yeah.
So there probably aren't a whole lot of spectators in there. And you don't have great comms with your team or really access roads. So you got to get through there clean and get back up by Catavina, which is like race mile 900 is just before Catavina, and then Catavina is right here. Once they get there, I feel like that's going to be a big stepping point where if you can get to Catavina, you got to do Fred's Tractor Trail, which is here, but then you're on Highway 5 for, I want to say, over 60 miles.
Okay.
And a lot of people are going to be doing driver changes there, and that kind of gives you a time to regroup.
Yeah.
And then you've got better access to the car from there because you start getting up into Puertecitas and San Felipe and then working back to Ensenada.
Got you.
So you'll have better comms,
Yeah.
better access with your chase trucks.
Right.
But getting through where the lead bikes are right now, you got to get through there without any problems because if you do have a problem, no one can get to you very quickly.
And that kind of is going to the question I want to ask is obviously nowhere on this course do you ever really want to break down, but if you had to break down or you don't want to break down, I should say, this is probably the area because of, again, no communication.
Yeah, there's not great access roads. It'll be a difficult retrieval if you were broken there and had to go get the car out.
That's a good point too.
Which a lot of people don't really think about is a lot of these trucks and cars and stuff break down during these races.
Sure.
And it's how do you get them out?
Right.
You got to get in there with one of your chase trucks with a flatbed. And
speaking of going down, it looks like
that's that same spy truck.
That's that spy sunglasses truck again.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's having a tough time in the Silt.
I think is that Zach in the 235 truck?
It looked like it was 235.
Lumsden? Yeah. And then we're going to creep up on, who's that?
I think from here on out,
yeah,
the silt's not as bad.
Yeah, we got the Baja Vita cam here.
And looks like someone might be broken to the right there.
Mm-hmm.
Which, as this race goes on, you'll see more and more carnage off to the side of the courses.
For sure.
As these vehicles rack up more and more miles.
Yeah. Yeah, it's relentless. Just relentless.
The lead trophy pack is still holding pretty tight.
Pretty tight, still pretty consistent, same top 5 at least.
Bryce has been kind of maintaining a little bit of a cushion, maybe extending it. But he's not totally pulling away from the pack yet, and there's a lot of miles to go.
There we go.
Yeah, so you've got Bryce out here at 4:32.
That's 8 minutes ago, though, so he's probably
further. And then Walser, that's 5 minutes ago.
There we go. What is going on here? Is this the traffic jam you were talking about?
What it is, actually, a lot of drivers are from California, and so they miss the traffic on the freeways.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, so they're trying to reenact that in the silt beds.
Yeah.
They're
just having a chat.
It's like the 405 or the 91, you know.
Well, it looks like they got a second tractor's coming in now. We got a blue tractor towing 2 different trucks. Ay, ay, ay. So who do we got down there? Let's see if I can
see the number.
I see
on that
244.
One. Yeah.
So.
I mean, well, I'll go to the tractor here, and I can probably tell you exactly who it is.
Yeah. And 266. So Oliver, 244, and then David Ziegler. Side by side at this moment. Okay. What do we got down here?
Yeah, I'm getting to that section right now. So was that?
We had David Ziegler in 266, and then I think it was 244.
Okay. So they're a little bit further down. So you can see on the course here, that's where those 2 trucks are stuck. So that's race mile 233.8.
Okay.
And there's a lot more trucks coming.
Yeah.
You can see.
You can see what's on the way.
Look at this area right here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bunch of spec trucks all neck and neck in this area.
Right.
And I want to see where our lead 10 and UTV are, because they got to be getting close. Yeah, they're a few miles out.
Oh, looks like we got tires coming off. We got 2 Herbst trucks.
And what's funny is how close those 2 are running together.
Yeah.
So that's Troy and Riley, I believe.
219, yeah. 298.
So we were just in car with Troy a little earlier.
We had Thor, 219.
You can see they're using, most of the truck teams
and there's
do,
the in-car.
They use Pressure Pros. And what that is a pressurized fuel system with a dual red head. So you'll engage the red heads on the truck, that's the female side.
Yeah.
And you can do, I'm going to say less than 30 seconds, they can fill their truck.
Blast it in there.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And speaking with the Factory Polaris team, they were saying that they could do their fuel stop, I think it was under 10 seconds, they were doing a full tank.
Wow. That's a lot of pressure.
But the tank's a little smaller in that vehicle versus a truck.
So Thor moves up, Riley comes up, now it's Riley's turn.
So
yeah,
I guess they have 2 pressure
they're dressing
pros
lights.
there,
They're dressing lights for night right now.
Yeah. Well, because from here, you head to the west coast again, and I would think they would have some sort of a visual by San Juanico or La Purísima. But we were talking. You can see the sun starting to go down.
Yeah.
And so there's only a less than 2 hours of light. I'm going to say closer to like an hour, hour and a half.
Yeah, 90 minutes maybe.
And then they're going to be in the dark.
Yep. So this is 2 Hertz vehicles getting prepared, ready to go. Lights on. And as a driver now, oh, someone flying by them. As a driver, Wes, preparing, like starting to understand what you're about to enter into, does that start to get on your mind at all? Like, okay, well, here we go. I'm going into darkness soon. Any strategies going forward?
I always rode or drove a lot of the night sections.
So you're used to it.
I felt like I never really had an issue.
Okay.
There's definitely people that are good at night and bad at night.
Gotcha.
And really, I think it comes down to your vision.
Yeah.
But there is an art to it,
yeah.
You know, and when, like I spoke about when you're pre-running, I always liked to run my section at the time that I was actually going to race through it, because then your landmarks and everything, they look the same.
For sure.
And you get used to. So here's our first 10 car coming through here.
This is it.
And you can see he's doing some bushwhacking, staying out of the ruts and the silt. And I think all of the 10 cars are going to have to do that, because you've got smaller, narrower tires.
That's race mile 30. Is that 10:06?
So he's taking that line to the left out of that corner. So he just got his VCP. I want to see if he goes left or right there. So he's going back into the silt right here. I kind of think the better line is if you stay to the left.
To the left, right.
And then there was that road that you could get on.
So is that Stan Potter then?
I believe so.
Coming through.
Yeah, that should be the 106 of Stan Potter.
Let's see here. Yep, okay.
But the Class 10s, they're running a 35-inch tire. It's narrower, so you don't have the footprint that a trophy truck or a spec truck would have. And I guess that can be good or bad in some of this, because sometimes a narrower tire can cut through it and get down to some harder dirt.
But again, it's not as heavy, so it's not pressing down deep into it.
Correct.
At the same time,
Correct.
So it's a little more
light. He seemed to get through that pretty good.
nimble.
Yeah. Yeah, I was pretty impressed with how he got through that. So right after him, we should have our lead UTV, which is Justin Lambert.
Yep.
He's in a Pro R, and he's running that 4-seater. So he's a 133-inch wheelbase.
Yep.
It's a 2-liter normally aspirated motor. And I think those are about 22 inches of travel in the front and like 24 in the rear.
Gotcha.
Of wheel travel.
All right, you can see the spectators are waving to him, telling him to go a different route.
Yeah.
See?
I think they're telling him to stay left.
Let's go left. Here's this gentleman on the bike, though. He's still hanging out.
I think that's who we maybe saw earlier.
That's who we saw earlier.
He may have just decided to hang it up.
Yep.
Which is, if he's this far back at this point in the race, I don't think that's a horrible idea. Did he get stuck?
I can't tell if it's delayed or if he's really having trouble here.
Yeah.
It's a little glitchy, but let's see how this plays out in a second.
So that's the 96
truck,
which is Felix Murillo.
Yeah, Felix Murillo.
And I don't know. I'm not seeing Lambert on my tracker right now.
He's making his way through.
I wonder where he is, because I thought he should have been ahead of the 102 10 car. Let me see if I can find him here. Okay, so I kind of wonder if Lambert had an issue. He may have had a flat.
Do we have contact to anybody that we could ask or get an update on?
Yeah, I'm going to hit up his team.
Okay.
And
see if we can get a little up-to-date
why don't
intel.
You talk for a minute here. I'm going to see what kind of intel I can get from everybody out there.
Reconnaissance here. Well, from this perspective, we can see someone about to go through. Back to some in-car from the Hertz truck. I mean, as a driver, just from this perspective, it's just dust, 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 dust. some landmarks to the right and the left. We got spectators, tents, kind of giving you a sense of perspective of where to stay straight. And hopefully all is going well. Just keep that wheel straight.
So while we're watching these guys, I got a couple updates.
Okay.
This is from Jason Hutter on the Bronco and Raptor teams.
Yeah.
So the Bronco R is at race mile 215, and they're doing good.
Okay.
Everything's good. Raptor R is saying ahead of the competition at 164.
Oh.
They apparently had a flat, and they stopped and fixed it, but they're up and going. So both of those factory Ford cars are doing great.
Good.
So it'll be exciting to see how those do. Because it's a real testament to developing a new product, improving that product.
Amen.
I mean, what better way to the most grueling off-road race in the world?
Talk about a litmus test. There's the 1002 car, truck.
Yes, I think that's Stan Potter.
That might be
Or
Matthias.
was that? Okay. Yeah, it's Matthias Aronya?
Aronya the fourth.
Okay, so Lambert.
Here we go.
Lambert should have just come through here. I don't know if we got a shot of the lead UTV, but I'm showing him literally in that corner.
Okay. Look at this. Everyone's trying to make sense of what's happening. Can't see anything. Visibility's cut. Dust everywhere. Shrubs, trees. You know, now it's a gamble. Just go for it. Just gun it.
Well, and this is where it gets kind of sketchy because there's so much dust everywhere you can't see.
That's exactly what I was saying.
And you lose your patience sitting there, and which basically kind of looked like what he
That's
did.
what he did.
Like he's like, I can't sit here forever. I just got to pick something and go.
Yep.
And honestly, I think he made the right choice because it looks like he's doing okay.
He got through. Now this is that final turn in race mile 30, and then after this it's the straightaway. Still just into a sea of silt. Look at this.
Oh, he's totally cross-threaded.
Oh.
But he stayed in it.
Yep.
Like that's literally you got to commit.
Now he's on.
But now he's on the wrong side of the fence.
Yes. Oh, this is interesting.
So he's
That's
got
a quick little replay here.
He's got an interesting choice to make here.
So what do you do now? So in this situation, do you take out the fence?
Well, no. I mean, generally you don't want to do that.
No, of course not.
But there might be a way to cut back in, or he might have to turn around and go back.
Oh gosh.
And that's what I'm curious to see what happens here, because there might not be a way for him to cross back
He's
over.
praying now that he's inside this whole farmland right now, and that's probably going to be secure with fencing.
Okay, so
all the way around.
it looks like there might be a way back in up here, or he's going to be screwed, and that goes back to the right.
Let's see how this plays out. Is he going to get trapped in the corner? He's hooking right. Nope. There it is. What is this? What is this?
So
is that
there's
from this
a
angle? Did
fence.
someone blast through it already? There's like a broken piece. Yeah.
He just went over.
Yeah.
So.
No, it looks like it was already taken down to a certain degree.
Well, there was metal posts there that.
At one time
they were
upright. Maybe
he
not.
did it a nice way though. He squared up on the poles and just slowly rolled over it, so it didn't really damage
Didn't
it.
damage the actual fence.
So I mean,
all right.
I think good call on his part there.
What would you do in that situation, Wes? How would you navigate that opportunity?
He's close to hitting that tree.
Oh.
And
He is
cross-threaded,
fishtailing,
and he is going to be stuck.
Going. Keep going.
He's going to be stuck.
Dig. Oh, yeah.
No?
Is he going to get pushed into it? Look at that.
Man.
Dang. Well done.
Remember I told everybody to go get some popcorn?
Yeah,
because this is going to get real interesting?
It is getting interesting, man.
Yeah. I mean...
Look at that.
It is...
Battle with the silt.
It honestly looks to me like the lighter weight 10 cars are having an easier time than the trophy specs.
Yeah.
I think they've got a little more ground clearance.
Yeah.
And they're lighter.
They're a little lighter.
And
they're not getting bogged down.
I'd love to get a shot.
But yet these trucks got all-wheel drive too. You know.
So Brandon Sims should be coming into that into that corner right now.
Okay.
I think he may be. Yeah, here's Brandon right now. So you can see the damage to his front bumper.
Yeah, it's just totally.
Which is so to me the big question mark is he going to be okay in the night? Yeah. And I'm showing him second overall physical Come on, Brandon, don't go that deep in the corner.
All right.
So, a very interesting story here, and why Brandon is probably doing this is he didn't pre-run. So he doesn't have course notes. All he knows is the map or GPS files that Score gives you.
Right.
So, okay, he's getting out of this now.
Enough of this. Thought he's going to go back in.
Yeah. Oof. Honestly, in a four-wheel drive UTV, I think a lot of this you're just better off to stay in some of this. Unless you have to get out of it.
That is so wild.
But so he didn't pre-run, and they're just doing this blind.
Yeah.
And right now they're second overall UTV. So Brandon's a heck of a driver.
Yeah.
He got second at the last 2 races. So I mean, he's definitely a competitor to look at for possibly taking the UTV overall.
Cool. More in car.
I think if you look at wins, probably Justin Lambert, who's running up front, Brandon Sims, Wayne and Kristen Matlock, all of those teams have a ton of wins. I think this is Kristen here. This is in the New Line car with the X-Travel front end.
Yeah, 1854.
And they just picked up a new sponsorship. They've got Optima Batteries is actually supporting this team.
Congrats.
So Optima kind of stepping to the plate. They're helping out Pulvardi. And now they got the Matlocks.
Nice.
As well as I believe they're sponsor of the series.
That's correct. So Kristen's doing great, making her way through.
Yeah, the UTVs don't really have. They have a lot of ground clearance.
Yeah.
They've got decent power to weight ratio, and they're 4-wheel drive. So they're cruising right through this.
Yeah.
They're getting through this way better than the trophy specs were.
And she's one of the only female drivers out there.
She is.
It's not all testosterone.
It's a pretty interesting story because her and her husband, Wayne Matlock, they both race and they raced against each other. And I actually used to be teammates with Wayne on quads. We won 5 Score championships together on quads. And Kristen would help with logistics and help with pitting and all of that. And then she raced quads as well. And when Wayne switched over to UTVs, she started racing the UTVs. And she's been killing it. I mean, she's won, I think, a couple championships.
Yeah.
She was dominating from the NA class for a long time.
Yeah.
And then now she's been in the UTV Pro Open or Pro UTV Open.
Yeah.
And she's doing really well.
Yeah.
And I really like the cars and the program they've got. It's a first-class program. So it's good to see her running up front. And, and to see a woman competing at a high level in the sport.
Yeah.
You know, there's not a ton of them. You've got Shelby Reed, Heidi.
We had Heidi join
Steele,
us on the 400. She was up here, and
Becky Foreman. You know, there's been some, but it's more the exception to the rule than the rule, I guess.
Right.
So it's
great
awesome
to
to see her out there
really
running
cool
up
to
front.
see. Yeah.
She's got a great shot at. She's right there to compete for the win.
She's a fantastic driver. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I always make fun when she beats Wayne because
she does.
You know, I'm who's wearing the pants over there? But you know, I think where her skill is, she is a better finesse driver in my opinion than Wayne.
Okay.
Wayne's more the bull in the china shop.
Okay.
Kristen is more the methodical, calculated driver.
Yes.
And you know, so it's interesting to see. Right now, she's ahead of Wayne. Wayne started last though, so he's fairly close on adjusted.
Okay.
I think you got Kristen and then Caden Wells, and then I believe it's Wayne Matlock. And then I think Phil Blurton is coming up from the UTV forced induction class. And so Phil could end up sneaking up on these guys and making it interesting.
I was just taking a look at our top trophy trucks right now. We talked about earlier about having a cushion between first and second, and from what I can see, we got Bryce, he's going 125 miles an hour, and this was about a minute ago.
And so this is the area I was saying, we're going to see well north of 100.
Yeah, and then you got Dan McMillan behind him. He's going 105. No, this pin 2 minutes ago.
That stretch they're on is all kind of salt flats just south of the San Ignacio Lagoon.
Right.
Which, by the way, if you're bored racing, you can pull over and go whale watching right there. but
you don't have anything else going on?
I think most of these guys are trying to win the race.
Yeah.
But yeah, that road that Bryce is on, I mean, he's probably basically full throttle right
He's
there.
gunning right now.
And if you are okay, so this is interesting right here because I was just going to talk about, I guess it's 141X. So I guess Bryce is catching the 251X and the 110X. Anybody that's friends with them, send smoke signals, whatever you can. There's a trophy truck coming 125 miles an hour at you.
FYI.
Get out of the way.
Beat it. We have Diaz coming through here in race mile 330, taking some different lines, making some new choices. You can see a spectator telling him to go, 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 go. Diaz in the 10.
So I'm trying to check up on our Ironman motorcycle rider.
Our Aussie friend?
Yes, our Aussie friend in the 741X. Because apparently he has stopped.
Really?
And I hope that's not the case, because that was a great story. For those of you that are just kind of checking in right now, we've got a guy racing from Australia that flew out here, bought a bike, from what I understand, drove it or rode it down to La Paz. I got pit support lined up from like Baja pits at the last second.
Yeah.
And is just winging it. And he was
first time.
He was leading the Ironman class for quite a ways. Let me see if I can find him here.
Earlier, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about it while we took a break, and I'm calling this guy's a ringer, and that might not even be his real name, and he probably races Fink and some other races in Australia. Any of my Aussie friends, if you can message me and give me the lowdown on this guy, what's the real story? Because obviously he knows how to ride somewhat.
Sure
He's
does.
not just winging it as he played it off.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he's just trying to hedge expectations. You never know. The underdog story.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
we'll see.
It's got to be right around
Let's see.
here. It looks to me like he would be in the Vizcaíno area. So that is, was that Brandon Sims again?
That might have been.
I felt like it looked like a red, white, and blue car, but he should have been past there.
He was silted out. It was hard to see if there was the number on there.
Okay, so, well, all right. I got 741X at race mile 602.
Okay.
So that means he has moved from
602.
That update I got where he was at 597.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, so at Vizcaíno, you're almost halfway into the race right there.
Yeah.
He may have planned to stop, relax for a minute, eat some food.
Himself.
Go to the bathroom,
so right
do whatever
now
you got to do.
On your map, he stopped.
No, I got him going 36.8 miles an hour, and he's at race mile 602.
Okay.
So
earlier, he pulled over.
And he's still moving.
Okay.
I mean, it just updated again. He's at 603.
Knowing him, he's probably cruising and eating at the same time, throwing some
shrimp on the Barbie or something,
Throwing back a Foster's oil can or something, mate.
But, it's... I think if I was going to Ironman, I would have some planned stops. You got to, literally, I would get off. If I could, have like a masseuse there or something to kind of loosen your muscles, stretch, eat, go to the bathroom, and then get back on.
Yeah, but we're talking about Walter, so.
Yeah, I mean.
I don't know if he's thinking that far ahead. But boy,
I want to know, does he have crocodile teeth in something on his helmet, or?
I don't know, man. I
think we need the real story on this guy.
We got our next assignment once this whole thing's done.
All you guys out there, all the fans,
look at
send us video clips.
Hold on a second. What's happening here? Race mile 30. All right, here we go. 330, I should say. Yep. Interesting lines.
That looks like an interesting line. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So here we go. Now he's coming in. He came way
from the side right
whole
there.
Whole different line.
Does he live in Loreto?
Maybe just popped out of nowhere.
You get some of these Mexican teams that live in these areas, and they know all the little secrets, and
side streets.
Sometimes they'll have a trick up their sleeve that even the top teams don't know.
Let me get a look at who that is, though.
Looks like a 10 car.
Definitely 10, but I can't see the number. Nonetheless, doing great.
Let me try to get back there on the tracker, and I can probably tell you who it is.
Just look at race mile 330.
Yeah.
We'll see what 10 cars blasting through there. So they took that outside line, right? We saw others. They can't go too far. They might miss the VCP, but...
And while I'm on, the lead bikes, looks like they're around 835, 830 area.
All right.
3X is pulling away from 7X a little.
Okay.
You've got driver changes, rider changes, different riders getting on. Some are going to be faster, some slower.
Yep.
So depending on the Samuels team, maybe they put on a slower rider right now.
Yep.
And no disrespect to him, but and maybe they're saving their hired guns for the end. You know, I mean,
finish strong.
I definitely would have a strong rider for the end.
Yeah.
They're not, you're looking at 833 versus 822. So 11 miles, that's a lot to make up, but there's a lot of racing to go on still.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me get back to the silt beds here.
Back at race mile 275 here.
And
16.
Before we get to the silt, give an update on Bryce and our lead trophy truck.
Okay.
He has now made the turn at San Ignacio Bay or Lagoon, and he is now heading back east towards San Ignacio.
Okay.
So it's going to get a little more technical and kind of silty in there.
Okay.
You're not going to see that 125 mile an hour anymore for most of this. Might be a couple spots, but
got you.
And there's some speed zone he's going to get into. The 123 and the 10. So basically Luke, Dan, and Impudia, and then I'm pretty sure Polvardi is in there in the 89 that's not tracking.
He's kind of evaded us on this tracking thing at times.
I guess it's the Walser truck, not
89.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think they're both in the same car.
Yes.
But you've got those two are in there, and I think if I remember from the videos, Polvardi is getting out of the car at like 525 or something, so San Ignacio. So you're going to start seeing driver changes in the trophy trucks now.
Got you. Okay. So all different kinds of perspectives right now. 3 different trucks. Got the Hertz. We got Ricardo down here lower left, the car 3924.
Oh, so they got going again.
Yep, they're back in it.
Maybe the Federales had to jumpstart them?
Yeah, I think that's all it was.
Yeah, I wonder what exactly happened there.
Not sure. And here we go. We got
2928
coming through.
So that looked like that was a 4-seat
Carlos
Can-Am.
Cazeta? Carlos Cazeta?
Yep.
And you can see in the upper right-hand corner there, just for a moment, that sun just starting to dip below the mountain. So it's coming. It's going to get dark soon.
Yeah, that light's going to start fading fast for those guys down there. So you got to start getting prepared.
Yep.
Anyone that's doing a pit stop right now, they'd be putting lights on the car, wiping your lights. That's one thing that we haven't really talked about is with the silt like this. I've had times where the silt gets so caked on your lights you can hardly see.
You can't even see, right?
So I've pulled over and had spectators. I'm like, yeah, wipe the lights, because you can't see.
Sure.
So that could be an issue for some of these guys with how bad this silt is.
Yeah.
At least it doesn't look like there's a lot of moisture there, because the worst is if you have the silt and a little bit of moisture, because then it sticks.
It's sticky.
But when they get over the coast, a lot of times you will have some moisture.
Yeah.
And then it sticks. And
or depending upon temperature, you'll get fog, you'll get marine layer. You never know what you're going to hit when you get by the coast.
That area where this could get interesting is
these rocks.
Yeah. is from San Ignacio to Vizcaíno.
Yeah.
I've been in there where it's just pea soup fog, and it's really silty, and that little area can take some people out.
Really?
There was one year Reese Millen was leading, and because
look at that.
the moisture, his radiator got packed full of silt, and he overheated and blew a motor.
No way.
So that's another concern with the silt with that is your lights, your shield because you can't see, and then packing your radiator.
Yeah. Brittany Myers coming through race mile 330. Well done.
So there's another
female competitor. No problem for her. Made her
Honestly,
way right
the 10 cars are getting through this.
They're doing great.
Way better than I thought they would.
Yep. Not a lot of issues. This is different. Okay.
All right.
They're going to assess. They're going to pull out. They're going to take a look at the lines. We got 3 options maybe at this point.
It's always good to do a donut and then stop
and then have the dust,
assess the
and
situation.
they can't see anything.
But he's going to lose a physical position right here.
He could.
And that might be
Are they going to take it?
I think that's Caden McCachran.
Lights on.
Okay, so the truck's saying screw it.
Oh, we got
Caden's taking the line.
Let's see how this merges together.
And then you've got
who's
another
behind them?
truck possibly behind that truck.
Oh my God.
This is going to be interesting. I want to see who.
McCachran's going wide.
I think. Oh man, I think Caden's going to lose his spot to that truck and be stuck in his dust again.
Oh man.
That was an opportunity for Caden to get track position. If he would have just went straight and went into that, he might make ground right here though.
But look.
Oh, Caden's got him.
He's gunning.
Yeah, Caden's got him.
Now hook right.
Maybe.
Let's see. This is great. Amazing shot too. Well done.
This shows
props to our operators out there. Drone
this really
operators.
shows the line selection
For
out
sure.
there.
That's a great illustration of what we're talking about. Look at that.
I'm super curious.
Cool.
So Caden's got to cut back right now
hook
to hit his VCP.
Hook right. Oh my God.
Yes.
Gun it. Gun it.
He's not gonna beat him.
Shoot. Doesn't have the horsepower.
It's just it's so much
cool,
longer to go that way.
Oh yeah.
There's less silt, but he made time in that one area and they lost it.
At the same time too, like maybe he just didn't want to be stuck behind all of that. Even if that truck, if he didn't get in front of him, he's like, well, I better go this way because I'm gonna have a face full of freaking silt for a long time.
Yeah,
so now,
it was just.
But yeah.
In silt like this, when you have an opportunity to gain track position, he was just sitting there, and he's got another truck right on him. So, I mean, he might even lose a spot to that truck.
Sandwich between 2 trucks.
Yeah, that was kind of a squandered opportunity to gain track position and get clean air, in my opinion there.
Well. Look who we have here. Long time no see. I think it's truck 43.
Yeah, how are those guys doing now?
Yeah, still going, but they're out there. You can just see how the light is that they're still trying to make up so much ground. You got Herbst, you got Ricardo in there, that 3 shot back there. And we'll see.
Yeah. So I'm letting this refresh in the silt bed area here to kind of see what we got going on. We should have Phil Blurton coming into the silt beds like right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's the lead forced induction. That goes back to the Polaris Can-Am battle. And can he come up from the forced induction class and possibly pull off a UTV overall?
Souvenir.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Throw a chain around it. Nice, fun little accoutrement for a necklace.
No, you put a piece of glass on it, and it's a table for your living room.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, the possibilities are endless. So they're at approximately race mile 275. So just roll that back to La Paz.
Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Just have fun with that one. Hopefully you drove out. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, so in the silt right now should be Wayne Matlock, and this is physical position, but he would also be on adjusted because of him doing a rear start in the Pro UTV Open.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's Blurton right there.
Okay.
So that's the new Can-Am, and like I said, that was going to be one of the interesting things to see here is how does that stack up against the Pro R? Right now, the Pro R's got him, but I would say on adjusted time, Phil is probably right there in the mix. He's an excellent driver.
Mm-hmm.
He's won a ton of races, ton of championships. He actually was, I think in 2001, he won the Score UTV Championship. At that time, the premier class was the forced induction.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he won Rookie of the Year that year too. Yeah. So he was more of a best in the desert guy.
Yeah.
And then I think he's won 4 UTV World Championships as well.
Yeah, he's gunning it.
So excellent driver. He runs a solid program. his team or his company's No Limit Racing, and so he made that chassis or the roll cage and the modifications to that car. He does most of that himself.
Okay.
So he's one of those driver fabricator guys.
Cool.
And actually his dad used to race Odysseys, and he comes from a long racing background.
Long lineage of racing.
So there's a Honda Talent right there.
That was 1984.
Yeah, that'd be one of the NA cars.
Is that David Petter, perhaps?
Possibly.
Possibly. Trying to get look at those numbers real quick.
And so there's a pro stock car right there too.
Cecilia Alvarez.
So in the UTV class, you've got Pro Open, which is basically the Pro Rs. That's where your factory Polaris team is. That's our lead UTVs are all coming out of that class right now.
Yep.
Then you've got the forced induction class, which Blurton is leading it. That's a 1,000cc turbocharged car. But then you also have Pro Stock, which are more of your off the showroom floor. You have safety features added, but it's a relatively stock car. And I think that's going to be a cool class to watch for the future, because the race cars are getting more and more expensive.
Yeah.
And when you have multi-million-dollar programs coming in, it's tough to compete with that. So the Pro Stock class is more of a driver's class.
Yeah.
So it's fun to see those guys out there. And then the NA class is kind of your old school original UTV class, where your 1,000cc normally aspirated cars are in there.
Right. I just got word that shot that we saw of that gentleman rolling the tires, they're rolling the tire to this vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah. So who knows how long, gentleman on the left has got his hands on the tire there, red pants on, waiting to get that tire. Hopefully get these guys back on the course here.
So that Pro R that I thought, because I wasn't really watching, I was looking at the track, or I wasn't sure if it was Brandon Sims. I think that was Caden Wells coming through there.
Oh, okay.
So you've got a solid pack of Pro Rs that are running up front with Lambert, Sims, Kristen Matlock, Wayne Matlock, Caden Wells, Caden McCachran, and then you got Blurton lurking back there. So I can't wait to see how this goes.
Fight is on.
Yeah, we're
still early though.
And it hasn't gotten dark yet.
It hasn't gotten dark yet. We're still early. We'll see how this ends up once the sun goes down. We're not far away from that, actually.
I mean, we used to always say that the Baja 1000 starts when the sun goes down.
Yeah.
Because honestly, you got to get through the day. I think that's another one of the factory cars. So he's on...
Here we go, some reconnaissance back on...
He's on that side line that was coming in that 10 car was on. And...
Let me see what that is. That 1841?
Yeah, so I think that is... that
might be Dylan's Schmoke?
Yeah, Dylan Schmokey.
Yeah, Schmokey.
So this is his first race in this car.
Oh, wow. Test it out in the 1000. Why not?
I believe he used to co-drive with Austin Weiland and race with a couple other teams. But he has taken over the seat in that car now. And so he's the new driver in that, and looks like he's having a good run.
There we go. All right. Splash, splash. Get a little wash there. I think. Let's see, was that the 1064 car that just came through? Might have been Justin Buckley. I could have been wrong.
Okay,
though.
so there's Schmokey right there.
All right, still
He's
time.
staying to the left, I think. Kind of hard to tell from that angle, but I believe so.
Let's see once they pull out.
You know, I'm assuming most of the factory Polaris cars shared their lines. And because he's doing exactly what Caden did.
Now. Yep.
So I would be led to believe that those guys all shared their lines. They all have the same notes or similar notes.
Yeah.
And you know, that's a team program, and you know they're trying to make sure that a Polaris is on top of the box in all three positions, really, because they got 4 cars.
Yep.
So they got one extra spot that someone loses out on a podium.
Survival of the fittest. Yeah.
But right now, the Polaris factory team's getting beat by the, I guess you would call them a privateer program.
Yeah.
I mean, Justin Lambert's putting it to everybody right now.
Yeah.
And he has done that before. And if he can keep the car together, Justin is more than capable of pulling off the UTV overall.
Got you. Well, it looks like we got a little support coming in here down on race mile 275. That tire's getting on. And hopefully that vehicle's getting out. And then we go back to Ricardo here in the 3924 truck. Little POV. Trying to make up some time. Get back in this baby. Going around 50 miles an hour. You can see the speedometer right there. Cranking it up to almost 60.
Yeah,
Gloves
and
off,
I'm
thumbs
thinking,
in.
yeah, it looks like he's got a glove on his left
On his
hand
left.
and not on his right.
Just on the right, yeah.
And for all you off-road drivers out there, I highly recommend that you drive thumbs out.
Yep.
You see a lot of people driving thumbs in, and if you tag a rock or a rut or something and that wheel spins, literally there's been people lose a thumb or break a thumb, break a wrist. So you drive like this, you don't drive like that.
Yeah.
Pay attention to that.
At lunch, Bud Brutzman was talking about how a gentleman lost his thumb, but ironically, he had his gloves on, so the thumb stayed inside the glove.
Yeah,
But,
so he didn't lose it.
Didn't necessarily
it just
lose
got
it,
cut
it just
off.
got dislodged from his hand.
Hopefully it got put back on.
But yeah, I mean, it's
it's
serious
really
business.
important. It's really important because I
very
tell
important.
people that all the
Yeah.
time. So I think that's
On this-
Hager right there.
You got Hager at 330 and then coming through 275.
So I'm
see.
going to say Brock because I haven't got
see
word
there.
what his issue was. I actually might have a note here.
Let's see. Yeah, that's.
But yeah, that's Brock.
Okay. 1896. Yep.
So
Hager's
he
coming
had
through?
some sort of issue because he was leading.
Yeah.
And kind of getting a little bit of a gap,
Mhm.
and then he lost some ground. So I'll try to get word on what his issue was.
Okay.
But he's back up and going. From what I was told, his car's good to go now.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be telling to see how does he do. He won the last two races. He's blazing fast. You know, obviously he's in a good program. Can he make up that ground? Because you got Lambert at.
Can he make up the ground in the dark? Is even the deeper question.
Yeah, and Brock's going to get out of the car. And you got Justin Morgan getting in, who
Yeah.
doesn't have a lot of UTV experience. I thought there were some interesting choices there with the teams that they put together. Because Justin's got a lot of Baja experience, excellent dirt bike rider, does have some car experience or truck experience. But as far as I know, he's never raced a UTV. So that'll be, I'm curious to see how he does.
Okay.
Although I want to make sure I have my facts straight.
Okay.
So Hager's got Ronnie Anderson and JD Marsh. Both those guys have a ton of UTV experience. Caden McCachran is the one that has Justin Morgan and Reese Millen.
Oh.
So, you know, Reese has a lot of UTV experience, a lot of just racing experience, period.
Sure.
But as we get into this, a lot of these teams, they're doing driver changes in that San Ignacio area.
Okay.
Now, I think the Factory Polaris guys are doing it. I would think a lot of trophy truck teams are going to do that.
Yep.
So you're going to put a fresh driver in, but that'll change things up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because if you got a driver that's in the groove, and you got that flow going,
keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah. No need to stop.
But that's why you got to have faith in your co-driver.
Yeah.
Or co-drivers.
Core drivers, yeah. UTV's just ripping right through.
And with Dylan Schmokey that we saw, Larry Job actually started the race, so I think he is still in it.
Still there?
And driving, and then
Okay.
I guess Dylan will probably get in a little bit later.
Okay. Ricardo's car. They're up Pushing it a little bit in the 70s. Back to 43. Larry Rossler's team. Off they go. A little darker out where they are now. The sun's starting to set. Kind of a golden hue on them as the sun begins, leaving a serious trail of silt.
So
dusty smoke. Look at that. The whole place is on fire.
And when you get into the night and you've got all your lights on, the dust really becomes an issue because it reflects back at you, and then you can't see. That's why guys run amber lights versus clear lights, and a lot of times you'll have two sets of lighting, one for dust and one for clean air. But when you've got dust like that, it makes it extremely difficult to come up on somebody, especially in the night, and make a pass. I got a note with the lead ATVs. So coming through the silt there, like that 330 area, Brandon Sims was around 416, and Blurton came through at 436.
Yeah.
So there's a 20-minute difference.
Okay.
And they started 17 and a half minutes apart. So on adjusted time, you're looking like 2.5 minutes or so.
Close. Yep.
So with that being Brandon.
Woo! Oh my God. Completely lost.
Is that a 5?
That's 523. It's a 5 car.
Oh, he's doing donuts too.
That's Don Chase.
That's the Jägermeister.
Jägermeister.
Class 5, yeah.
I want to, let's see how this plays out, and then maybe once he gets through this, it's been a minute, let's check in with our social media posting here, but let's see how Don does here. What kind of choice does he make? I mean, he's got lots of people pointing.
Yeah.
Go this way, go that way, go over here.
You want to go left.
Stay away. Look at that, just into complete dodging.
I think he's going into the deep stuff.
He is. He didn't go left. So this was essentially the second line that got created. Out to the far left would be the third, and he's pushing through that. And just look at that. Now that's getting really ugly. All right, people telling him, "Yep, hook to your right." He's chewing. Let's see. Yep. There he goes. Yeah. So even those. Oh, wait a second. Where's he going? So he's going to opt to go back this way now.
I think he's worried about missing VCPs.
The VCPs, yep.
And he's going to go right
he's
into that
right
turn that's got deep ruts.
That's literally the trap.
He better get on it.
Then gun it.
Okay, he did a good job.
He got fine, yeah. But he's still.
He got up onto that inside there and stayed out of the
That's
deep
what he's
rut.
doing. And then he's going to push him back into it, though. And just kind of exploding through that.
So when you're in a car like that and you see the silt exploding over him, it just goes to complete blackout.
Yeah.
You can't see anything.
Right.
And it's a very sketchy situation.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because you just get a tidal wave of silt comes over the car. You get engulfed. You can't see. Sometimes it gets in your helmet. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
And
there's no windshield.
It takes a second to kind of get your bearings.
Very disorienting.
And kind of get back going again.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get going back again on our social media. You guys have been sending us some cool stuff. Let's take a look at some clips.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Created in partnership with some of the biggest names in the off-road aftermarket, there are custom wheels and tires, full aluminum doors, steel rock sliders, stylized mirrors and bumpers, innovative storage solutions, Rockford Fosgate premium audio upgrades, and even a high-visibility rigid chase light to help groups stay together. 3 distinct collections, Dune, Desert, and Rugged Trail, help organize all the choices so it's easy to find exactly what you want. Every single accessory was developed in parallel with the vehicle itself, so the look is seamless and installation is easy. Polaris. Think outside.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver. Straight on through.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
A love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the BF Goodrich Tires 56 scored Baja 1000, presented by K&N Filters and VP Racing Fuels. Wes Miller, Brandon Johnson here. Let's take a moment here and kind of do a recap of everything that we've been seeing. We want to bring you guys up to speed. Wes, what do we got right now? Who are our top leaders in the classes?
So to coin a term here, use one that's used a lot, we've got breaking news.
Oh, good.
So
do tell.
We're looking at the dirt bike leaders, and it was a 3-horse race for a long time. I am showing Mark Samuels is at 0 miles an hour at 829.9.
Oof.
I'll zoom in on that a little.
Okay.
So that's showing him right here.
Yeah.
We were talking about of places on the course if you like want to brake or not brake. He's in a really bad area. It's going to take them, I guess a dirt bike, you could run parts in with another bike or something.
Yeah.
But from what I'm seeing here, I'm going to say he's probably out of the hunt for the overall.
Yikes.
So that's going to leave it to the 1X and the 3X.
Sure.
And we're getting into the night. They are, near race mile 850.
Yeah.
So still a lot of miles to go. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, but I think it's a two-man race.
So, Wes, if I'm a fan at home and I'm looking at my tracking map and we hover over 7X and it looks like it's almost muted while these other ones are bold, does that mean that the vehicle is immobile?
It's ghosted, which
ghosted.
I think means it's not sending a signal.
Okay.
So part of me is because we're not getting good tracking info off of the 1X. It might still be 3 of them, but it is showing 0 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So
more to come.
I don't know if there are fans in Catavina when they come through that. If you can post,
let us know.
Tag @Score International.
That's it.
Then we can get some updates from feet on the ground.
Alrighty. What else?
So
what else
that's our bikes.
After
our
bikes,
lead quad is
scanning through.
Looks like about 14th overall out of the bikes. He's really been holding that position the whole time, although it does look like 1A has now gotten passed by the 139A.
Yeah.
So that's Sergio Jimenez and then Nicholas Velez.
Okay.
So Nicholas Velez, he's kind of younger. His dad has raced in Baja a bunch. I think they live in San Felipe.
Yeah.
But it does look like that they were past there. So
gotcha.
That's our quad race.
And then we
trying to see where good old Aussie is.
741 bike.
Yeah.
There he is.
So there he is.
Right in the middle there.
Man,
he's still going.
I think he's leading the Ironman. He's at 43.1. I don't see.
Wow.
I think the lead, I think he's not that far behind the lead ATVs and the 50X, which that's your 50 and overs. But those guys actually go pretty good sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm astounded at where he is at right now.
He's doing amazing. Well,
like I said, anybody from Australia, get me the lowdown on this dude. Like, what kind of ringer did you send up here? Because he's doing really well in the Ironman class, and I got to give him mad props because that's a major undertaking.
Great job. But however, real quick, it looks like Alejandro Sanchez down there is stuck and not moving and not sure if, and he's not even in that first line. It's that second line that just got too deep, too silty.
Well, and everyone kept going over there, and they're cutting in.
You said it was going to happen.
And it's in a turn, and it'll just keep getting worse and worse.
Back to...
So let's get to our trucks.
Let's get to our trucks,
trophy trucks. Bryce has been leading all day long.
And this is an interesting point, too, because soon coming up, he's going to be switching into McMillan. And going in tonight, can Bryce finally get his first Baja 1000?
This looks to me like Bryce has lost a little bit of ground.
Yeah, because
that said, I think they're in a 37 mile an hour speed zone.
Okay.
So it could be misconceiving.
Okay.
Because Bryce might have gone through a lot of 37 mile an hour.
Yeah.
And then once he gets back into the fast stuff, he'll open that gap back up.
Sure.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But
you got Alan right behind him.
Yeah, you got Alan Impudia, Luke McMillan,
and
Dan McMillan, and then somewhere in the mix here is the Walser truck with Mike Walser and
Chris
Pulvardi.
Yep.
And I think this is where Pulvardi's getting out. Again, I think a lot of people will be doing driver changes in this area.
Got you.
So there's our leaders in the trophy trucks.
Specs.
You also have in the Legends.
You got Gus down there in 1L.
The Vildasola truck.
Yep.
I think Rick Johnson was driving that.
Yep.
Obviously a good wheel, and he's running very respectable out of all of the trucks. And our Class 1 of Cody Reed. So that's that all-wheel drive Class 1. He's going 95 miles an hour right there. And not that far off pace of the lead trophy trucks. That's a very respectable run for a Class 1. Okay, so here is our lead. No, that's a Class 1. Man, are the specs this far back? I'm kind of surprised.
Sure.
If I'm seeing this correct, I'm seeing Stefan Beal as the lead spec. And so he is at 401.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's been a fast course, and there was a lot of opportunities where the trophy trucks and the ones would have that horsepower advantage. So, I mean, maybe they're using it, and that's why the specs are kind of far back.
Okay.
But generally in a more technical race, you start seeing those lead specs. I mean, at the 400, I think McNeil got 3rd overall or something like that.
Right.
So, you know, maybe this might just be more of a horsepower course.
Okay, I'll see. Lots to go.
Class 10. Okay, so if this is correct, and I'm thinking it is at this point, Justin Lambert has overtaken the Class 10s.
Wow.
So your UTVs are beating your 10 cars now. And he is at race mile 365. He's on the crossover from Highway 3, so you're heading from north of Laredo back over to San Juan, La Purísima, San Juanico, Scorpion Bay, and then up to San Ignacio.
Okay.
I believe when I spoke with him, they were doing a planned driver change at San Ignacio. So Justin was going to get out, and he'll have another driver getting back in. I think he's got Scott Trafton and Adrian Ariano that are going to be driving with him. So our 10 cars, I feel like I just lost one on the tracker, but it's Stan Potter, and there was one other 10 that was right there. But I'm showing Stan Potter right now at 363 in the lead, kind of in that same area, crossing back over to the West Coast.
Gotcha.
Back to UTVs. I'm showing Brandon Sims in 2nd overall physical, probably unadjusted. And we had showed earlier he had gotten into a silt bed, a trophy truck was stuck, hit him, damaged his front bumper. So my big question is going to be, we're going into the night. He's going to need lights. So at their next pit, they're supposed to do a driver change and then try to fix the bumper and fix the lights. That thing was bent pretty bad.
Yeah.
So I hopefully he doesn't lose too much time because he's doing great. But
the lights will still work, but it's the positioning of the lights that's going to repair.
They're going to be pointed up and right now, the way that thing was bent. And or maybe it was up and left, I forget. But either way, they're not going to be pointed where you need them.
Yeah.
And most of his lights are on his bumper. And his ambers are on there.
Right.
So that's important. He does have a light bar on the top. So worst case, I think he can just go off that top light bar. But you know, if I were in his shoes, I'd probably try to bend the bumper if you can. If it won't bend, try to adjust the lights, get them pointed as close as you can to the right direction, and then keep going and don't lose track position.
Gotcha.
The other person that I want to look at here is, so you've got Sims, Kristen Matlock, Caden Wells, Wayne Matlock. I want to see who else is in this corner here, because I think you've got Wayne and, come on. Oh, it's a 10 car. So you got Wayne Matlock. Then,
while you go through that, you can see we've got 6 Hertz feeds going here.
Okay.
Look at that. Keep going.
That's some killer footage.
That's some pretty amazing stuff.
So the one I wanted to look at was Phil Blurton and where he stood. I believe he is right on Caden McCacker. No, that's a spec. So you got Blurton, from what I can tell, is behind Matlock. So Matlock's at 246.
Yep.
Blurton is at 250. So 6 miles behind.
Right.
And then, so Blurton did get by Caden. And because then you got Caden at 345 and Brock Hager at 343.
Hager populated a second ago. Now it just changed.
So
now take a look.
So now we've got Caden just ahead of Phil.
Yep.
That'll be interesting because you got two solid teams there, and that's that Pro R versus the Maverick R that we're talking about. So I'm real curious once we kind of get through the night and we come back.
Yeah.
Where are all these people going to be?
That's a good point. And speaking of the night, the time has almost come. Oh.
I think we should do one more thing before we get into that.
Oh, okay.
And let's see where Class 11s are.
Let's look at Class 11s.
Because that is, your guys that are gluttons for punishment.
Okay.
And I don't know how they're getting through this silt. So Class 11... Seeing it. Okay, so we got our 16s.
Yeah.
Man, they are way back.
They got a ways to go.
Some Baja Challenge, your 7s. You got your 3900s. Okay, so I'm going to say this is probably the lead 11. We'll zoom in here, but that's 1105.
Yeah.
And that's
Oliver
Flamate?
Sure.
Flamate?
Flamate.
I'm saying Flamate.
Yeah, I like
and yeah, so he's at 257.
Amazing.
Yeah, these guys got their work cut out for him.
They sure do.
He's got over 1,100 miles to go still.
11, yeah,
or something like that.
This race has been going for over 16 hours now.
Yeah.
But, so here's how it's going to go, folks. At this point, we are essentially going to be signing off for a minute now. We'll be off until about 2 o'clock, 2 a.m. Pacific time, and we're going to come back. We're continuing and trying to capture that pro moto finish if we can, and we'll continue with live coverage essentially to the end of the race. But before we leave you, first off, we want to thank our BFGoodrich Tires for sponsoring our SCORE live stream broadcast. And Wes has put together a really cool video about nighttime, plus a production has put together an awesome highlight video. So we will leave you with that. We will pause. We'll go down for a minute. Stay tuned. There is so much more race action ahead. We'll see you in about 10 hours or so.
Yeah, I always say the Baja 1000 starts when the sun goes down. So this race is about to start.
Hit it.
Sun goes down over the desert and the Sea of Cortez behind me. Everything changes. Now drivers can only go by what their lights are showing them and what they can see. A lot of these guys have been in their cars or even on bikes and quads for a lot of hours. So fatigue starts to play a role. The way SCORE's points work, you've got starting points, finishing points, as well as points that you get for your finishing position. But you get a lot of points for just finishing. And if you don't finish, then you're basically at a huge disadvantage in the points race for the whole championship. So it's really important. You want to try to do whatever you can to get that car, bike, quad to the finish line. Some other things out here. During the day, you've got a lot of references. You can see landmarks such as mountains, houses, trees, cactus, whatever. At night, a lot of times you can't see that. So it really changes your perception of the course and how you're driving it. So that plays a role. I think one of the things that really separates endurance off-road racing like the SCORE series versus other forms of motorsports is the amount of miles that you cover as well as the amount of time. So you're going through a lot of terrain and driving from day into night. It really changes your perception of the whole course. So I think getting into the night, this is going to show who's tough, who can hang in there, get it to the finish line, and separate the men from the boys.
Colin,
Tucker Hopkins, and that's the
Here we go. That Herb's doing his thing.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
A love of off-roading is what drives us here at Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry. And it was John Curry's own off-roading adventures that inspired him to push the limits of his vehicles, build the best performing, strongest, most durable products on the market today. That's what he's been doing since the 70s. And it's what he continues to do to this day. Progress and innovate new off-road products for your racing and off-road vehicle needs. So for the finest, most cutting-edge sales and services around, trust Rock Jock 4x4 by John Curry, where we don't just make it, we live it.